son? What's happening?
Much this morning?
Yeah.
I'll catch you in the background.
I'll see you in a sec. you. Goodbye. Oh yeah, how are you?
Morning.
Yeah. Well, if you're in pool, if she does come in, at least if she's in pain, she can fly in, right? Right. Okay. Okay. I don't think that's a bad idea. All right. All right. Yeah, okay. I don't think that's a bad idea, because you're only 10 minutes down the bloody road, aren't you? Oh. Yeah, okay. Cheers.
Yeah, not bad. Hey, yeah, good, thanks, yeah. How you go yesterday?
Really?
You know on like the pitch and putt?
Yeah.
You know when someone hits the ball, right? Yeah. If it seems to take 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like,
Incredible.
but once you have a kid do that, when you speed away the bloody stadium, it comes out. First thing is, right, let's go. We want to play you, we want to beat you.
Everyone beats me.
I've never had a good goal for 20 years. I've never had a hole in one. I've been close a few times, but I've never had.
Third hole ever played.
That's amazing. We had a lad at our golf club, it's on the website, 16-year-old, he had 2 hole-in-ones on one day.
Really?
The chances are 1 in 64 million.
Tell him to buy a lottery ticket.
Yeah, 16-year-old man.
Have they always try and do supposed to day off yesterday you didn't do
No, no one would work.
you?
Oh yeah. Those days you can press cut. Well, no, I'm not trying to. So I'm doing this job at Northants. It's a really prestigious job, and I've got 4 plumbers, and I had plumbers and night, so I had quotes around 60 grand to 130 grand for the same job. And these four lads, the problem is they're all mates. Well, they're not mates. The bloke that's running the place is having a piss take now. He's just sitting down. None of my other guys are like that. So right, come in bank holiday Monday, learn about how to run a business. And then try the next one. Even if I had a leak. Not quite that bad, but you know, the kids are in tears. He deserved it, because it might be the most important day of his life.
Yeah.
So the thing is, right, it's not about being the cheapest, it's about being the best and being the cost effective best.
Yeah, cheap ain't good.
And expensive is taking the piss.
Yeah. So you got, my father always told me when I took him,
You'll win all the time. 9 times out of 10 you'll win.
yeah, you're going to win everything.
No.
You've got to win more than you lose.
We do we've got a group doing strategic land deals. We've got this site, we've been trying 7 years, and I'm not joking, I can speak to anyone. There's these 4 boys, well there's 2 boys and 2 girls, they're like 4 ultimate characters. They can't fall around the beach. You rock up there, and this site, no joke, is worth 25 million. Very difficult access, I've got the keys to one of the boys. Anyway, turn up, you can literally sit around and can't take it. The old man turned up.
So, how many insects do you have now? Think about hedging.
I actually go over that up to a huge market. And the guy working with me, he's got a square peg in the round hole.
Oh, there's different breeds.
Oh yeah.
Oh, different breeds.
But that's why I can feel it, because I understand current. You know what I mean? And then the language, I'm sort of standing there, so you still feel like you're making a wobble. Did you know what this was worth? Literally, if you went to the pub, you would see but what's really nice is everybody can do really well out of it. No one can like every professional. Then we've got in our group this bad man. He's got a site up there, which is the only way of accessing it. Like 8 acres. You know that Tizard character, LBA bloke? He's Tizard trains brother, a few brothers.
Right.
He's really shrewd. Like, he's got that really big in his mouth. But he tried to buy 8 acres, then Pride tried to do it. My man's like, no. And I'm kind of tried for 8 years to do this. So yeah, I've got the access.
Yeah.
With due respect, this is a cinnamon sapsel, like top hand. This is done like stuff. And then it's going to be black. Quite exciting.
Oh, is he?
It's dangerous for everyone.
Is it dangerous for the what he can do with the profits?
This guy needs £2 million a year. And he's just we were trying to get him to come down here. He is a nice.
I'm glad he hasn't been able to come.
He's worse than Anthony.
I want a new liver.
Yeah, so 25 million.
Well, that's what this site is down in
maybe 10 points. We don't think he's making it.
So Anthony Ball was a bit of a character.
Anthony is very unbelievable.
Well, that's why I never thought he was like,
didn't finish it, so when we got the team,
Oh, no.
straight to the nearest cup. So we went to the nearest cup, 3 points to get it. We got the third point. And it's about up to the next one.
is he always a Christian?
Yeah.
Is he married or?
Got a daughter, yeah. With no license. So we went down to the pub next door and got one.
No
Got some
license.
bottles.
They said, no license. I said, okay. I went down and got a couple of bottles of milk.
I'm not going on such a crawl today, but I got a 6:30 train to London tomorrow, so yeah.
Our train was delayed this morning. It was on top, well, it was 6 minutes late. We had to go, we had to journey, we had to speed.
They were checking the line.
They were checking the line.
Checking the line.
There's a temperature. Working hard. Yeah. Alright, so you're now moving, you see me. Alright, you're now moving, you see me.
just came and that was the coffee. Just coming in the ground. Let's get the ticket out. Well, he said he took it out and checked it out. But I mean, we went even across the coffee. I paid for the coffee, so he said, "They take me right here."
A very good morning everyone and a warm welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton ahead of our final group match in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Somerset take on Northants Steelbacks at 11 AM. We'll have the toss and team news in just over 5 minutes time.
Good job I came early.
And a warm welcome to all of the players, officials and supporters joining us from Northampton. We hope you have an enjoyable day with us in the West Country at our very first Somerset Introducing Music Festival. We're headlined today by the brilliant China Bears. Somerset Introducing will also feature a number of the region's best up-and-coming acoustic talent. The fan zone is in full swing today as well. The activation zone is available for youngsters to try out their skills. There's lots of local food and drink, refreshment stacks here in the fan village today as well. So lots going on around the ground. Somerset against Northants Steelbacks gets underway at 11. And a reminder that the Somerset Cricket Museum is open now and also during the break between innings. The Cricket Museum is situated behind the old Archie Pavilion. Entry is free. We'll confirm the toss and the team news very soon. A warm welcome to Taunton for our final group game in the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Yes.
starting with our visitors from Northampton. Number 27, Ricardo Vasconcelos. Number 5, James Sales. Number 25, Robbie Bopara. Number 7, Tim Robinson. Number 75, Justin Broad. Number 15, captain and wicketkeeper Lewis McManus. Number 14, a warm welcome back to Taunton, George Bartlett. Stuart van der Merwe. Number 2 is Luke Proctor. Number 8, Don Leach. And number 6, Yuzi Chahal. And now your Somerset starting 11, number 66, Archie Vaughn. Number 15, Tom Lamondon. Number 44, Lewis Goldsworthy. Number 55, captain and wicketkeeper James Rue. Number 45, Thomas Rue. Number 8, Josh Thomas. Number 10, Finn Hill. Number 54, Ben Green. Number 5, Casey Ulrich. Number 14, Jake Ball. And number 26, J.T. Langridge. A reminder that Northants won the toss and elected to bat first.
always pissing around with you, man.
Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. The bank holiday is over, but the party is still rolling here in Taunton today. Somerset are taking on Northants in the Metro 50 over competition. It's a must-win game. We're going to have to wait till close of play to find out whether Somerset will get a home or away quarter-final. But it's all to play for today. Somerset are obviously flying pretty high, second in the table. Northants at the bottom, but beware the underdog. It's going to be a great day's cricket here on what looks like a brilliant pitch. There's a bit of live grass on it, but you know here in Taunton, if you play well, you'll get value for your shots. It's a fast outfield. It's a beautiful day. So get down here, treat yourself to a coffee blue, and have a wonderful day. He's a man who knows what he's talking about. Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for today's crunch match in the Metro Bank 50 over competition. Somerset are taking on the Northants Steelbacks. The Steelbacks have won the toss and they've elected to bat first on what looks to be, as you'd imagine, quite a good surface here at Taunton. The Guard of Honour are out at the moment, waving their flags, waiting for their heroes to come out. And I'm joined by one of my heroes, Vic Marks. Good morning, Vic.
Hello, Peter. What are you talking about? However, more importantly, here we are, and it's an exciting day. Train full again, coming from the west. The ground filling up, and it's not a quarter-final, but it's sort of like a quarter-final. In that, well, there's a lot going on. We should explain the equation. There is one team who have qualified in this group, barring freakishness, which is Yorkshire. Curiously led, brilliantly led, probably, by Dom Bess, actually, in this tournament, who's obviously done a good job, and they are through. There are 2 more places. There are 3 teams on 20 points. They're all playing today. There's 3 sides that can get through to the next stage. If Somerset could finish second in their group, they could get a home playoff match in 2 days' time. So we've got to keep an eye on Warwickshire and Middlesex, and indeed, of course, Somerset. If Somerset can win, there's a very good chance that they can finish second in the group, but it's not guaranteed because net run rate comes into the equation. You can give them more detail if you like, Pete.
Yeah, I think Somerset have got a good run rate at the moment. I think it would have to be a smashing of one of the other sides for that to be turned over. And actually, we're a 3-pronged attack, as you can just see in there. Stephen Lamb's with us, and I think the job of the third wheel today, when we're off air, is to keep an eye on the other games and keep us all informed. But as the day progresses, we can go through the permutations of what we can be expecting. But as the crowd is turning out at the moment, I'm sure it'll be exactly the same if the Somerset lads can pull up a positive result today and get us another game here at Taunton, which I'm sure all of the Somerset fans will be massively keen for. Time to have a look at the team sheet, and we're going to have a look at Somerset first. Led by captain James Rue, slotted in there with the gloves at number 4. We have Lammonby, who's in magnificent form. We mentioned a couple of times that he looked in good nick early on, but almost found ways to get out. He's just peeled off 2 list day 100, so in very good form. Archie Vaughn, who's been playing nicely. Lewis Goldsworthy, another good contribution from him in the previous game. We'll skip James Rue, go to number 5. There's another Rue, Thomas Rue, the youngster, who's looked all the signs, Vic, that he's a fine young player. Finn Hill at number 7, Ben Green, Casey Aldridge, Jake Ball, and the tall left armour JT Langridge. I suppose one of the surprise admissions, Alfie Ogbon's not in the starting lineup. He's been very nicely.
I've been doing a mild bit of research, and I think he's got a slight back twinge. He was out there apparently early on, and whether he did it out there, but he's not. That's what I've been told, and I think they have acknowledged that he wasn't 100% fit for this game, but it's not something to worry about apparently. So that explains one reason why he's not in this squad.
So a bit of player management.
Yeah. More interestingly to me is Jack Leach is not playing. I thought he would play. Now we've got to that almost knockout stage, but they've been very clever and quite bold, actually, Somerset, in the way they've gone about this campaign. The top 6 have stayed the same throughout, but the bottom 5 have changed time and time again. And bluntly, they haven't always played their best side, but they've wanted to use everyone in that squad. So, and they've done that, and they've still won 5 out of 7. And a lot of the guys coming in who may not be in the best 11 have done really quite well. So, a lot of pluses there.
Yeah, shows the conveyor belt of talent here at Somerset is strong. Let's have a look at the away team, the Northants Steelbacks, if we can get their lineup
There'll be one
on the screen as the Somerset players go out. We've got Ricardo Vasconcelos at the top, James Sales, Ravi Bapara, who's seems to be...
he must be nearly as old as you.
Just played forever. I think we are about the same age. So, quality player, Ravi Bapara, Tim Robinson, Justin Broad, Lewis McManus, wicketkeeper and captain. Somerset old boy, George Bartlett, Stuart van der Merwe, Luke Proctor, Dom Leach and Yuzi Chahal, the leggy.
When you see that lineup and you're slightly puzzled, there's some familiar names there and some good players. You're puzzled why Northants have struggled so much. They've only won one game, have one rained off, and have 6 points, are at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, it's hard to put your finger on, but one-day cricket in particular, like many sports, you need a bit of momentum, don't you? You get over the line on the occasional tight game, and it seems to fill you with confidence. Obviously, Northants haven't managed to get that sort of run of games, the positive results in the board. It looks like Jake Ball's going to take the new ball from the Marcus Trescothick stand end. Vasconcelos is taking strike, the short left-hander. I played a bit of cricket against him in his early days. He's a good player.
Well, I've seen him get runs too, and he doesn't hang around, does he?
No, he's very stylish batter, so we'll see how that unfolds. 2 slips waiting. Other than that, quite an orthodox field. Jake Ball around the wicket from ball 1, and we're underway.
Ooh, that's the way he plays. We thought he doesn't hang around.
See ball, hit ball, or in that case, see ball, miss ball. But sometimes you need a little bit of luck early on. A very familiar name at the other end, Sales. David Sales' son. Jumble, as they used to call him, scored many
So you played quite a bit
lots
against David Sales.
Lots of games against Jumble. He was always one of county cricket's key wickets. Very fine player. He was pretty close, I would say, on a number of occasions of getting a berth in the England.
Well, I got one story about that, because he played in the era of Duncan Fletcher. At the start, when he started playing David Sales, quite a long time ago, Duncan Fletcher took over. And Duncan, apparently, Duncan Fletcher was watching him play one day for Northants, I think. I'll just let Jake Ball propel this. And Duncan Fletcher, once he made up his mind, he didn't change it very often. Anyway, he was watching Northants in the field, and Sales was at first slip. And I think a spinner was bowling. And Devon Malcolm, I think, was still playing for Northants. And he was at deep backward square leg. And someone sort of played a little delicate leg glide type of thing. And in Fletcher's eyes, Sales could have got that. Malcolm's just bowled 5 overs, been sweating like absolutely knackered. He's tearing around. And he watched Sales just stand there and let Malcolm go and do the business.
Just a little bit of insight.
And he took, and he saw that as a laziness sort of, And Sales, of course, was an incredibly gifted player. But by the same token, if Fletcher had stayed in charge of England longer, Graham Swan may never have played, because he was never going to pick Graham Swan either. So anyway,
it's mad how you're at the mercy of people's opinion. Yeah, when you sort of burst onto the scene, you knew that Lehman, who's head coach today, Ramprakash, Hick, Sales, Trescothick. You knew that counties had their player,
and Sales was theirs. Yeah. I mean, he's got a terrific record, big, strong, talented. I mean, I've seen him score. He got triple hundreds, didn't he? But the story goes that, that one little incident stuck in Fletcher's mind.
It's a beautiful shot there from Vasconcelos through mid-wicket. I mean, the longer he bats, the pronunciation of his surname is going to alter, certainly from my point of view. hopefully we're getting that right. One of those names you see on the list, you're like, oh, I quite like that surname. That sounds cool. All right, that rolls off the tongue nicely.
I think we'll get to know him better and just call him Ricardo.
Big Rick.
Yeah. Well, little Rick.
Early signs there in the first over, but there's not much margin for error from the bowler's perspective. No swing on show. Nice carry through to the keeper in the way that Vasquez has just tucked that one off his legs. Looks like it's that classic one-day Taunton pitch. So for 100 overs of good quality cricket, looks like JT Langridge, the left armour, the taut armour, is going to be bowling from the River End.
Well, I'm surprised not to see Jack Leach, as I say, but he's not playing this game. And it's an interesting Somerset lineup. They've got 5 seamers because now that after the last few games, Lammonby clearly counts and is worth getting the ball early because if it's swinging, he's as dangerous as anyone. With those little left-arm seamers that swing back, offering those LBW opportunities. So he's come into the frame as, you know, a serious option.
Very much so. He's been Somerset's Roy of the Rovers the last few games.
Yeah.
5 for a couple of hundreds. He's in great form. Currently at mid-off at the moment. Some impressive sort of lifting deliveries from JT Langridge in the previous game.
But if you've got someone like Lammonby in your team, he's the sort of bowler that you want. If you have any feeling that it's going to swing, you've got to get him on then, because that's when he's most dangerous. He can actually take wickets. So that's Rue's been clever to use him so frequently, actually, and see the potential. Well, not just Rue, probably the whole.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those tough ones to manage, really, because he's obviously Tom Lammonby is obviously one of Somerset's premier batters. I suppose you get concerned about workload, and I suppose not knowing the case, is he a reluctant bowler? Because there is such a thing, but I don't think that is the case.
No, I don't think he is too. I bumped into him the other day, and he spoke with enthusiasm about the fact that he's fit enough now. He's had ankle problems and knob problems, but I think ankle was one of them, and he seemed quite. And I'm sure at the moment he likes the idea. Yeah,
yes, it's the similar conversation to Tom Abel, who's got a magnificent bowling record for Somerset, but had a history of quite nasty hamstring injuries when he bowled, and then you lose him as a batter, who's obviously massive loss. But good to see Lammers fit and bowling well and playing a full part, because he certainly showed over the last few games that. Well, he's that all-rounder of class that really does make the balance of a team look even more deep, batting and bowling, if he's fit and raring to go. And one of the big questions is for Somerset in particular, as you mentioned already, is the inclusion of Jack Leach. He seems to be on the outside of the England stuff, and I know for his own personal career, he's going to want to get white ball games under his belt, get a reputation. Franchise cricket out there.
Yeah.
It's good left-arm spinners, or good spinners, seem to be like gold dust in the limited.
Well, also, you get to this time of the season, we were talking about Somerset have got a big quarter-final coming up in that T20, and then you go to Edgbaston in September after a very long season, if you qualify. And you play at Edgbaston in whatever it is, mid-September. If it stays dry, there's a sort of cloying, slightly bare surface where spin is doubly important.
Yeah, I mean, we've played a number of finals days at Edgbaston where the teams are almost, they start bowling their really part-time spinners, off spinners that probably bowl a handful of overs a season, because Edgbaston, if it's dry, certainly suits the slower bowler, so he will no doubt be in the squad.
That's in the air, and he's...
Oh, Vic, you've been sucked in, haven't you, by a bounce ball?
I have. God, that went quickly there, didn't it? But I've got my cataract operation nearly booked in. Oh dear,
maybe we'll have a word with WPA Health Insurance and try and speed that up to this afternoon.
What really upset me is that no one in the crowd got excited by that either. Okay, I shall.
Someone always gets fooled, Vic.
I know, but
not a better man to get fooled than you early on the rare occasion.
Oh,
Vic gets one slightly wrong, so we'll make the most of that throughout the day.
oh dear. Well fielded, isn't it?
It was picked up a nice little single there to mid-off. Sharp bit of running between these two, but yeah, all signs are that this is a very good surface here. Not really any swing of note. JT Language in the previous games, when there's slightly more overcast, has shaped the ball quite nicely, but it doesn't look like there's a great deal on offer today. Beautiful sunshine. There's a few clouds around, but I think we're set fair for a good day's weather. Appropriately played.
So any spin today, well, there's still plenty of options there for Rue. Not that he needs to bowl that much, but there's, of course, Lewis Goldsworthy, who's had his moments with a white ball this summer, especially in T20, actually. Archie Vaughn has wanted bowling at some of those left-handers. Josh Thomas hasn't bowled much, but is a batsman who can bowl a bit, I'd say. He's had a pretty good tournament down at number 6. Been very forthright.
I think we spoke about this in the previous game. I think it's only the 2 Roos that aren't
bowlers.
Viable options with the ball. So, yeah, it can
That's
be a headache for the captain.
Well, he doesn't have to give them all a go. I mean, that's why Josh Thomas. Oh, Finn Hill, we're not sure about his bowling.
Finn Hill does bowl
off breaks, is it?
Bowl off breaks. I think he'll be probably slightly down the pecking order with Archie Vaughn, and I think Josh Thomas would probably get the nod ahead of that from a slow bowling perspective. Lewis Goldsworthy has bowled a bit, but very rarely gets through his quota at the moment. So plenty of options for Captain James Rue. Jake Ball. We speak about it. Don't we really, with the 2 new balls at either end, and I think one of the keys to bowling well is to sort of have a little speculate with some deliveries you're trying to bowl, pitch your leg, hit the top of off, and as soon as there's not really much movement, it's flipping that switch into quite a defensive way of playing. For me, almost straight away, especially to a batter of quite a short stature, is fine leg up and a deep square back. I've always found in one-day cricket, because batters are generally quite aggressive, it's actually quite a wicket-taking position to have a deep square out for the slightly top-edged pull shot.
Yeah, they pushed him a little square. He's very square at long leg, but he's not quite a deep backward square leg. But you're right. The number of times you see in limited over cricket what you think is a good shot, but actually you haven't quite middled it, and it goes to deep backward square leg. Bowl green. Or bowl Trigo even.
Yeah, I mean,
in the pickup shot. It's not a hook shot necessarily, it's a pickup shot.
Playing in these competitions I'm still playing in now, get the opportunity to be teammates with guys I used to play against. Phil Mustard in particular, we laugh sometimes having a coffee or something stronger after a game. I used to call my deep square leg my third slip to Mustard. He used to play this sort of instinctive pickup ball shot, and I'd get him out more often sort of caught out there than the regulation sort of dismissal. So it is an attacking position. It wouldn't surprise me if the Somerset bowlers go to that quite early, especially JT Language, who likes to test the sort of middle of the wicket and obviously come in from
what you
6'7"
as a bowler,
plenty of bounce.
What you can't do is drift too far down leg side for that little neat leg glance, because that will go for 4, and suddenly that's a good shot, and it's not going to get any runs from it. In fact, he's just rubbing his hands, Jake Ball, but he hasn't appealed because, well, Sales is not backing up very wisely.
He looked like he had quite a big grin on his face there, looking back at the umpire. I'm convinced he did get a hand. No, he didn't get a hand.
He didn't. He's taking a mickey, is he?
I think he was just joking. Yeah,
yeah, he hasn't called for the physio.
Another tongue twister of a name for me. The umpires are Ian Blackwell and Casper Viljoen.
Well, he sounds like he's from South Africa, but who knows whether he is or not? We will research him.
What do we think, Vic? You're a far more educated linguist than I am.
That's four. That's
a beautiful shot there from Sales through cover point, just sliding across him.
Yeah. It's sort of in that slot, isn't it? It's a full half volley, but he's put it away with real certainty. Over-pitched. I think, yeah. Well, I don't know where he's from. I think there sometimes umpires from overseas come to England to get some more experience. A lot of cricket going on. We'll find out eventually. That's a good shot too, because that's not quite so full. That's not half volley length, but he's pushed through the line and he gets 4 for that too. That's a top quality shot.
Looks like that natural timing has been passed down through the genes.
Look at that. It's little more than a push, but he has timed it perfectly. Trusted the pitch. I think you can trust this pitch from what we can see.
Looks like a good cricket bat, that, Vic.
Yeah, well, good players always seem to have good cricket bats.
Amazing, that, isn't it? It's like good golfers. They always seem to have the right driver.
Yeah. The slip has been taken out. It's hard work if you go for 2 4s, your first 2 balls. It's a good test of a bowler's temperament, apart from anything else.
Got a solid start so far from the Steelbacks, 21 without loss. A couple of nice boundaries for Sales. One nice one, his only scoring shot through mid-wicket for Vasconcelos, but apart from that one boundary has been kept relatively quiet.
Yeah, I haven't seen much movement. The only play miss was from the first ball of the match. It was like a dozy waft from Ricardo. Hildreth stand nearly full. Everyone likes going there, don't they?
And it does seem to be one of the favourite stands. I suppose you get all-day sun. I don't think there's anything in the way of that for the majority of the day.
Yeah,
you've just got to keep up your fluids and top your tan-ups. And
remember your hat.
Very stylish Panama-style hats, I'd imagine. Just had confirmation by our staff.
And that's very satisfactory. Actually, he's just over pitching slightly, isn't he? But there's not much margin for error out there, and not much movement so far. A chat between the senior citizens, Jake Ball there, and Ben Green, who's an extra cover. We think he is from South Africa. I think he's probably enjoying the experience of umpiring over here. The more you do, the better you get, probably. That's a good shot too. That's not a bad ball. It's gone for 4.
A little bit of a frame. I think that's a poor piece of fielding there, Goldsworthy. It's gone straight through the oven mitts.
Let's have a look.
Good shot there, but I don't think that really ought to have got through that one.
It's almost a bit too close there too, it seems. But anyway, once it gets past him, it's only about 55 yards down there.
Yeah, both fielder and bowler quite disappointed with that, but that's we care not. Better angle of it there.
Hang on. No, what's happened? They've lost the ball?
I think it went through the hands a little bit there. Yeah, it's just popped over the fence and has slipped underneath the Trade Nation stand. While that's happening, very funny story, Vic, from the Sidmouth game.
Oh, yes.
So there was quite a nice crowd there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Obviously, the boundary rope was around the boundary, and one of the Sidmouth players hit one out towards the boundary, and a cyclist had just come in full regalia, parked himself up, sat on a deck chair. The ball came whizzing across the boundary to him, but from behind the rope, he knelt down in perfect long barrier position. The ball inevitably hit the rope, popped up, and hit him straight in the chops. So he's starfished on the floor. He's got a little bit of a bruise around his sort of cheekbone. I'm on the other side of the pitch, and I've just shouted, "Oh, why would you do that?" The chap behind me said, "What? Wear lycra?" Magnificent comeback. Yeah, if you are listening, said cyclist, we hope you're not too battered and bruised, and next time just let the ball go.
Yeah, that rope can be lethal. But it was a very good occasion down at Sidmouth. I was there in a spectating role, and there was young Trigo and young Hildreth clearing the boundary by some margins, actually, both of them.
Yeah, it was nice to have another partnership with my old teammate. Yeah, for those who weren't aware, Somerset celebrated their 150th anniversary. Sidmouth Cricket Club. Been asked a lot, haven't you? How did that end up? You know, Somerset starting at Devon, but I believe a Somerset team.
With they were there. Somerset hadn't been formed, and they played a team from Somerset. A Somerset sort of probably an official Somerset side, if you like. Turned up, played at Sidmouth, and then a meeting afterwards and said, "Look, we want to form our own county club," even though they were in Devon at the time. And they were a wandering club initially. They didn't have a base then, but that's when they drew up a constitution almost and decided that we've got to form a county club, and they did it at a meeting after this game at Sidmouth. Sidmouth, by that stage, had been going for 50 years. I mean, Sidmouth celebrated their 200th anniversary a couple of years ago.
Ground, isn't it?
Oh, it's a lovely, great place to play right by the sea there, and they play a lot of cricket there. Even now, I mean, when I was a kid, they played every day in August. There'd be cricket going on that ground. And I think that's more or less the case now. They still have an amazing amount of cricket going on throughout the month of August. Unlike here at Taunton, in fact. Oh, that's a great piece of fielding. Got to be about 6'5" to do that, I think.
Casey Aldridge, good bit of work there. The one-handed paw to save a boundary. Another good over there from Paul, but plenty of runs around here. 30 without loss after 5 overs. Jake Ball's bowled pretty nicely, but
he's actually
very fair batting conditions here this morning.
He's had a good tournament, Jake Ball, I think, and he's sort of one of the. Well, he's got lots of experience, and you feel that he is Rue's go-to man, his banker. Because there hasn't been many bowler-friendly pitches either. Anyway, it's a big over this for language, I'd say.
Yeah, I think the more experience you get as a player, you have less. You know what you're going to get from the Jake Ball. The younger bowlers can have their occasional off days, so I certainly understand why James Rue, if he's under a bit of pressure, goes to his senior man. Alfie Ogborn throughout the competition has been magnificent.
Yeah.
Ben Green always picks up wickets. The spinners have bowled nicely.
Well, it's been interesting.
It's
been interesting watching Ben Green bowl, because in 2020 he often comes on quite late and he's bowling licorice all sorts sort of slower ball. But he's by and large in his early spells in this 50 over format, which is a different format. He's been meticulous, disciplined, line and length man, And then, obviously, later in the innings, he has to revert. But he's been shown he's capable of bowling sort of that boring line of a length that you were talking about. And then, if the batsmen go for him, there are problems.
Yeah, I think that's why Somerset have done well, and they've utilised Ben Green brilliantly. And he's bowled what you'd call that 4-day area, because he's always come on after the opening bowlers have taken early wickets. Where there's a little bit of a rebuild, so you can just bowl a nice dry area.
Yeah, he needs. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Somerset have managed to conjure early wickets throughout the tournament, but they haven't got anyone yet. Anyway, I'm going to get Stephen in here. And we're off and running. It's going to be... I think it could be quite a tense day, actually.
We need a change, Vic. We need a wicket, so...
Well, I don't know whether Stephen
Lamb could be the man. Yeah, good start from the Steelbacks, 31 without loss. Certainly haven't got away from Somerset. I suppose if you could target perfect power play, you'd be looking for something in the region of 65, 70 without loss in the power play. And a good pitch with one side, very short, quick outfield. Steelbacks, I'm sure, will look to put the bowlers under pressure as the overs tick by towards that 10 over mark, where the fielding restrictions get loosened off a little bit. You can have a bit of protection. Often do a lot of damage in those first 10 overs. Good morning, Lammy. Hope you're well.
Morning, Triggs. Nice to be here and still nurturing fond memories of your splendid innings just over a week ago. One of those, that's gently defended, one of those sixes went into the sea.
Yeah, well, there's that sort of slightly shortish cow corner boundary that's sort of guarded by a net. You know, you see a lot of holiday makers walking past with their fish and chips open, or their 99 ice lollies. I always do worry about pinging one on top of someone's Mr. Whippy.
It is a beautiful ground.
Yeah, it's a superb pitch in the southwest. If you haven't been there and you fancy a day's cricket, Sidmouth Cricket Club, not a bad place to spend a day. Nice ball there from JT Language. Played and missed there. James Sales, who's on 17 at the moment. It's a very crisp shot so far.
Yeah, a bit of an airy waft in the end from Sales, but you were saying how much you enjoyed batting with certain JC Hildreth, and you both ended up with the same score, 55 retired.
Yeah, we've in the archives, me and Hildy had it was almost like an annual big partnership photo that we would, or certainly I would save. I don't think James would save them, but yeah. So I made sure I got a little snap with him. Slightly different from our playing days. We're slightly chubbier, quite a lot greyer. certainly James is. I've managed to keep the top half of my my hair the same colour, but my beard looks like it's been left in the dog's bed overnight.
And quite a few other intriguing things. Andy Caddick opening the batting.
Yeah,
pretty well.
I mean, that was one of the amazing things. You know, a lot of our players top edge, and that's going to be the first wicket. James Rew under it with those great big gloves. He's not going to make that mistake. Jake Ball has got the wicket. He left mid-wicket open. And Vasconcelos has taken the challenge. Didn't quite get it right. Got caught high on the bat. And an excellent breakthrough there for Somerset. A needed wicket, 31 for 1.
Yeah, important breakthrough because Vasconcelos is an aggressive performer. It was up in the air for a long old time, but there's no one you'd rather see underneath that than the keeper, and James Rew is a safe pair of hands.
Yeah, definitely helps when you've got those great big gloves on. Ravi Bopara, the experienced class player that is Ravi Bopara, striding out. Yeah, I think Vasconcelos will feel a little bit disappointed in that shot. He's tried to hit that up. There's so much room out towards mid-wicket. Just got a little bit big on him. Maybe did him for a little bit of pace there. Certainly an effort ball there from Jake Ball, and he's deserved that wicket. He's bowled well, bowled accurately. Just wants Somerset needed, just to maybe stifle the back end of this power play.
Yeah, there was too much power underneath it rather than across it.
Yeah, he got himself in a bit of an awkward shape, got stuck on his back leg, the weight went back, the blade came through slightly open. Yeah, straight up in the air. Looking forward to watching Ravi do his thing. I haven't seen him play for a magnificent player. Just been playing white ball cricket for the last few years at different franchise competitions and now the Metro Bank. Great for the younger players to have an experienced head there to learn from.
He's got a very calm and tidy demeanour, Ravi Bopara, at the crease. Played that okay for a first delivery. Jake Ball has a wicket in the bag for 12. But that's an important breakthrough. Just one or two other of the spectacles at Sidmouth. Andy Caddick, we mentioned, opening the batting. Stephen Jones, he's got some pace still.
Yeah, he slid a couple through. That was probably one of my favourite moments, taking a catch off him at first slip. I didn't really expect too many sort of what you'd call genuine dismissals on that particular day, but that certainly was one, and we had a good laugh about that.
Shot.
Did that carry?
I think it may have done.
Yeah. James Ruse giving Goldsworthy a high five, and maybe one of those sort of bump ball half volley lengths.
I'll have another look.
Might be able to catch that on a replay, but it went pretty quickly off the bat. Yeah, my gut feeling is that probably did carry. Certainly a half chance there. It looks like mid-wicket Finn Hill with head in hands. That carried.
It was going at him like a tracer bullet.
Yes, it was definitely hit ferociously from Bopara. He's very strong in that area, square cover. Very good through mid-wicket in particular.
And another catch for you in the deep, Treeks, I seem to recall. Comfortably taken. And then the final wicket taken by the chief executive and captain.
Yeah, I saw him earlier, Jamie Cox. I said that was probably one of the most casual ends to a game I've ever seen. It was whacked straight back to him and he just caught it casual, tossed it up, strolled off. Yeah, it was. I mean, one of the really, I think, interesting things for me to watch. You know, Caddy was obviously a good, capable batsman, but certainly not a top order player. Played some lovely classic cover drives. I thought Michael Burns, who doesn't play any cricket, hasn't done for years. Was playing ramps and scoops and nice shots down the ground. Just looked like he'd hardly stopped playing. It was interesting to see those ex-first-class cricketers. They're in their 50s now, playing against some of the bowlers that play for Sidmouth's sort of first team.
Rolling away the years.
Still look like they've got it, Lammy. Yeah, it was, I did say to James Hildreth, I was slightly disappointed with the way his innings finished, because word on the street, there's a house on the larger side. I mean, it's an enormous 4-storey sort of townhouse that overlooks the coast. And I think one of the Sidmouth old-timers who've been watching cricket there for years said that he can only recall one person ever hitting one over the roof of that house, and James Hildreth did it three times in consecutive balls. I was very envious of. He certainly found his timing towards the back end of his innings, but yeah, it was a good day. It was a very good day. Lots to play for here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in this crunch match. Somerset really do need a win to secure progressing. There are lots of connotations and of what can happen and scenarios in terms of who Somerset will play and where they'll play. But first and foremost, Somerset really do need to win. 3 teams on 20 points. 3 teams, 2 spots. So important that Somerset get a win today.
Yeah, one of the other 2, Middlesex, have Lancashire at 36 for 1. And the other important one to watch, Warwickshire against Sussex. Sussex are 31 for 1 in the 8th. So plenty of cricket being played of importance around the country in this competition today. Last day of the group stage. Ben Green on from the River End. First bowling change of the day by James Rue.
Nicely tucked into the leg side by Ravi Mapara. Mentioned about Ben Green's sort of ability just to hold a length, and probably not the most descriptive way of saying this, but you know, he's been very good at just boring bowling. You know, back of a length, top of the stumps, nice and straight. Set your fields. You have it look down the ground now. From the batter's point of view, you've got those 4 fielders very much in the eye line. Ben Green's just been happy just to hit a length. And he's bowled very nice over there. That's just gone for 2 runs. Exactly what the captain will want from Ben Green. Just to get through this next couple of overs of power play, damage-free. A little bit of cumulorhombus lurking around there, Lammy. I'm gonna
Rhombus.
I'm gonna moonlight and pretend that I know anything about the weather, but I can vaguely remember that from my Wyvern School geography days.
Well, I think you've got the last 2
Nimbus,
letters
rhombus.
right. I think you've got the bus.
Right.
But I think it may be Nimbus.
There's a Nimbus. I think there's a.
Or maybe there's a rhombus as well.
I think one is slightly more aggressive than the other.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll be corrected on the live stream. We'll make sure we keep an eye on the comments. You know, we always like a laugh here, and I certainly pretend that, is it meteorology? Meteorology, yeah. I think I got an E grade in my GCSE, so, you know, I'm pretty much there.
Jake Ball continuing. This is his 5th off the reel. Maybe have a rest after this.
Well, they might have to, because looking into the black sight screens, the rain is starting to come down, which has kind of caught me off guard a little bit. I put the old shorts on this morning, expecting fair weather, but might get a little bit of drizzle from time to time.
I looked at the forecast yesterday evening, and it looked as though it was absolutely plain sailing here all day, but it's not quite plain at the moment. Just, hope it holds off. Jake Ball has become a bit of a grunter at the point of delivery, and the effort he puts in.
Yeah, that's
every
an age
time.
thing, that Lammy. He grunts when he bowls, and then you get to an age in life when you grunt when you're just trying to get out of bed in the morning or put your shoes on. Comes to us all. He's bowled nicely, Jake Ball. Smashed a nice length. That's a little bit too full and beautifully played by Sales. Immaculate timing again through the covers. Picks up another boundary, and he will move into the 20s. Very nice shot there.
Shot his dad played pretty well.
Yeah, myself and Vic were waxing lyrical earlier about his dad, David Sales, one of those must-get wickets. He had an appetite, let's say, for big scores, as well as the occasional pasty. Groundsmen are lurking around the covers. That rain is starting to blow in a little bit harder.
Yeah.
I think there's a grace half an hour or so. We won't lose any overs. I don't think it's going to affect the game too much, but we might see players go off while this little bit of rain blows through.
It may just be a passing shower. The ground staff will have their own ideas about that, but it looks as though they are going to come off. Certainly the 2 batters are walking off, and that's confirmed now by the 2 umpires. They are going to leave the field. Hopefully it won't be for very long.
Yeah, the alto stratus clouds here have brought in a little bit of rain. Thanks very much, Cider Junkie on the live stream for that little bit of information.
Alto stratus.
Well, yeah, we've got stratus or alto stratus, which are typical during light rain and overcast spells.
Okay.
And I think the old cumulo nimbus rhombusy type ones, I think that's when you're in for a whole day playing 3-card brag in the dressing room. But the players are going to take a little break here. Myself and Lammy will just spend a couple of minutes just summarising that first 8.5 overs. 39 for 1, honours even or slightly in the Somerset camp, do you think, Lammy?
Pretty much.
Don't want to, pressure you either way. But
the Vasconcelos wicket was very important, wasn't it, in the context of that short session. I think Somerset will be relieved to see the back of him. But James Sales, he's going pretty well, 23 off 25.
He's played some very easy on the eye shots, Taunton, short one side, good pitch. You'd probably like to get out your 10 overs somewhere in the round about 60 to 75. I think you'd budget 1 wicket. So I think Somerset, all in all, have bowled well. Thanks very much to our match day sponsors, Cairnhill. You can see on our screens now. We're going to take a short break while the weather blows through. Pop the kettle on, make yourself a brew, slice the Battenberg, and we'll be back with you as soon as this rain subsides.
with it. I'll get some beer in a minute, Pets. Yeah, no rush. You're going to get it. No rush. Where have you gone? Is that right? Yeah, for Burnley. Yeah. It's like 10 years ago now. I've been waiting for new ones. I've been getting new ones. Yeah, but I've realised. We've got them tied up a bit. I don't. Is that the oldest, is it? Yeah. You better move. He's going to put it on there and he's going to drive round. They're going to take the surface route off. What a novel idea. The problem is that when they've got the whale over and it's so good out, that means there's a lot over it. They have something like that. There's a ground hard to sit on the surface. It's quite good. Very dangerous. That was something there. That's where they could have a few years ago. Go and get some drinks. As soon as the bear started coming up, people come back and go I think just taking it back in. I like that one. This is getting close to the bank. And he's catching it down there now. He's ahead of him. That's what it's doing. What do you want, Larry? Excuse me, gentlemen. Sorry to disturb you. Well, that's what that's fine. Well.
Thank you for your patience whilst we waited for the rain to stop falling. We're setting to get back underway at 12:03. There's been a loss of 6 overs from the match. That's 3 per side, so it's now a 47 over per side contest. Please welcome back on-field umpires Ian Blackwell and Casper Villian. And led out by Captain James Wu. Please welcome back Somerset.
Right, ladies and gents, the rain has blown through here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. The players are on their way back out to the middle to resume proceedings. 8.5 overs bowled. Steelbacks are 39 for 1, Bopara 2, and James Sales played rather delightfully for his 23. I'm with Stephen Lamb. Jake Ball's going to finish off his 5th over. He's got 1 for 18 at the moment, and let's hope those clouds have done their thing and they leave us alone for the rest of the day, Lammy.
Yeah, just 7 balls of the power play left, and Jake Ball's bowled pretty well for coming up to half of them.
Yeah, it was some good timing there from Somerset, really, because the batters will probably feel like they want to re-establish themselves, and by that time the power play will be over and Somerset can set a slightly more defensive field if they feel that's appropriate. Bopara on strike. He's on 2. They've kept him quiet so far. Good first delivery. Bopara sneaks a single. Close out! I would say that's out. Oh, the finger twitched. He's not giving it out. Oh, that looked out from 100 metres away. Well, he's got eyes like a hawk.
He was well positioned, wasn't he, the umpire?
Yeah, that looked very, very close. Yeah, there's a very despondent-looking number of players here. Let's have a little look. Yeah, he's short. He's short. Yeah, that's quite a long way out, actually. Somerset players rightly disappointed there. Ravi's got away with one there. He's dived bravely, taken the stumps out. Yeah.
Great piece of fielding, unrewarded.
Yeah, if you have a look at the right arm of the umpire, it started to twitch. The pistol was out the holster, and he's bottled it. Yeah, that was, I reckon that's a good 12 inches.
Could even say he's barreled it.
Yeah.
Given the pistol analogy.
The pistol was out. The bullet got stuck in the chamber, and he's reholstered it, much to the dismay of the Somerset fielders.
Be interesting if we've got another angle to look at that.
Oh, I almost don't think you need one. That was. Yeah. I reckon that's a good sort of 12 inches short, which in the context of a run out is quite a long way. But we don't have a third umpire with cameras, unfortunately, and Somerset will just have to take that one on the chin. It would have been brilliant. First ball back. A little bit of a Red Bull run. Yeah, there from Ravi. Poor sort of. Yeah, I get it. You want to start with a bit of intent, but that was a crazy run there.
Yeah, our own side-on camera was shut down because of the rain, which we've just had, which has mercifully departed.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say it was quite clearly short of his ground on our replay. It's tough, those kinds of decisions. with the naked eye, but yeah, he was definitely short. We've just heard that the game has been reduced to 47 overs a side, so there obviously isn't any time in the bank. So 3 overs lost per team.
Sales has looked good so far in this piece. On 23 not out, he's going close to a runner ball.
Yeah, how impactful will that decision be? Ravi Bopara, he's a quality, dangerous player.
It's going to be first bounce out to deep square leg. Comfortable single.
I suppose you probably have to say that you credit Ravi's experience there, diving in where he did and contacting the stumps, created a lot of confusion in that little scenario there. He's back on strike now, Ben Green bowling to him.
Yeah, that can make it harder for the umpire, can't it? The sort of flurry of activity as the batter dives for the crease.
Yeah, well, you've got a lot going on. The dust from the footholes would have kicked up, and you know, him sliding through, hitting the stumps, it would have looked to the naked eye like an awful lot would happen there. But as we saw on that replay, we're going to see it again. I think he was comfortably out now. That's one of Sales' beautiful cover drives for 4. Hopefully we won't be doing that later on. Jake Ball's going to continue. He's going to bowl his 6th over. He's bowled beautifully, Jake Ball, this morning. He's got 1 for 19, including a maiden.
Yeah, going to have another look now.
Yeah, that's
dive, and that's nicely fielded. Cover.
A bit of fielding there from Lammonby at mid-on. Not much debate that was out, but yeah, you kind of sympathise a little bit with the umpire. A lot going on. Very happens in a flash.
Yeah, the tension was showing rather in the body language as well.
Yeah, he would have.
Runs here. At least 2. Will it be pulled in? Just is. Good effort.
Good work there from Finn Hill, saving a run. Yeah, back in the old Western days, Viljoen would have lost the draw in a shootout. It was out the holster, but he couldn't get the trigger off.
Would have been the end of him.
He'd have been gone, mate.
Swing and a miss. Jake Ball's into his 6th over now. Wondered whether he might have a rest at the end of the power play, but not yet.
Yeah, he's in a lovely rhythm at the moment. It's probably one of the early question marks over James Rew. He's a very good death bowler. You'll certainly rely on him to bowl towards the back end. So it's about how many overs do you want to save. If you can get through 7, save 3. My gut feeling is this will be his last. Then you could potentially bring him back in sort of 2 spells of 2 at some stage if you need a bit of experience. I think you always get tempted as a captain when a bowler's hitting the right areas and getting a little bit of movement to keep him going. Bopara lucky to still be out there. He's on 4 Sales. 27, Steelbacks 45 for 1. Oh, lovely shot there from Bopara. Slapped aerial, but evaded both of those fielders on the offside, and it races into Gimlet's Hill. Yeah, it's one of those things that seem to happen on in cricket. You get an LBW turned down. It's almost not worth bowling the next ball, guaranteed to be a 4. And when someone gets away with one, often a flurry of runs precedes the decision. I think, you know, into the sort of cricketer's psyche. You know you've got away with one, and it almost frees you up a little bit. You know, it's my day today. I've had a bit of luck.
Yeah, like a brilliant catch can lift a fielding side.
Certainly can.
It's raining in Manchester. That's not unusual, is it? But
Light drizzle.
Middlesex are one of the teams level on points with Somerset and looking for a win. Lancashire 79 for 2 in the 15th when the rain intervened up there.
Milestone Steelbacks have just passed 50 thanks to WPA Health Insurance, our partner here on the live stream. Ben Green continuing. Belted out to deep square. Ravi Bopara is not going to cash in with his little bit of luck. He's found the third slip all the way out there at deep mid-wicket. Really, really well taken diving catch there. Try and identify the fielder, but Ravi is not going to cash in. And that will simmer down the Somerset supporters who saw that slow-mo run out on the replay. Ben Green, you have to say, it's a little bit of a drag down. Nicely timed by Bopara, but picks out the man in the deep.
Yeah, so he won't cash in on that run-out opportunity.
Very good work out there in the deep. Might be Finn Hill. Nice catch by the youngster. I kind of feel like when your football team get a dodgy penalty against them and the keeper saves it, it feels like that kind of dismissal, doesn't it? Justice has been served.
Yeah, it'd be particularly disappointing for Bopara. I think felt he had the let off. Sales, meanwhile, still there. And Holly Robinson in to join him. Yeah, in fact, Warwickshire, the other team on those 20 points, looking to win. They've been delayed by rain as well at Edgbaston. So rain from the Midlands to the north. Sussex 97 for 1, going quite nicely in the 18th up there.
Ooh, bouncer there from Ben Green. Welcome to the crease. Nice bit of aggression there from Ben Green. Tim Robinson getting a little bit of a leather sniffer early on.
They'll be pretty happy with the way things have gone since that rain break. Somerset, they've kept the brakes on largely and taken an important wicket.
Yeah, certainly be very happy at a run rate sub 4.5. Those first nearly 12 overs. I think that has been a feature of Somerset's bowling. They've made the batters play great shots. They haven't bowled much sort of, you know, what you'd say sort of 4 balls, boundary balls. They've kept the ball within the parameter of the stumps more often than not. That Ben Green's done brilliantly, as Vic spoke about earlier. He's challenging the batter to take a risk. Another bouncer there from Ben Green. He's obviously feeling loose this morning. That's the one for the over, called by umpire Blackwell. Wonder if that's a knock-on effect to analysing how players play. Maybe he has a weakness as a trend of dismissals out against the short ball. It's unusual to see Ben Green bowl bouncers. Nicely bowled, great over there from Ben Green, and a successful one. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 5. Lammonby looks like he's shadowing a few warm-up deliveries. But Casey Aldridge has got the nod to replace Jake Ball, who bowled brilliantly up top. Jake Ball 1 for 27 off his 6. He's going to take a rest, and old Aldridge. He's almost a like-for-like style bowler to Jake Ball. Tall, good pace, hits the pitch.
It's worth mentioning these three sides, all on 20 points. Second, third and fourth in Group B. Yorkshire virtually certain to have a home tie in the semi-final next Sunday. Somerset have the superior net run rate of the three others, so if they win today, as we see a bowling change at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, a single taken. Casey Aldridge on. But if Somerset do win today and get a home tie in the playoffs, that game would take place on Thursday, the day after tomorrow, so very soon.
Quick turnaround this time of the year for the lads. Plenty of cricket to be played, lots of travelling.
And if it rains on Thursday, saw a little bit just now, hopefully we won't see too much more this week, but there is a reserve day on Friday for that game.
That's one way to get a little bit of extra cricket this time of the year at the county grounds. I hope that isn't the case. Always
Well taken.
Haynes have to come back on a reserve day. Yeah, nice bit of work there from James Rew, diving into the leg side.
Always a chance to demonstrate your athleticism behind the stumps when the ball is swinging further away from you. You go for it one-handed, no other way to do it.
Yeah, I'm sure that was a very satisfying feeling, that, for a keeper to get that clean in the gloves. Oh, wonderful stop there from Aldridge. Nailed back at him from Robinson, and from 6'5" up in the air. That's a remarkable bit of fielding. Great slip fielder, Casey Aldridge, and he showed all those skills in that one.
That was important, wasn't it? Because it was hit so crisply, it probably would have gone all the way without the intervention.
That's a better length there from Aldridge. Always like him bowling a fraction short of a length, utilising that bit of pace and bounce he gets.
Frustration for Tim Robinson, having played such a gorgeous shot and getting cramped for room off the next delivery. It's turning the screw a bit, Somerset here. Pace taken off it, they'll just get a couple.
Slight misfield there from Thomas Rew, half stopped. Robinson picks up a couple, and certainly looks like when he's offered a bit of width, he's pretty keen to throw his hands at the ball. Fiercely went after that one.
Yes, crisply defended after the two attacking strokes earlier in the over.
Certainly looks like he's set up to go for width outside off stump. He's been very sort of circumspect when the ball's in a little bit straighter. I think that's why teams at the bottom of these league tables can become very dangerous in the last couple of games. You know, players that are frustrated, they clearly haven't been performing, and you go out there with almost like a free roll mentality, really, that, you know, like I said, the tournament hasn't gone well, a bit of extra aggression.
Still to be Ben Green from the River End. Oh, just tried a little dab at that. He was looking just to play it off an open face down to third man. No contact.
Yeah, nice bowling again there from Ben Green. He's always in and around that danger area. Not really much movement, but putting the batters under pressure is Ben Green, starving them of any width, any scoring opportunities. I suppose I haven't seen any of the batters use their feet a little bit, but maybe that little flurry of bouncers has put the Northants batters off. Advancing down the wicket, change the length. Slower ball there from Green, just tucked into the leg side. Finn Hill, who took a magnificent catch in that previous over, does the work. .57 for 2 now.
He did so well, didn't he, Hill, to run with the line of the ball. Just stay with it.
Yeah, it was a good catch. It was hit firmly by Bopara, so certainly not an easy one. He had to catch it, tuck and roll. Also with that square spanning all the way out towards where Finn Hill is fielding, it's a pretty hard surface to dive onto, so yeah, he certainly put his body on the line for that one. Another short ball from Green. Forehand smashed tennis style straight to Archie Vaughn at mid-wicket.
The one thing really that Northants have to play for in the rest of this season is the Vitality Blast, which they are still in, but nothing to play for really other than pride in this competition or the championship. Swatted. I'm going to go all the way.
He slightly overused the short ball there, Greener. He's given him a few sighters. One through the leg side for 4.
Yeah, he placed it well to the left of the man out at deep mid-wicket, and no chance of cutting it off.
He shaped up nicely, James Sales. He's on 33 off his 37 deliveries. Take it away in front of square.
Another comfortable single here. First ball of Aldridge's new over. Tim Robinson on to 6. Sales back on strike. Talking about his dad earlier, I always enjoyed watching David Sales bat. Very fluent striker of the ball. I do recall interviewing him on one occasion, which I very much enjoyed, actually. It was quite a wide-ranging one. But there was a little bit of a phase round about then. People I interviewed, it was for the ECB at the time, tended to be disasters afterwards. I remember David Sales, the match after I interviewed him, bagged a pair. I hoped it was nothing to do with me, any of the questions I asked. It's from the gap between the infield, but will be picked up in the deep.
Surely not anything to do with you, Lammy. Yeah, David Sales had a great career for Northampton. 14,000 runs, 2900s. Highest score of 303 not out. So very dangerous player when he got in. Turn on strike, lovely tickle off of the thigh pad there. Far too straight there from Casey Aldridge. Penalised. Nice bit of touch play there from Robinson. Picks up a boundary.
That's the first boundary off Casey Aldridge, but direction not quite right. Just get a bit of bat on that. You know it's going to go all the way. In the air and goes down. They're going to pick up a couple here. That was another difficult chance, but I'm pretty sure it carried. We'll have another look. It was maybe drifting away to his right.
Yeah, that's very generous of you there, Lammy. You expect those to be caught. Jake Ball will be disappointed. I think you always You always feel those sort of drop catches being a fellow fast bowler even more. When you drop one off your mate. Yeah, Jake Ball's head in hands at the moment. Definitely an opportunity there, and at this level, quite an easy one.
Well, there has been,
got away with it.
There have been two, haven't there? And that was the easier, very much the easier of the two.
If you're fancying a little trip away, like my co-commentator Stephen Lamb loves to do, especially anything on water, have a look at travelmyway.co.uk. Lots of lovely destinations, and plan your trip accordingly. And I'm sure the team at Travel My Way will be more than happy to help out.
Yeah, I got to Newlyn the week before last. We had a vague plan to go to the Scilly Isles, didn't quite make that. A single here out to deep mid wicket.
Any time on the sea?
Oh yeah, we got went in at Salcombe, then Helford River, which is really beautiful down in Cornwall, and then worked our way around the Lizard. And it gets a bit lumpier after the Lizard,
really?
The sea. There's more involvement from the Atlantic there, but we did get to Newlyn, which is a great fishing port.
You need a strong stomach for that kind of sea, do you, Lammy?
Yeah, there's a series of reefs just before you get to the Lizard, and they're called the Manacles, and I think that's such an appropriate name for a reef.
Yeah, you need strong manacles to get through a day on the waves.
And if you get caught in them, you're not going to get away.
Yeah, you don't mess around with the sea, do you? We'll have to do that one day. You can give me my seafaring debut at some stage.
Just shaping to leg. Ben Green isn't happy with it. Just pick up a single. Sails on to 36. 73 for 2 in the 16th. Down to 47 overs aside in this game. Northants winning the toss this morning.
Another bouncer there from Green. Nicely directed outside off stump. Robinson has a little think about playing it, but pulled out at the last minute. Unusual to see Ben Green bowl so many bounces. I make that 5 now in his 4.4 overs, 5 or 6.
They're thinking of 2 here.
Hard for 2. No. Good work there from Finil. Rapping across the deck.
They've upped the run rate a little bit in the last couple of overs. Northants up to 4.7 from 4.3.
So Somerset have had the better of those first 16 overs. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. Vic's going to come back in, Lammy. And hopefully that will bring a wicket if you're of the Somerset persuasion. But it's been an enthralling start to the game. Somerset, I think, just in charge by a fraction at the moment.
I wouldn't argue with that. Thanks, Treeks. See you later on. .74 for 2 then, and Casey Aldridge is going to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. This will be his 3rd over. Oh, that could have gone anywhere. Inside edge from Robinson. Could have chopped on for the 3rd wicket, but in the event it went down to long leg for a single. Afternoon, Vic.
Hello, Stephen. Good game. As ever.
So that was nearer to the middle. Not sure if it was entirely so, but same fielder in action. Didn't have to move that time.
I'm not having a reaction because I can't work. That's why it didn't work.
Yorker dug out nicely. Got some very convivial company on the terrace below, which you might be able to hear on our effects mic. Supporters enjoying the proceedings from...
have we got any sort of sensors? Might need sensors. That's smacked. Messing there, and Aldridge is thinking, he didn't hit that hard. And Aldridge, of course, catches anything, but he couldn't react quick enough there. He smashed back.
It's another punchy shot from Tim Robinson.
Yeah, well, it was full, and it wasn't the most graceful of shots, but he middled it. Bottom hand coming in, sped past Thomas Rue and mid on.
If he had got in the way of that, it would have hurt Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, he is the most amazing. I mean, we were talking about some of the modern fielding at the back of the box there, and Aldridge. Well, he's almost in the Craig Overton category. They catch him to catch anything. I still recall that catch he took the year that Somerset won the T20. The catch he took in square cover against Essex, where someone absolutely smashed it. Went straight to him, but it was travelling so far, I just plucked it at the air. And it's a good start to Evan Ball. Ball will still be grumpy with himself for missing an opportunity that he would take more often than not.
Yeah, Thomas Rue completing the fielding, and they were always going to get one for that.
Yeah. But actually, I was talking to my grandson, who's obviously becoming a great judge, and he's been enjoying the 100. But he did say to me, "I tell you what, the fielding's not very good." And I think that's because he's been watching Somerset in their T20 campaign, and the standard of fielding, by and large, throughout that campaign, and indeed in this contest, or the competition, has been very, very good. But, you know, they don't drop much, and they're quick, and they're all very capable. But he says, yeah, you've watched 100, they're not so nimble, they're not so quick in that. I said, well, it's a good observation.
Casey Aldridge does appear pretty regularly in the slip cordon, doesn't he? As well?
Yeah, he's terrific in the slips.
Like Craig
well.
Overton.
Yeah,
Again.
Overton. I mean, Craig Overton, he's away playing the 100, obviously, but he is one of the best all-round catchers I've ever seen. And I've seen some good ones. Now the secret, not so secret anymore, weapons on, and that's Tom Lamonby. He's round the wicket, and I think it's fair to say that when he bowls around the wicket, if he bowls around the wicket straight away, he senses it's not going to swing. Because if it swings against right-handers, you'll want to come over the wicket and just attack that left pad. But ball's probably a bit damp. He's certainly not anticipating swing. That's a sort of save. I think that's probably save 3.
Yeah, it's a pretty good half stop, that.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. He parried it.
Yeah, he took 5 for 20 down at Hove, Tom
Yeah,
Lamonby.
He got a couple LBW, a couple quick wickets, didn't he? 2 men out for a duck. He gets that ball. If it is swinging, he just floats that ball, that swings back into the right-hander, especially early on in an innings. Batsmen are vulnerable to that. Here, however, I sense that he's not anticipating swing, hence round the wicket.
He's having an absolutely tremendous tournament.
Well, he's got a couple of hundreds now, but the bowling has come on, and he's become a very handy wicket taker.
He's had a terrific summer all round, really, in the championship as well. He's progressed.
Yeah. I mean, if he gets too pleased with himself, you just got to say, when are you going to get big hundreds? Even in championship cricket, he he hasn't yet to get big hundreds. He's got to get greedier. And even in this tournament, he's got 200s.
Yeah, if you take out the 200s, he's just got 2.
But he hasn't gone on even then. So I want him to be even greedier. But he's had an excellent year. It's great to see him fit enough to do some bowling as well. Because I think he's got a good head on him for doing this. And I saw him the other day, and Pete and I were talking about there are some batsmen, particularly if they're scoring lots of runs, who become slightly reluctant bowlers because it's more fun batting, it's less strenuous. But I was pleased to report that he was relishing the fact that he's fit enough now. He's had a few ankle issues and a few physical issues to stop him bowling, and he was delighted that he could contribute with the ball as well. And of course, it kind of, if you're bowling well, if you're picking up wickets, it just ease the pressure when you're batting, and the other way around as well. It gives you sort of all-round confidence. Pete would know about this being an all-rounder. You've got 2 bites of the cherry, 2 ways to contribute, and it kind of takes the pressure off. That's why all these all-rounders, the true all-rounders like Trigo
and yourself, Vic,
but they often bat with more freedom because they know they've got another way to contribute. So it unleashes them. Beefy, Ian is the ultimate example of that. But having that freedom, because you know you can contribute with the ball, can release some of these wonderful strikers of a cricket ball to play a more expansive game.
And Lammonby, I'm hearing from Will Martin, actually opened both the batting and the bowling.
Yeah. Well,
Canterbury.
And there's sense in that, because if the ball will swing, if it swings, he's dangerous. Which is often the case actually with Tom Abel. He could swing the ball at a slightly quicker pace than Lammonby. But I think his bowling days are behind him, just at the moment anyway, Tom Abel. Certainly looking fit, Lammonby. He nearly had that run out of Bapara, and he's gliding away to his left there. That extra cover. But this partnership just building. 47 overs this match now, of course, after that flurry of rain. That's a terrible ball that's well hit for 4. Almost within range of the fielder down there, but it's a short boundary and he absolutely nailed it. So that may be an attempted Yorker, I don't know. I hope so in a way, otherwise it's way off target. That's 4 more. You won't catch up. He's just lost it. And I'm sure James Rue, he's got options, and he'll be thinking about using it. He's got his 5 seamers. We've seen 5 seamers. He's got Goldsworthy. I think it'd be his first spinning option. Oh, still going forward. It was the Yorker, but a little wide. I would have thought that if he wants to use Goldsworthy, which he might, he would prefer to use Goldsworthy from the river end with the right-handers in.
So maybe switch Lammonby?
Well, that, I think, is an option. I think where the breeze is. What I do if I look hard. It's
another single here.
I think it's going from, as Aldridge bowls, from off to leg. So us sages here think we go, and I think he's going to do exactly what we've talked about. So he must be a good captain, this James Rue. After 1 over, Lammonby is coming off, and Goldsworthy is going to bowl from the river end.
And Lammonby is exploitatively considering the crease at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
And actually, I mean, Lammonby will be bowling to a shortish leg side boundary, But if he can get, if the breeze just helps a little bit with swing, it is actually going to help him swing that ball into the right-hander. But we'll see whether he does that bowling over the wicket or whether he goes around the wicket. But the first bit of spin, he's got the opportunity to bowl at the river end, Goldsworthy, because Leach is not playing. He don't like bowling this end, Leach. He likes to bowl that end. And with the wicket placed on that side of the square, that makes absolute sense too, because that means there's a substantial leg side boundary, but it's a short boundary to the offside. Goldsworthy will not want to bowl with any great width here. Just he wants to be hitting middle stump more or less every ball. Here he goes.
A single to get the over underway for Tim Robinson, who's been going it marginally better than
he's a runnable. Yeah.
And they've almost doubled the score from when they came together, these two now.
No, it's a handy partnership. Not too many frills. Confident shot from Sales. No risk. Nice foot movement.
It's a shot of a settled batter.
Yeah.
Confident in the pace of the wicket. Gave himself plenty of room there.
Well, you're tempted to look offside because it's a big leg side boundary. It wasn't a great ball, actually. I think he could have pulled that over mid-wicket, frankly, but he was half coming down the pitch. Maybe he felt him coming, but it was a pretty short delivery, that, and he'd be happy just to yield one from it, I'd say. That's a better length and quite an exotic shot, too. I think Robinson...
It wasn't.
He's playing. He's looking to be aggressive, no question.
That's more out of the textbook.
So that's not a bad start from Goldsworthy. He's become, and he may not evolve from there, but he's become a sort of one-day left-arm spinner. He's not a very tall man, and sometimes having a low arm and a low trajectory kind of makes it a bit more difficult in one-day cricket to get underneath it and clear the boundary. And you want to not give them width, bowl around about middle leg stump, not open, let them swing their arms.
And as predicted in the commentary box, here is Tom Lammonby.
Impeccable captaincy from James Rue. What I like about him is he likes to get all his bowlers involved somewhere, so that when you get to, and he's had a lot of all-rounders in his team, which obviously helps. Goldsworthy and Lammonby, for heaven's sake, they're batting 1 and 3 in this team. But it means that he's always got options at towards the end of the innings when one bowler can start to really disappear. He hasn't stuck with that bowler. He can juggle around to see who he thinks is best equipped. And in this campaign, you often look at the scorecard and you see that 7 bowlers have been used by Rue, and you will usually find that Ball has bowled 10 overs. That's good fielding to keep that ball on. It didn't scuttle to his left. You'll find, yes, Ball will usually bowl 10 overs. Green will usually bowl 10 overs. Leach, if he's playing, will usually bowl, but not always, bowl 10 overs. And then he can juggle around with the rest, whoever he feels is the best option on the day.
Because he knows he's got the bulk of the experience with those 3.
Yeah. Oh, that's a miss hit really for 4. It's a short boundary there, and it was in the air, and I don't think it's a chance, but it was in the air just long enough to
He looks very disappointed,
I think it's Ben Green,
but I think it was out of his reach.
Yeah, but I think he fell awkwardly. That's Ben Green, I think, at mid-wicket. Who sort of fell awkwardly, looking a little bit uncomfortable there.
I don't think he got a hand to
No,
that.
no, I don't think there's a chance, but it was in the air for just long enough to think, hang on.
Goldsworthy at backward point.
Brought the 100 up. So this is a good recovery from the Steelbacks. Only 21st over, so we're going along at 5 and over.
Oh yes, this time. This time.
He's going to raise his bat, raise his finger this time. It's a wonderful piece of fielding. It was all, he hit it so firmly that he didn't have much time. He needed a direct hit. Goodness me, Somerset needed that, and it really cheers everyone up whether you've got two batsmen set there, looking good, run rate increasing, and then it's Sales as well, isn't it? Who has batted beautifully, actually. It's a very good 45. He doesn't have that much of the strike from 54 balls.
Carl Viljoen may have felt a tinge of relief as he
Well, I
firmly
presume
put
he's
up
got
the
that one.
finger.
I presume that one's right. I mean, we were agonising over the Bopara run-out opportunity.
Well, I guess we'll have the chance to see one or two more angles on it.
Yeah, yeah.
But it was a great piece of fielding.
It was. And you keep noticing that it's tight too. It is tight. I think it's obviously just in there. Look at our man's on the ball, square the wicket, and
it's very difficult to tell, isn't it?
Direct hits, they're lethal.
It's a bit of a blurred picture. How
tight.
would it have been if last time he was just out and this time he may have been just in?
I don't know.
Conceivably.
I don't think the batsman realised the danger.
Oh, he's out.
He's out. Yeah, that's a good camera angle. And usually it's the one from behind the bowler's arm. That was Archie Vaughn, wasn't it? Great piece of fielding from Archie Vaughn. I'll tell you this. He's a better fielder than his father, who was pretty good, but he might be listening.
I did see his father take a marvellous catch
to
dismiss Marcus Trescothick in a Lord's final.
Yes. Well, Trescothick would have thought he was unlucky there. No, I mean, he was a perfectly good fielder. But we had other things to do. He tried to lead the side for a start. And by the end, he had slightly dodgy knees. It's amazing. But Archie has done a few magical things. He's lithe, he's quick, he's young, and he was very accurate too. Got rid of the ball very quickly at good pace, smacked into the middle of the stumps, changed the pattern of the game. 103 for 3. Nice time in a way for Goldsworthy to be bowling. Get a new batsman in. Got leeway perhaps, just get it right to start with, add to the pressure. Here we go. Yes, and that's right. Just give him nothing easy. Mid-off has come up into the ring. I like that. There's 4 men on the offside, essentially saving that single. New batsman, you just get it in the right slot. Don't give him anything. There he goes. Oh, he's trying to manipulate something there already, but that's a straight ball to be playing that square.
Such an important wicket, that, because they put on 53 without any undue alarms.
No, they seem to be scoring easily. And I like this from Goldsworthy, just sort of seizing the opportunity, not trying to do anything clever, but you've got a new man in who just wants an easy single, but it's not that easy with this field with 6 men inside the ring. Whistling through this over too.
Yeah, we wondered how significant the run out that wasn't might be
Well,
Ravi Bopara,
yeah.
but it turned out not to be because he was out very shortly
Yeah,
afterwards.
yeah.
But that felt like a very significant moment just now.
That's okay. Well, he hasn't. It's a bit of a slightly messy piece of fielding by Somerset standards there. There's a good parry initially, but they have picked up 2. Wayward throw, but doesn't make much difference. So Broad is off and running. And now it's quite interesting. They made one field change during that over, and they brought 2 men behind square on the offside, almost anticipating that perhaps they know more about Broad than I do, that he's going to try and get his innings going with a reverse sweep. Or maybe it's because Rue's the captain, and he often gets his innings going with a reverse sweep, so you think every batsman does it. I don't know. Anyway, he's whistled through that over for 4 there, Goldsworthy. So that's okay. So it's very much the batting all-rounders who've got the ball in their hand and not doing a bad job at the moment.
Yeah, this will be Lammonby's 3rd, 1 from each end so far.
Won't be running that one now. Of course, earlier on, Jake Ball was a bit on, and he's one of the senior citizens, but it's one of the arts of captaincy is getting the right fielders in the right place. It's getting your best fielders where you think the ball is going to go more often than not. And I'm suggesting that mid-on, against a bowler like Lammonby, you're going to be getting quite a lot of business there. And we've seen, one catch go down there. We've seen a run out now. We saw a run out attempt by Lammonby himself at mid-on.
Yeah, Archie Vaughn standing there at the moment will be feeling pretty good about life. Nicely struck, timed out to deep backward point, just a single. Thinking of feeling good about the world. There's the hit.
He knows. Well, I tell you what, I mean, you can never totally trust cricketers out on the field when appeals are launched. But one area where they are usually right, not in LBWs, not necessarily nicks behind, but they are usually right about runouts, because you've got so many people there who are in as good a position as the umpire. So you can't trust them entirely, but their reactions to a run-out are usually pretty sound. Because you've got men square the wicket, and they can see. Oh, he's got away with that, but it won't be a bound. In fact, that's good fielding that, just to keep that down to 1.
Yeah, total miss-hit in the end. He might be disappointed not to have got 4 for it, because that can so often happen down there.
I'm just wondering, but I've already been suspect with my eyes this morning, but I'm just wondering whether Ben Green's on there still, because I think when he tried that catch, he was getting up gingerly. Run out is such good news because it's a deterrent too from the batsman risking too many runs. In fact, actually Ben Green is just coming back on, so for once that's right, he just had a bit of a check-up.
Yeah, he looks okay.
Yeah, well, they'll want him back on because he's got some bowling to do at some point. Not just yet, though, I wouldn't have thought. I think you're going to keep going with Goldsworthy, surely, or maybe not.
He's got pretty tidy figures, Ben Green. 5 overs, 1 for 15.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's on course to bowl his all 10, I'm sure. But no, Goldsworthy's going to continue.
This This will be his third. Only 6 off him so far.
Yeah, yeah.
In fact, he's exactly as tidy as Ben Green is. A rate of 3. Another single out to deep extra. We're actually...
What is also fascinating to watch, I mean, it doesn't surprise us anymore, but I'm just watching James Rue overseeing operations behind the stumps.
Adjusting the deep field on the leg side.
Yeah, he's doing that at the moment. There's that reverse sweep. Can they stop that? No. That's the get out shot for a lot of people. As in get out of the, you know, break the tempo or change the tempo. It's a good shot. Nothing much wrong with that delivery. Now we'll see whether he adjusts that field or not. He doesn't at the moment. But my point is that he looks so comfortable, James Rue, directing operations. Forget where old people are now. He's you know, what is he, 21, 22? But I like the way he's handled the whole situation in the field throughout this tournament so far.
Well,
you don't always agree with every decision he makes, but he makes it. He looks like he's comfortable in charge, and he has actually handled the side pretty well. And with using all these options, he's fortunate to have a lot of bowling options. But I think he uses them well and sort of senses how the game's going well.
He cuts a composed figure.
Absolutely.
Whatever he's doing, whether he's behind the stumps or primarily perhaps batting, but as a leader as well.
I mean, phases. You know, there were phases during the 90s, I remember. That's after I retired, but where you were scrambling around for people to captain the team. And there was no obvious... You felt you were lacking choices. It's partly why Dermot Reeve had the bright idea of signing Jamie Cox, making him captain, our current chief exec. Made him captain, never met him. He knew, he'd done his research. You know, Tasmania, lots of runs, good player, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But he'd never actually met him. And he had it in mind, and it was a good choice to sign him, as he obviously, but also make him captain. And that gives you an indication how they felt that there was no obvious man to do the job. All I'm observing is that you sense out there at the moment with this squad, they could go in several directions, and there's several people who would do this job perfectly well. One of them, clearly, is James Rue, who, by the standards of yesteryear, you know, is a pup who shouldn't be able to open his mouth in the dressing room for another 4 or 5 years. That's a slight exaggeration, but you know, that old hierarchy from way back has disappeared.
Going back to the days of amateur and professional.
Well, maybe, yeah.
Yes, it was nice to see Jamie Cox as not only chief executive but also captain of the Somerset Legends down at Sidmouth.
Yeah.
Came on to bowl the last over. And nonchalantly, I had a brief chat with him afterwards, and he said he was worried about whether he was going to get the ball down to the other end, and it came back a great deal quicker.
Yeah, he caught a ball. It was very suavely. He's picked that up. Used the short boundary. It's not that different to several deliveries Lammonby's bowled already, but he's attacked it and he's hit it well. It's cleared the boundary by about 10-15 yards.
First
albeit
6
strong.
of the innings
Is it?
for Tim Robinson.
Okay, well that's why he didn't want Goldsworthy bowl this end, but Lammonby's having to do it, and a good sort of response really, not quite that length again. That was, I suppose, the one that went for 6. I mean, in a sense it was just a good length ball, but in the modern terminology it was also in the slot. So he just brought his length back fractionally, but he can't go too far, otherwise he'll be pulled. Anyway, Lammonby's now in his 4th over, so options are being created. Bear in mind, it's 47 overs this innings. After that, don't take long before the overs come off.
Yeah, they're over halfway.
Yeah, but you know, we didn't have a huge break for rain, but we lost 6 overs in the match. I haven't checked actually. Maybe we should have a check, see what's happening amongst the other contenders. Whether there has been rain about at Manchester and Hove. Thinking about 2, but no.
They're playing again at Manchester. Lancashire 119 for 3 in the 27th, and no overs lost there to that shower of rain. And Sussex 148 for 3 in the 28th against Warwickshire.
No reductions there. They had a break, I know.
Yeah, they have. They've lost 2 there, down to 48.
And obviously, if you've got your Somerset hat on, you are urging Sussex and Lancashire to play brilliantly.
Absolutely.
But actually, you can't worry about that here. You've just got to try and win this game. And, well, it's pretty even at the moment. 123 for 3. We're just starting the 26th over. Nearly 21 to go. 22 to go. That's slight misfield, but in a sense, safe. Made sure that didn't go to the boundary. It's a short boundary at sort of deep backward square, not very deep backward square on the offside. You're either looking to cut it there or reverse sweep it there. Oh, he's edged that one, but it's a good edge for him, and that'll go for 4. So he's making room. He's looking to score on the offside.
Yeah, that's frustrating for the bowler.
Yeah, and it's slightly risky, but it's clever batting too, giving himself room, and they're not wide deliveries these. So
comfortable single here,
yeah.
Not too long off. Yeah, and talking about James Rew and captaincy just now, which he's exercising in this game, he's got to be in the selector's mind for this winter as a possibility. You know who the likely England top 5 would be. There'll be another single here. Top 6 would be. But indications already this season that he's in the selector's minds.
Yeah, he was, after all, brought into the Test squad, I think for the first Test of the summer, wasn't it?
Zimbabwe.
Having just scored 100, very good 100 against Essex, I think, as a replacement for Jordan Cox, who got injured. I think that's right. He didn't play. That's fortunate. Saves a run or 2. So he's in their minds, but I don't know whether he'll actually get in that party. Just trying to think. Nowadays, you never quite know whether they take a second keeper. There's so many people who can keep and bat. Obviously, there's Jamie Smith, who is the man in possession and will be the first choice, I think, after this summer.
Has to be.
Then you've got people like Ollie Pope, who sort of have filled in happily. So whether they could take Rew as opposed to a spare. Well, Jordan Cox, of course, keeps wicket.
Yeah, so you have potentially got 3 reserve keepers.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess, but I'm only guessing that given that Rew replaced Cox, an injured Cox, that maybe Cox is above him in the pecking order. He's certainly the sort of player they like, but I mean, there's a lot to like about Rew as well. And if he's not going there, he'll no doubt be probably captaining the A side somewhere. in Australia, I guess. They usually try and dovetail those two, but we'll see.
Well, it's a great future beckoning, isn't it? To talk about, maybe it's a bit late to say that now because he feels like he's been around for quite a long time.
Well, he's also scored quite a lot of hundreds in a very short space of time. He'll be somewhere. Again, keeping the batsman honest.
I think he was home,
Yeah,
if that had hit,
but
only just.
It wasn't a good run. If they'd run and the stumps were hit, I think they'd have been struggling. So a good late call. That's Aldridge, I think, at extra cover. I mean, there's some quick men there. Aldridge has got terrific hands. Vaughn, we've seen do some great things in the field throughout the tournament.
Thinking of two here.
They're not going to get it. Well, Finn Hill took the catch, didn't he, earlier on today. Got to be out of field. I think he's taking a bit of pace off there, Lammonby. I mean, he still feels quite young, but he's actually been around a while. He's bowling a bit like a veteran. Doesn't think he's going to swing, I don't think, today, but he's kind of varied his pace a little bit. Both mid-on and mid-off are up.
Wide, surely.
It's just wide, yeah. He did move a little to the offside. They're very strict, of course, on leg side wides.
Another Devonian,
cricket.
Tom Lammonby.
Yeah. I mean, giving up Lammonby, Green. Goldsworthy's from Cornwall, of course. Gregory, Zero Overtons.
25 years of age now.
That's a very crisp shot, and again, it's a good piece of fielding. You've got to be sharp out there because it's a short boundary, but he moved well to his right and zipped it in.
Yeah, it was nicely timed off the bat.
Yeah.
So no time to waste out there in the deep. Jack Leach is not playing in this game.
No, he's got his bib on though. And he's doing running repairs.
That's Gimlet's Hill. Bit of spectator movement between overs as ever, going round this lovely old ground. Good crowd in every stand, really.
Well, it's been quite uplifting to see the size of the crowds in this competition. I suppose if you live down here, the choice is, if you want to watch cricket this time of year, that's going for 4. It's nicely placed. But your choice is, do you want to get in the car, go over the bridge to Cardiff and watch Welsh Fire? We haven't been on fire, really. Or do you want to pop up to Taunton to watch a whole day's cricket, 50-over cricket, and see a whole batch of young locals showcasing their skills, which is what they do nowadays. We used to just play cricket, but now they showcase their skills. And I think for a lot of people living down around here, it's not a difficult choice to make.
As is evident from the numbers here.
Yeah, no, it's great to see.
James Hildreth's stand is almost full. All the stands at the far end of the ground, Colin Atkinson Pavilion, the Lord Ian Botham stand. Plenty in. And watching an intriguing game of cricket.
Well, it's an important one too.
Robinson going to 50 with that single.
Yeah, well, he's ridden his luck early on, but he's played some forthright shots. Likes to make a bit of room on the offside. He's hit the ball hard. New partnership building. This is the 28th over, so there'll be, assuming there's no more weather, 19 after this one.
Just tip that one round the bar.
I mean, in a curious sort of way, in the last 10-15 minutes, I think both sides will be relatively happy. Northamptonshire haven't broken away, but they have recovered. Broad's got onto 21 relatively quickly. He's only faced 25 balls, so they've stabilised the innings after that run out.
Yeah, and Robinson going around a runner ball since he came in.
Yeah.
Had some crisp stroke play from him too.
Lammonby's going to keep going. He's bowled 5 overs now. Hasn't looked lethal. Hasn't got the ball to swing, but he's bowling to a very short leg side boundary, which can be a bit of a strain. And he's going to bowl a 6th. I would think the place where they're targeting, well, would be that mid-wicket boundary. And mid-off and mid-on are both up. Just been able to bowl back of a length. We can't get too short. He's bounced him when he's been hit for 6. He's just bowled too short. I think that was an intentional bouncer, but it didn't surprise him enough, and he's hit it very flat. It skimmed towards the Andy Caddick pavilion at some velocity. So that's a tricky start to the over.
It's not perfect, is it?
Not perfect. So ball goes back to the umpire, who checks it. Popped into some concrete along the way, I expect, or some brick. Anyway, he's got it back, and he's got 5 balls to get through. And he's just taking the pace off that a little bit.
In fact, we have a dropped crowd catch in the dugout.
Well, that was travelling, but I mean, the severe critic would say, well, Alfie's put one down, albeit from a sitting position.
Maybe
on the bench.
A tad harsh.
That's well bowled again. It's almost like he's bowling an off cutter there, or a left arm is off cutter, and just deceive the batsman a little there. It's quite an art, actually, and they talk about it far more nowadays about bowlers who get off to a horrendous start to the over with 6, or somewhere with 6 and 4. It takes a lot of character to get out of that over, keeping the total of the over under, say, 15. And this is the challenge that at the moment Lammonby's responding to pretty well.
Yeah, 6-1-1-1.
Yeah. Well, the first ball I think was at 77, is it?
76.
Yeah. And that was an attempt. It was a bouncer, a surprise bouncer, but it didn't seem to surprise the batsman that much. And since then, he's down in the mid-60s. And there's another one. That's gone high. That's going to go for 6-2, though. Just a little bit of width. He swung his arms. This will be his last over, I suspect. That was another cutter. And he's hit that really well. There's no long off, but he's cleared the boundary. So this is good forthright stuff from Robinson.
It's now 15 off the over, with 1 delivery remaining.
Yeah, well, I think this will have to be Lammonby's last. And he's just got to try and get out of this over now without any further major damage. Well, there's fairly major. That's a beautiful shot. It's a beautiful shot, and he's raced well into the 60s, and that sort of changed the tempo significantly. 160 for 3 now. Run rates will obviously improve by that over. 2 sixes and a 4.
Yeah, 19 altogether.
19 off the over. So I think it's not the worst over I've ever seen by any stretch of the imagination, but some very good batting and time for a change. In fact, we're going to have a change, I think, from the river end as well.
It looks like Casey Aldridge
is coming back. I can't believe Lammonby will continue this end. And I wouldn't have thought you would bowl Goldsworthy this end with that short leg side boundary. So, time to shuffle the pack. It's Aldridge now. Ball coming onto the bat nicely, it seems, at the moment. They're timing the ball well.
Maybe another spell from Ben Green.
Yeah. Let's have a look at that scoreboard. I'm thinking of the bowlers that you expect to bowl 10, or we've outlined that you expect Ball and Green to complete their 10, and between them they've got 9, I think.
Yeah, Langridge has just bowled 3 so far, so he's another
candidate. I mean, I think you want to keep shuffling it too, so they don't. I think by the time Lammonby bowled 5 in a row from this end, and I think they just have decided that this is going to be his last one. We're going to go for it, and they were got used to him. At least now, there is the option of chopping and changing and posing different problems. Hopefully, picking up a wicket here somewhere, which helps to stem the run rate. So for the moment it's Aldridge, but there will be Green, there will be Ball with 9 overs between them at the moment. How many have they got to find, did I say? Well, they're getting down to 17 after this over.
More here, just the one, but the run rate is as good as it's been all through the innings at the moment. 5.5.
5.5.
Mainly thanks to that last over from Lammonby, which boosted
you're
it.
Looking at the moment, you'd think, you're looking at a target that's likely to begin with a 3. There he goes again. He likes to make a bit of room. He's done so there. Oh, he's missed it.
Lancashire 135 for 3 against Middlesex, who are one of the other teams in pursuit of advancement. That's in the 32nd over. Up in the air. Is he going to be caught on the edge of the boundary? Yes, it is. Wicket number 4.
That was within an ace of going for 6, and they're so calm on the edge of the boundary. And I'm thinking, well, that's nip and tuck. But he almost sort of looked down at his feet just to check where they were as the ball was in the air coming towards him. And he delicately just kept them inside the rope. And then, he did throw it up in the air briefly, because he did step over the rope, but not until he just gently popped the ball up in the air, not very far, about 6 feet or so, and then popped back in. This is Finn Hill again. He's the second one he's taken out there. I mean, these are gold dust, these little catches. But he did it so routinely. I mean, if that had happened 30 years ago, you thought that was absolute stroke of genius.
Practice makes perfect.
This time round, it's a sort of routine boundary catch. Quite a simple one by modern standards.
It looked it, didn't it?
Yeah. But I'm not sure we'd have managed that all those years ago.
I mean, the first one he took was trickier because it was on the run and he didn't have much margin of error. That was more straight to him. But
and
the question of whether it would go over.
It's in that, Pete was talking about it. It's the old leg trap, isn't it? It's a deep square leg. That's where the catches go.
Having taken a wicket with the last ball of my stint, I shall make my excuses and leave.
Well, they needed that wicket because the run rate was increasing. And it was. It just gives you perhaps another couple overs where the new batsman wants to settle in. He's taken Lammonby off. That was always going to happen. I think Ben Green's come back. But it was a pretty cool catch, I thought. I mean, he made it look so straightforward and routine, but to me, we didn't catch him like that very often in the old days.
Well, I have to be honest, Vic, I didn't have a great angle. The old pillar was in the way. I didn't actually see it. Was it one of the old flick back over jobs?
Well, it was going straight to him, and he caught it. Here, have a look there. He caught it, and it was going straight to him, but he was very close to the rope, and he just popped it up in the air, but not very far, and then popped back inside again.
Yeah, he's done that for show, Vic, that one.
Do you think so?
Yeah. Good catch, though. Taking nothing away. I think it's good to be cautious, isn't it? If you overbalance slightly.
Yeah. You think it was for show? Well, you're the man who can recognise this, doing that for show.
Well, I was a big fan of step left to dive right.
Yeah. I mean, not only as an outfielder, but as a goalkeeper as well. I expect you did that a few times. Well,
I think it's just really good spatial awareness, isn't it? Yeah. And he obviously knew he was close to the rope and wanted to take no chances. But yeah, I mean, the catches you see, those sort of throwback ones, are super impressive. But credit to the fielding coach, Paul Tweddle. Head coach for this competition. I see the lads will set up a practice on the boundary rope, and he's purposely trying to
test them there.
To test them, so they certainly practice it nowadays. And I think years gone by, you'd catch it, step over the rope, and just look at the bowler. Well, I caught it, but chin up.
What more could I have done?
Yeah, Robinson was looking dangerous there. He was motoring, gone for 69 now, and. Yeah, that's a big wicket because he looked in super form.
Yeah,
good striker, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's just got the flavour too, hasn't he?
Well, he took a bit of a shine to Lammonby's.
Yeah, but one over too many for Lammonby, as it happens.
Yeah, you often see that. Yeah, I'll have one more skip, and then sort of 3 balls into it, you wish he hadn't. But I'm sure he's still on a bit of a high from his 5-wicket haul. Yeah, Northants have certainly stepped on the gas. Nearly 5.5 runs and over now, so getting themselves up to a defendable total, providing the back end of the innings can yield some runs. Lewis McManus, good player, very good cricketer.
He's been around a while now, hasn't he? He must be wrong side of 30 anyway.
Oh, it's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, I saw him out on the pitch earlier. I mean, everyone seems to look young and fresh to me these days.
One method for you is to consider, did I play against him?
Definitely did.
Yeah, so he can't be that young.
It wasn't that long ago. He's 30.
Okay.
He is 30 years of age, yeah. I think I'm right in saying he started down at Hampshire.
He's skipper in the side. I think you get more wicketkeeper captains nowadays.
Yeah, started in 2016. Took the gloves from Wheater when he moved to Essex. So yeah, started at Hampshire and. No, with Northampton, he's one of those guys you always see doing pretty well. Very consistent cricketer. I think wicket keeping does lend quite well to being a captain, doesn't it? You get a good sight of what's going on out there.
Well, you've got the best view. But I would say that in years gone by, it was rare to have a wicketkeeper captain. I think probably the people thought, oh, he's so busy, he's going to concentrate every ball, he ain't got time to think about tactics. But actually, you are in the perfect position to see what's happening, what the bowler's doing. And now they seem to be 10 a penny, wicketkeeper captains, and why not? That's just the one.
Bit of a false shot there from McManus, thick edge. Just looked like it held in the surface just a fraction. Yeah, 15 overs and change remaining for Steelbacks to post a score. I think they'll be looking to add somewhere in the region of 100 from here, Vic. That would probably be quite a good target. They'd have to go some to get there, but
I mean, before that wicket fell, I was thinking the target might be start with a 3, but perhaps I hadn't factored in it's a 47 over match now. There are, I think, after this over, there are 15 overs remaining. So Somerset would be disappointed if the opposition got 300.
Yeah, well, somewhere in the region of 6.5, so we'll get them 100 run, 260, 270. I mean, the scores have been a little bit lower than maybe I would have. Certainly at Taunton over the past couple of decades, you really wanted 300 in the 50 over games, but Somerset have. And the away teams have operated sort of 250 to 280 and had pretty competitive games. Yeah, Robinson was definitely the key for a big score for Northants. Someone else is going to have to step up to the plate. Broad's got himself to 26, taking a few balls, but he'll look to motor on. Important that Somerset don't give too many freebies just to add momentum to the Northants batters. Ben Green bowling another over from the Trescothick stand end. Always like this advert, Vic, the old animated Thatcher's advert, Martin there. It's an uncanny likeness. They've certainly taken inspiration from his wardrobe with the old sports coat that he's always wearing. Oh, lovely shot there, down the ground from Broad.
That's the shot you like, isn't it?
All the way for 6.
That's the one you like to play. You were telling me how they don't hit the ball straight often enough. Well, he just has. He must be quite an old player then. That Justin.
Yeah,
Broad,
you don't see a lot of it. With the keeper back, to a bowler of Ben Green's pace, it feels like it's quite a good percentage shot, really. You don't have to commit to hitting it in the air, but that's just bounced up right in the slot for Broad to hit through the line, and he's played it beautifully.
He's not changed the field. I mean, if you were to change the field to give him protection straight, what would you bring up? Would you bring long leg up or third man up?
Yeah, you certainly go with the fine leg fielder.
First of all,
you kind of always think that if a ball goes down there, it's a poor delivery.
Yeah.
I mean, nowadays, obviously, batters will play the ramp or sweep shot, but for me, I'd rather someone trying that than pounding the ball back past. But I always felt as a batter, certainly when I bowled, that it was, there were two shots where you really felt like you were put under a lot of pressure, and that's a batter belting one back over your head, or if you dropped slightly into length and they pulled you straight at mid-wicket. That makes you feel like you haven't got much margin for error. Beautiful slower delivery there from Green, using all of his T20 skills. McManus, big wicket, he's gone for 2. Very wily piece of bowling there from Ben Green. Over the moon with that.
He's had a good tournament, hasn't he, with the ball?
That's a nice delivery, little off cutter, very slow through the air. McManus has tried to work that into the leg side. He was there too early, closed the face on it. And Ben Green's just found a way through. Something in the region of a 10, 12 mile an hour drop off in pace there. See, he just rolled the fingers down. That's a nice piece of bowling. Shoaib Bashir would have been happy with that one as an off spinner.
Yeah, well, he's bowled well throughout this tournament, as you say, showing that he can do that longer form of one-day cricket really rather well. He's well used, actually.
Yeah, that's turned as well. That's very
spun.
Nice.
Yeah, gone through the gate. Now then.
Yeah, as we have a look at our Eurolay speed gun now, he's been operating in the low 70s. That one, 59 miles an hour.
Well,
With a little bit of flight guile, turn and bounce that Vic Marks gives the nod of approval to.
Absolutely, although I'm not sure I could get up to 59 mile an hour very quickly, very often. Anyway, I think the new batsman is a familiar figure. Down at the county grounds with George Bartlett. I'm surprised to see him batting so low. I feel for him a little bit in that regard, but still, in he comes.
Yeah, played a lot of his cricket here at Taunton, certainly inside the top 4. So whether that smells of a little bit of a drop in form, or they want to hold him back a little bit to strike at the back end.
Well,
certainly a place he knows well.
Yeah. So I don't know whether he's played down here since leaving. He probably has, but I can't remember it.
They've played an awful lot of cricket with each other, Green and Bartlett. Sure, there'll be a few winks and wry smiles, bit of banter between the two. Not that time yet. Frosty.
Just pulled a hamstring, did he? No. He's just felt his back of his thigh. He's okay. He's an intriguing batsman, Bartlett. I used to love watching him actually, because he's not totally orthodox, and he plays some shots that take your breath away, especially square the wicket on the offside, a bit Hildreth-like actually. I mean, he hasn't obviously got the weight of runs, but he's a lovely timer of the ball, and he doesn't do it quite by the book, and he surprises you occasionally. He surprised me occasionally. So when he plays well, he looks terrific in his own way. But he's never really, or certainly since he's left Somerset, and maybe when he was here, he's never been ultra consistent, it has to be said. But if he plays a big innings, it is something to remember, actually.
Yeah, very easy on the eye. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I suppose, you know, as a teammate, you know, he'd start off like, you know, looking like $1 million, 20s, 30s, and just seems to find ways to get out. Definitely an underperformer for his talent level. I think that was always the general feel. He looked like a proper player, and you know, often averaged in the sort of 20s, early 30s. Certainly looks a better player than the volume of runs he scores.
Yeah, if you got him on a good
but he's
day.
a young lad still, Vic.
Yeah.
He's only 27 still. He's played a fair bit of cricket now, 70-odd first-class matches. He'll be looking to kick on from where he is.
But it's hard to make a real impact in 50-over cricket if you're playing as a specialist number 7. Although he's still got time here to do something significant, but you haven't got much time to hang around to sort of get yourself established. There's a lovely piece of bowling by Green. And a good sort of start, and you get a wicket, and then you get 3 dot balls. Just changes the tempo again of the game.
Yeah, a lot on broad shoulders now. He's got himself to 34. Sales run out for 45. Robinson 69. I think Northants probably would have want one of those to kick on, get a 70 and 80. Broad looks to be the one that's got that opportunity at the moment. Otherwise, they'll probably be a little bit under where they'd ideally like to be.
Our researchers on the ball as ever revealed he's had 3 spells over the ball, George Bartlett. But I hesitate to call him an all-rounder.
Phantom off spinner.
Yeah.
Yeah. From you know, it's been a while since I've seen him play. I'm sure he's moved on, but yeah, he was a little bit of a part-time off spinner. He used to occasionally bowl in Championship cricket, but that was normally in tandem with someone like Tom Banton.
I think he's a better bowler than Tom Banton.
The back end of a 4-day game, drifting towards 5 o'clock.
But I think I remember them saying that, you know, he has some ability as an off spinner, but never really that anxious to do it. Struck, but it's only the single, so that's a good over from Aldridge.
thumping drive through the offside there. One of those shots that deserves more than a run.
You feel like it's come right from the meat of the bat. Green's coming off. He's juggling his greens and his balls now. Because they are the sort of bankers in this stage of the innings. I would suspect they both bowled their 10 overs.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if this is a positive, aggressive move from Roux. I think he'll probably split his 4 overs into 2s.
He's going to give him good ball protection of a long on. The long legs come up. I suppose, where do you think now? Where are you hitting now? You're thinking mid-wicket, aren't you? Or not? There's no... I suppose, well, I don't know. Can you bowl to your square cover then? Would you bowl to your... Not really. You don't want to give them that much width, do you?
Well, I think with the leg side boundary being quite short, I mean, to Bartlett, I don't think you'd fear it as much, even though George Bartlett, one of his best shots, I think, is that sort of straight ball that he plays very firmly through mid-wicket, so you've got to be aware of that. But, with a boundary that is, in the context of the modern day, quite small, you kind of... You want to be operating, I would imagine your straightest ball to an in batter would be off stump, so protection out on the offside is pretty crucial. But, as a batter, I think you can get a little bit distracted with short boundaries or field placings. When you get into a one-day innings in this period here where you're just trying to brew up for a heave-ho towards the end, it's just about
getting bat on ball.
Yeah, bat on ball and just executing the shot you're trying to play and hitting it hard. I think that's the important thing at this stage. Broad looks like he's doing that. Don't be overly disappointed with shots like that go straight to the fielder, because you only need to find the gap either side and you'll pick up 2, 4. Yeah, I think it's always one of the real dangers. With
premeditating too much.
I was just going to say premeditation is always one of the dangers. Slightly clothed, backpedaling. Oh no! Thomas Roux has dropped an absolute sitter there. A couple of chances have gone down today for Somerset. Ball has dropped one, and now Thomas Roux clothed shot back over the bowler's head.
Just running back. Sometimes it's to be generous. It's quite difficult to pick up the pace of the ball at mid-off, mid-on, but you would expect to catch that. You call it with gloves on. So it would have been a big wicket, that, because Broad is the one who's in and striking the ball well.
Yeah,
and he saw the gap over mid-off, but he didn't hit it properly by any stretch of the imagination. Roux looking fed up with himself.
Yeah, that's a big miss. That the in batter, 2 batters on single figure scores at this stage would be really quite handy for Somerset, but not to be. They've done some good stuff in the field, Somerset, but they have given a couple of chances away. Balls drop at mid-wicket. Was that Robinson early on? I think it might have been. Yeah. That was obviously quite costly, and from a Somerset perspective, they hope this one isn't going to be too expensive. Steelbacks 183 for 5. 12 overs to go.
Yeah, well, it's a big difference that wicket would have been. But anyway, they haven't been flawless in the field today, with 2 chances going, both of which they would have expected to take. I think that one was a bit easier than the ball drop, actually. I just caveat that with the fact that actually throughout the competition, I think the standard they set is really high, but today a couple have gone down. But it's partly how you react to that. I remember, with the great West Indian side of way back, they used to drop catches, but you never noticed them because they reacted so well to drop catches. The bowlers just got going and created more chances. You always...
Yeah, in those days it was probably the batsman that was the most disappointed that it was dropped.
Yeah. Well... That's a good shot.
It's very clever batting there from Bartlett. Short delivery there from Aldridge and uppercutted over what would probably be around first slip for 4.
Yeah, but he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, those sort of shots that Bartlett play, you know,
Yeah.
really does speak to the fact that he's got a lot of time and a lot of shots at his disposal.
Yeah.
Very nice execution of that shot indeed. Yeah, I think, you know, looking back on the Finn Hill's couple of catches, we sit up here, we watch a lot of cricket, and you see so many amazing catches that you think are superhuman, really, that, you know, catches like the ones we've seen drop today almost take you by surprise,
Yeah,
don't they? Because the guys work so hard on their fielding, and you know, diving one-handed catches are quite commonplace now. You get spoiled off the top of the bat and out.
What a good catch. Exactly. That's a good example, actually, of what we've seen, is that they've managed to atone for their mistakes pretty well one way or another. I mean, that's a bouncer there, and he's gloved it, and I didn't think Rue was going to get there. Rue, the wicketkeeper, James, is the least nimble of the Rue brothers. But he moved pretty well there.
Well, I expect he'll get an extra tap on the backside from his brother there. Thanks,
Yeah,
thanks, bro. Save me my blushes.
Yeah.
It's one of the real sort of, you know, dig your own hole feelings when you drop a catch and then that person goes on to really hurt the team. You know, dropping someone on 10 and they go on to make 100. It's always nice to see the back of someone who's just been dropped.
So
certainly a sigh of relief.
Captain James say, "Don't let it happen again, Tom. Don't let it happen again." No, I'm sure. But it's an important wicket. That in a sense, I think that's a brave piece of bowling too. He's banged that in. I'm not even sure whether it was a slower bouncer, but it was an intentional short ball, and it took the glove. He had to move to his left, and for a while, I didn't think he was going to get there, but he did.
Yeah, almost sort of, glove back at the bat almost. Yeah, good piece of bowling there. I think Somerset during this campaign have often played with one short side, one long side. JT Langridge, Aldridge Ball have used the bouncer when they're bowling to the long boundary. And like I said, you get a lot of opportunities. If someone doesn't quite nail the pull shot, you've got fielders out there. Anything top edged or not quite timed, that's a couple of dismissals already today. 4 actually.
Oh, he's bowling this. It felt like a slower ball. I don't think this is Ruloff's boy, is it?
No, I don't think so. No, Ruloff's got a couple of daughters.
Okay.
Probably 5 or 6 or 7 now. So I think it's safe to say there are more than one family of Van der Merwes around.
Yeah. It's like gold dust at this end of the innings. Just decelerate things, do batsmen to just adjust. Not quite the freedom for the others because there's only 4 wickets left. Crucial overs. As I say, he's got plenty of options. And Aldridge, I think he'll stick with Aldridge in that you never quite know what you get with Aldridge, but if he's on song, you might as well let him go. Just let him go. And he's just picked up a couple of wickets. One in the old leg trap at deep square leg, gloved the bouncer.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of backup bowlers. If you do feel like someone's on a roll, you've got JT Langridge to bowl. Ben Green is very capable at bowling at the death, as he does in T20 cricket. So if Ball and Casey Aldridge look dangerous, they can, James Rue can keep them running.
You won't like that one though, Ball. New batsman down the side, it's only one, but
189 for 6 now. 2 batters relatively new to the crease, a lot on George Bartlett's shoulders.
That's it, that's better.
Number of starts for the Nottinghamshire batters. Nobody's really gone on to hurt Somerset. Sales 45, Robinson 69, Broad 38. Somerset have taken timely wickets and every time you feel like Northants are just going to start to press a little bit, they get pegged back. Either a piece of poor batting or some excellent bowling.
Or the odd run out.
I thought the Ben Green delivery to McManus, that really was a good ball.
Yeah.
Spun back in sharply.
What's you doing? That was on middle off. I don't know if it was, but it felt like it was.
Yeah, certainly Bartlett's more comfortable side of the wicket, very sort of leg side dominant, pulls well. I think years ago George had a real problem with both of his shoulders. He would play sort of horizontal bat shots like a cut shot or a drive on the offside, and his shoulders used to pop in and out.
Really?
Yeah, ended up having to have some sort of operation to fix them both. Yeah, he'd occasionally play a cut shot and he'd be doubled up in pain. He'd sort of slightly dislocate his shoulder, and yeah, I think that's, you know, in that period where he's, you know, learning his game, I think he had to adapt his game around the fact that he couldn't cut, which is why he became very strong on the leg side, happy to walk across to off stump, as he's done again there. Pull shot not timed, gets away with it. We haven't seen Luke Proctor yet, which is quite a surprise. Yeah, he's a very good player.
I mean,
yeah, he spent a lot of time of his career actually opening the batting and batting in the top 3 or 4 in Championship cricket. So there is a bit of batting to come.
Yeah, it's very odd to see a player of that experience. Will he be coming in at number 9? I mean, Somerset have got a pretty handy number 9. I think we're down to Aldridge at 9 at the moment. Proctor. Long time at Lancashire, isn't it?
Yeah, Lancashire and Northampton of late, yeah. 8,000, just shy of 8,000 first-class runs at 35, so very, very capable batter. Bowls as well. He's always had quite an unusual bowling action. Slightly bowls off of the wrong foot.
Yeah. Not quite as devastating as the other Proctor who bowled slightly off the wrong foot, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, he was slightly skiddier, wasn't he?
I think hit the bat a little harder, I think.
Yes. Thanks to Virtue, one of our sponsors. Thinking about a car change, give them a shout. And Brown & Brown. When you buy the car, you've then got to insure it, so you can give them a shout. I mean, we're ticking all the boxes here at Somerset, aren't we, with our partnerships? It's always one of the slightly more stingy transactions you got to do your car insurance, Vic.
What special sort of cars you like to buy?
Well, I've got into that nice sort of age now. Lots of no claims, and you know, you're perceived as
reliable.
An old reliable chap now, so it's not too. It's not as stingy as it used to be.
Do you think that's how you're perceived, Pete?
Probably not, but they don't know that, which is great.
Well, they might do. West Country insurers. Well, no. Oh, yeah. Better add another 10%. Just a few unwanted wides in the last 2 or 3 overs.
Yeah, my car and my driving, maybe like a lot about me, Vic looks a lot scarier than the reality.
Well, that's what you tell them anyway.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't have looked scary a minute ago, walking through Taunton with a soft cuddly toy that I've just
off shopping
treated Mrs. T to.
You think that'll go down well, do you?
Well,
soft cuddly toy. Is it her birthday?
No. It's a bit of a collector of the old soft cuddly toys. And there's these, I think they're called jelly cat teddy bears or something. They're all the rage at the moment. Something for the dog to savage. Fist dropped on the floor. Yeah, good stuff here from Somerset.
He's clipped. That is safe. He didn't really hit that very well. And that was the saviour.
Not a million miles away from Josh Thomas. I could imagine if that was the same scenario on a club cricket ground on Saturday, all his mates would be shouting, "Green light! That was a green light, that one! Dive, come on!"
No, he couldn't get there. Well bowled there. A little road like that one. A little off cutter, a slower ball anyway from Aldridge.
Yeah, I mean, you were on air, Vic, in that period where Robinson was, you know, taking Somerset to task a little bit. But I've been quite impressed on the whole that I always feel like the Somerset bowlers throughout this competition have asked the batsman the question to take a risk. You know, certainly Green and Aldridge, there's not too much that you'd classify as easy pickings. Oh, that's very straight. Blackwell does the rest. He's gone across the stumps. Bartlett missed a straight one, and he's gone. Very nice piece of bowling there. Change of pace from Aldridge again, bringing the stumps into play. Something that Somerset have done brilliantly through this campaign. And Northants are now struggling, fizzling out towards the end of this 47 overs that they've got to play with. 198 for 7 now.
Yeah, we'll have another look. He loves to shuffle. He was trying to innovate a little bit there. And it's, I mean, it's hitting middle and off, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think George, when he goes across the stumps and stands tall, he plays that shot through mid-wicket really well. But if you have a look, he gets very low and crabby. Plays with you know, a very shut face there. Just clipped him on the outside of the pad, but looked like that was probably hitting middle and leg. Certainly an easy decision for Blackwell.
It's another slower ball, actually. It's I think that came up at early 60s. In other words, you know, he's had to adjust to the pace of the ball, and he's tried to play it like a little off break, nurdle round on behind square on the leg side, but it's far too straight to do that.
I mean, with my coaching head, Vic, you know, when I talk to players about putting the bowlers under pressure, using their position on the crease as an advantage, for me, that kind of shot there, if you take a step forward onto off stump, you're in quite a good position. I find it very hard to, you know, delve into the memory bank and think of players that move across the crease as having much success. If you start moving across laterally, very difficult to,
and you're thinking to time that sort of delivery. Actually, you're still thinking, you know, pummel it down the ground. You get one there anyway. He's only getting one from that shot anyway. Anyway, that's he's gone. Interesting change. Again, I quite like it. He's just slipped Goldsworthy on. And I think we're going to slip young Stephen Lamb on.
I mean, this is concussion protocol for off the glove onto the helmet from a left arm spinner bowling 40 miles an hour. I mean, this is where health and safety goes mad. But they got to do it, guys. They got to do it.
He's starting to sound like old Fred Truman. What's going on? Just a little tap on the forehead, and then the whole game's got to stop. We've got to find out who the Prime Minister is. Come on, Stephen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to report he's okay. He's okay to carry on. I comb my hair harder than that, Vic. 198 for 7 here. Stephen Lamb's going to join me for the conclusion of this first innings.
Having taken a wicket with my last ball of my previous session.
You are the informed commentator. Van der Merwe went instantly to the reverse sweep. First ball of Goldsworthy's new spell. He's already bowled 5 overs. Clips that into mid-wicket. He's going to pick up a single. Luke Proctor, the experienced Luke Proctor, to the wicket. Very unusual to see a player of his quality coming in at number 9. I would imagine, Lammy, because of the position Northants are in the league, you know, maybe they've thought about giving an opportunity to a younger player. Luke Proctor, first ball, brilliantly executed reverse sweep for 4. Very nice, dynamic start to his innings.
Yeah, it's got an odd look about it, that scorecard. 163 for 3 at one stage. And looking at it now, Northants will be a little bit disappointed. I would think they were set up quite nicely. 200 coming up with that boundary. But only the 9 overs left, including this one. Still fairly evenly poised, but I would think tilting towards Somerset with the flurry of wickets.
Yeah, I think it's just untimely wickets as well. You know, I think it's a different story if one of the 3 batters that have got themselves in, you know, just, I wouldn't say consolidates, but just, you know, bat on ball, run a ball, you know, bats deeper into the innings. But, you know, it's hard to criticise Robinson. He struck the ball beautifully, but he looked like he went into hit mode, and I suppose maybe the team just needed him to just stay out there, keep striking it, but keep the ball on the carpet for a little bit longer.
Yeah, they haven't really had an anchor since he was out, Northants.
Yeah, and that's what those older captains used to say. Best way to lower the run rate is take a wicket, and Somerset have taken wickets at key times as soon as Northants look like they've got a bit of momentum going their way. Nice piece of bowling or a false shot. Just keep pegging Northants back.
Yeah, still feel that run out was really important of Sales.
Yeah, always
well
feels like a
45.
bonus if you get a run out in an innings. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance for their continued and long-standing partnership with us here at Somerset.
So the Steelbacks with 8 overs remaining, they don't want to run out of wickets before those overs are done.
Yeah, change of bowling at the River End. Casey Aldridge has been replaced by Tom Lammerby. Took a little bit of damage in his spell. Robinson taking a bit of a shine to him in particular. 6 overs for 42 so far, so we'd like to drag that run rate back a little bit and get a bit of division in the last column.
If you take out the last over previously, then not too bad, those figures, but it was 19 off the last. He's bowled 6 in all so far, Tom Lammonby. The first of them was from the end where he is now, the River End. Then he was promptly switched. Now back again. Wondered whether the umpire's arms would go up, but it wouldn't have been by much. Too close to the leg stump to be signalled a wide, so that's a good start. Dot ball.
Blackwell just thought that just clipped a little bit of pad on the way through. Batsman and umpire just having a little smile to each other.
Out. 8th wicket has gone, and it is Proctor for just 6. And Tom Lammonby will be delighted about that after the tap he took in that over I mentioned at the end of his previous spell. Has struck promptly on his return.
Yeah, it looked like Proctor was trying to hit that way too square. First thing he did was practice a straighter looking shot. He sort of shoveled across the line, closed the bat face on it. I'm assuming he stepped right across the stumps, yeah, smashing into leg stump. Blackwell doesn't hesitate to give that one out. Fair call. Looks like Luke Proctor's tried to hit that behind square on the leg side. And again, very much like Bartlett, moved across the crease. The head goes outside of the line. Another straight ball missed and another little dent in this run set for the Steelbacks. 206 for 8 now. Leach to the wicket.
Yep, and just Yuaz Chahal to come. And that's going to restrict the Steelbacks' approach, knowing they're so close to running out of wickets. Still 8 overs left. Somerset will be pretty comfortable with this situation.
Apologies to Joseph on our live stream, obviously a Northants fan. Yeah, Drigo talking about how Proctor should bat higher. Commentators curse strikes again. It's amazing how many times it happens, but he's such a good player. Yeah, you back him to score runs more often than not, Luke Proctor, but not today.
Leach is off the mark with a single out to deep extra. Yeah, that Northants scorecard, Robinson and Sales very much the outstanding innings. Justin Broad as well, 69, 45 and 38 respectively. Not a lot more than that though from the others.
Yeah, it's such small margins between winning and losing one-day games, and not saying that Northants aren't going to post a score that they can defend, but you're certainly seeing those little signs that the team in itself aren't in that rhythm of putting together a 50-over score. It really is an absolute key part of 50-over cricket. You get the occasional game where people will just chip in with 20s and 30s all the way down the line, but more often than not you're going to get some low scores. Really important, especially the top 5 batters, 1 or 2 of them past 50 and anchor the innings. It makes the total at the end so much chunkier, especially here at Taunton when you get in Lammy. You know, you've got yourself 50, 60 and the ball doesn't do a great deal towards the back end. You've got short boundary one side and you can really step on the gas. But Somerset have always had a batter in that's looking to start, and they've just been able to control that run rate all the way through. It's not unhealthy, 5.2 runs and over at the moment, but not normally enough here at Taunton.
That's a good comeback for Tom Lammonby.
Great stuff from Somerset. Yeah, I mean it's always been my favoured format. I think the List A cricket, whether it be 40 or 50 overs, but I think in the age of T20, and even though we love this format, there's no doubt that it's sort of had something like a downgrade. You know, a lot of lads that play a lot of T20 cricket, it's a little bit of a different sport. 50 overs is a long time to bat, it really is. You know, in the context of, you know, first-class cricket, if you bat for 50 overs, you're probably going to score a first-class 100. You know, that's a session and a half of batting. You do see that the players get into hit mode and they just don't want to stop. Plenty of time just to knock the ball around and post that 300, 320 score, but it takes one guy to take responsibility.
Yeah, and that hasn't really quite happened for the Steelbacks in this innings. Ben Green back on, looking for his 3rd wicket. 2 for 26 from 7 at the moment. Be a couple there. Casey Aldridge leads the wickets column. 3 for 47 for him, and 1 apiece for Jake Ball and Tom Lammonby just in that last over. Lammonby will be far happier with his figures now, especially having got into that all-important column. Another single here for Van der Merwe. No relation, I should say, to Roloff. Stuart Van der Merwe, 20 years of age. There are a few sporting Van der Merwes around. There's a very good rugby one who plays for Scotland.
It sounds quite a Scottish name.
Yeah, quite what his root.
They get around in the world of sport, the South Africans, don't they? Yeah. They're European descendants.
Roloff is much missed. He's a hugely popular figure here. And teammate of yours, no doubt, Triggs.
Yeah, great character, Rolf. Loves his red meat, his fishing, all that kind of stuff. I think I saw an Instagram post of him holding up this fish that he'd caught that was about half the size of him. Very impressive. Van der Merwe started brightly though. Went to the reverse sweep early and crisply struck through the point region, races to the boundary. Lovely use of the angles there, moves outside of leg stump but maintains a really good posture. Beautiful timing.
Yeah, I initially thought that must be just a comfortable single, but it just careered over that outfield. And no chance of the man out at deep extra cutting it off. Nicely taken boundary.
Yeah, great comment here on the live stream, Lammy, from Rob Berry as we have a look at that there. Ben Green's tried to follow him down the leg side, and Van der Merwe's just played a lovely little touch shot there down to fine leg for 4. So runs are starting to flow. Yeah, Rob Berry, Van der Merwe, the Scottish rugby player, is Van der McMurve.
Great.
Enjoyed that one. Ben Green under a bit of pressure this over. A couple of boundaries, single to finish the over, in a very good one there for the Steelbacks. 2:21 for 8 now. 6 overs remaining. 8, 10 and over. 250, 260. I think 260 is a big ask with only 2 wickets in the shed. My gut feeling it'll land somewhere around the 250 mark if these two can stay together and put a partnership together. Van der Merwe, the danger player, as it looks at the moment.
Looks like it's going to be Jake Ball, so they've just slipped in that 1 over from Tom Lammonby, which was a good one, taking the wicket, but Jake Ball with a couple of overs left. James Rue will be keen, presumably, for him to bowl through now. Bowl all 10.
Yeah, I'd say he'd probably finish off. They've got plenty of overs in the bank. JT Langridge has got 7 left. Aldridge has got 1 by the looks of it. Bit of Lammonby, bit of Green. So lots of seam bowling options to close this game out. Can't imagine you'd see any more spin these last 6 overs.
Single there down to Thomas Rue. 2-2-2, double Nelson for 8. In the 42nd out of 47. Lost the 6 overs in the game due to a rain interruption earlier on today.
Done very well there, Lammy, not to slip into the Richie Benno voice for the 2-2-2. One of the great cricket voices.
Absolutely.
Probably shouldn't have mimicked that. It's probably copywritten. Probably end up with a letter and a fine.
There's a noise there, which was, I fancy, bat against ground, as that went through to James Rue. Dot ball will do nicely.
Yeah, round the wicket. Just looking to hug that wide line. Jake Ball at the moment, bowl to that longer side, deep cover out. 3rd man trying to stay away from Van der Merwe's legs at the moment. Very nice bowling there, slower ball right on that wide line. Good execution there from Jake Ball.
So far so good this over, halfway through.
Yeah, nice change up there, a couple of balls. You've got a, was it 15-mile-an-hour drop off from Ball's stock delivery to his slower ball, keeping the batters guessing.
just the single. Right, to Hill, who's had a good game out there, taking 2 catches. One of them really special, the first one. The second one was good as well. Sending back Bapara and Robinson, both important wickets. He's trying to find the gap between third man and deep extra there, but can't get any bat on it at all. That's a great over for Jake Ball.
Real good set that from Jake Ball, using all his skills and experience. We've had a mixture of on-pace and off-pace deliveries and finished off with that bouncer. Ben Green's going to come on to bowl. He's got a couple of overs left as we have a look at the bowling figures there. Langridge has 7 left, Ball 1, Green 2, Aldridge 1, Lammonby 3. So I'd imagine the last 5 overs will be a mash-up between the seam bowlers. Goldsworthy bowled well, 6 overs for 35 without a wicket. It gave the captain some good control. 5 overs to go here in this Metrobank 50 over important match here for Somerset. 224 for 8.
Attempted ramp, which didn't make any contact with. It's going to go down as a bye. Just last minute change of mind there from James Rew. It was going to be Green, and he's switched to Aldridge, who this will be his last.
Yeah, tough one for James Rew to reel in there. Looks like it sort of kicked up off of the outfield, got a bit of shin on it. Don't think Aldridge will be that disappointed. Van der Merwe at this stage looks like the more dangerous of the batters. Into length, another slower delivery, swing and a miss. Leach looking to target that short leg side boundary towards that Trade Nation stand.
Yeah, the run rate has fallen off a little bit for Northants. 5.5 was about as high as it got. Down to 5.3 now. Up in the air and
that's
taken. Or is it? No, it's gone over the rope. Couldn't quite control it. It was too tight on the rope as he took the catch.
I think I'm right in saying that's Kean Roberts down on the boundary. Someone must be off the field, but yeah, he's caught it. Just stepped over the line, unfortunately. Yeah, 6 runs. I mean, it's amazing how quickly things can change in this game. A couple of lusty blows, and that is absolutely straight as a die. Given by the umpire, no hesitation. The batter eyeing up that short leg side boundary. He's just pinged Aldridge for a 6 and went for the glory shot again. Another important wicket. 9 down now for 231. Have a look at the replay. Down on one knee onto the back inner thigh pad, and yeah, that's
hitting middle.
That's
up.
If you're a Skittles player, that's a flopper.
Yeah, no hesitation at all on the part of umpire Casper Viljoen. It's had a busy game. Not that umpires ever don't, but 2 tight run-out decisions.
Yeah, well, there was a moment he was in the bad books with the Bapara run-out, but fortunately, Ravi didn't quite get away. There's the 6 there. I think it is Kean Roberts there on the boundary on his sub-fielder. It was a good catch, but yeah, that second step just took him over the rope, but brilliant change-up delivery there from Aldridge. And you can see that Leach only had eyes for the leg side. Last batter in now, Chahal. Magnificent Indian leg spinner who became quite famous here in the UK while playing for the Rajasthan Royals. He built up quite a bromance with Joss Butler. They were always photographed together. It looked like they got on magnificently well. So for those who follow Joss Butler, you'd have seen a lot of Chahal on the old social media pages.
That's almost 2 wides. That's very well wide of leg stump. So just the 1 wicket in hand now. Still potentially 26 balls remaining. Can they use them all? Northants.
Yeah, I mean, that really is a crime, isn't it, not to use your full quota of overs.
Aldridge will be done after this delivery.
4 for 54. He's bowled nicely. He bowls with a bit of pace, so he's always going to go for the odd boundary here and there, but he's struck at regular intervals. Very happy with his day's work. 1 more wicket would really ice the cake. But that's the end of his 10-over spell. Brilliant from Casey Aldridge. 4 for 54.
Generously applauded by this good crowd here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Been enjoying an intriguing game of cricket so far, which Somerset will feel they have the better of marginally.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine the strategy is going to be anything more than, bat on ball, look to get a runner ball to close out, maybe have a little bit of a dart in the last over or 2. 4 overs remaining. Be a real mistake to try and go big and lose a wicket now with a number of balls left. Every run's going to be crucial. Chahal, I have no doubt, will play a part in this with his high-class leg spin on a pitch that looks like it's offering a little bit of grip.
In fact, Jake Ball isn't going to bowl out, as I thought he might. We're seeing the return of Tom Lammonby. This will be his 4th spell. 3rd from the river end. First one was just the 1 over.
Left armour sort of bowling in towards that short leg side boundary. Will he take up the challenge? He has, and he's nailed it into the top tier of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. What am I talking about? Run a ball, Codswallop. I'm going to go for the big shots, and brilliantly executed there by Van der Merwe.
That's a big hit to get up onto that top tier.
A good solid nudge up into the members area.
And no attempt to go for a crowd catch. Very disappointed to reveal.
He's gone again. He hasn't quite got it. He's out. Maybe I was talking something like sense, because there's plenty of balls left in this innings, but Northants are all out. The 238, Lammonby picks up his 2nd wicket. Somerset have taken wickets all throughout this innings. It's a competitive total, but you have to feel like it's probably 30 or 40 under par here at Taunton.
22 balls unused.
It's criminal, but I can, he was striking the ball well. 27 off 25 balls, but he'd done the damage for that over. Knock it down the ground. Yeah, you want to...
2nd time we've seen 6 and then wicket straight away.
I mean, we've just mentioned there 30 to 40 under par, 22 balls unused. You're gonna hedge towards that par score by using those balls, but the young players see it a different way these days. For good and bad, Steelbacks have posted 238. We hope you've enjoyed this first innings. We'll be back in about 30 minutes for the start of the 2nd innings. We'll take a little break. Early wickets are going to be needed for Northampton Steelbacks to make this a contest. The in-form Lammonby. Can he go 300s in this competition so far? It's going to be fascinating watching later on. Cheers, Stephen Lamb. Take a little break. Vic Marks is busy on the phone out there. We'll catch you in a bit. Enjoy your lunch.
welcome to another player podcast at Somerset County Cricket Club, and today we're joined by Ian Blackwell. Lucky, lovely to see you back here at Taunton.
Nice
Always
to be back,
see
Richard.
you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
That's right, you're very welcome. And I would describe you as the man who's played the most aggressive championship innings I've ever seen here or anywhere else in all my watching days. And we'll talk about that a bit later on. But can you tell us how you sort of came to be here in the first place? You came here first in 2000. How did that come about?
Yeah, I was brought up in Derbyshire, Chesterfield, and I played all the way through the age groups and got onto the staff there in 96-7. Had 3 years there, and in 2099 I played a couple of good games against Somerset actually in the one-day stuff when I was making my way for Derby, and Dermot Reeve was the coach, and I think we got hammered down here, but I think I got 80, and we got hammered at Derby and I got 40, and sort of Dermot said, I think you've got something that we'd be interested in utilising, and we need a spinner for the years going forward, because I think we just had Logger, Adrian Pearson down here, who was 38 at the time, and obviously he could see me bat as well, and he had high hopes for me and said we want you to come and join Somerset.
And what was it like coming into the club at that stage with Dermot in charge and that sort of thing?
It was quite daunting in a way, because I think we all looked up at Dermot as an innovative coach and somebody that had obviously been at the very highest level, and he was always utilising the little grey areas in cricket, and just trying to be the best that he could be, and that sort of transpired with the squad we had. You go into a dressing room with Jamie Cox and Marcus Roscothig, Andy Caddick, Mark Lathwell, some serious players in the team, and you sort of ask yourself, are you good enough to grace the same field as them in their team? So for me, that was having to break down those barriers at the age of 20 and, come into a side that, was very good and try and impress.
But obviously you came in and fitted in pretty well, didn't you? You seemed to pretty quickly establish yourself in the side.
Yeah, I think first year was pretty good. I think I might have scored 800 runs and got 30 odd wickets, but when you were playing on an absolute road here at Somerset, it was difficult to take wickets, and I think anyone who said they played at Somerset in the early 2000s, they all knew it to be a batting paradise, and lots of runs, quick outfield, and bowling was quite tricky, but I did okay, and I think then Kevin Shine took over the following year, and he brought Keith Dutch in from Middlesex, and I think he favoured him over me at the outset, and I don't think I played in the first team until the middle of I think after the first 6 games of the second season, which was obviously disappointing on my part.
But then that second season, I mean, you got runs, and we had the 2001 championship with the cup win, didn't we?
Yeah.
I mean, that must be one of the highlights of your early career.
Yeah, it was. I think they also won it, or they won it the year before I joined, and to go back to back and sort of, I think following those footsteps of what the team did, and to actually play in every game and to do quite well. We obviously thought we got a very good one-day side that could compete every year, and obviously Gloucester were, second to none back in the day as well, and it was a very close rivalry against the Gloucesters all the way through, and we were fortunate enough to win in 2001. But yeah, it's obviously a very big highlight of my career, that as well.
And I'm guessing to lift a trophy at Lords is something a bit special, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember much of it, if I'm honest, Richard, but I just remember, I think England won 5-1 on the same day in the football, yes. And all I remember is just the phenomenal support that we had from the Somerset faithful, and to hear everybody's names being chanted and all the adulation, especially after the crowds we get here to follow us to Lords was very special.
Yeah, you've touched on something which everybody seems to mention. The crowds here are something different, aren't they? I mean, you've obviously now involved with umpiring, and you come here, and the crowds here as a player, and when you come as an outsider to look in. I mean, There's something special about Taunton crowds, isn't there?
Yeah, I've had it on all fronts. I've obviously come down here as an opposition player as well. Certainly when I'd moved to Durham, I think when Somerset got the better of Durham in one of the, I think might have been a quarter-final down here, you just realise that I was so happy sort of being a Somerset player with the crowds that they had rather than somebody from the opposition. So, yeah, it's a great place to come. The crowds seem, almost on top of you, and they're very vocal after they've had a bit of a session on the cider. And, it just makes for a great atmosphere because there's no malice there, not, to the extent where, it becomes that aggressive. But, they make themselves known and, most of the players appreciate it, and I know the home players do, and it's a great atmosphere to play in front of.
That 2001 team, I mean, you talked about Dutchie come in, Jono came in as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
And that sort of seemed to be the finishing touches in that team. It was sort of a rebuild, wasn't it, slightly? You came involved in 2000, they came in 2001, and suddenly it all seemed to click, didn't it?
It did. I think, obviously, we need to take wickets at Somerset, and I think we'd got enough batting power. Yes, we were going to miss Marcus playing for England, and Caddy was missing at times, but when we were full strength, we did need a second spinner, and Dutchie was a very good addition to that, and he was obviously in the one-day setup as well, and me and him bowling in tandem worked very well for the club, and to have someone like Richard Johnson with his strike power swung the ball, which if you're not going to bowl at express pace here at Somerset, if you swing it, you can get wickets, as Caddy proved, time and time again. So Jono slotted in nicely, and he's just a great guy to have in the changing room as well.
And obviously, if we can now move on to that 2003 season, let's talk about that game when Derby came down here. And talk us through it. It's looming large for me, so it must be with you, I'm guessing, but you've talked about it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was off the back of us all receiving letters from Peter Anderson for being that bad in the year that we were all threatened with a sack. And I think we came into those sort of last three games with something to prove. And, we finished very well here. I know I certainly did, scoring three big lots of runs. And the one against Derby, it's all a blur, really. I think we thought last game of the season it was a green wicket. We thought, well, we'll win the toss and we'll bat anyway, just because we'd had a gut full of fielding all year long here, and obviously it didn't go to plan. I think we were quickly 20 odd for 4 when I went in, and yeah, it was just one of those. Certainly didn't want to get out to Corky moments, which sort of started my innings, and it was quite pedestrian at the start, if I remember rightly. I just didn't want to get out to Corky, and I think he ran through the top order quite nicely, and we managed to limp to lunch, I think, at about 100 for 7 or a little more, and then after lunch, obviously found my third or fourth gear, and every ball that seemed to hit the middle either went for 4 or 6.
You're a bit understating it there, Blackie. Corky took, I think, 4 wickets for 5 runs off 18 balls.
Yeah.
And then your innings, actually you scored your big runs very quickly with 11 sixes and 29 fours, I want to say. That's off the top of my head.
27.
27.
Yeah.
See,
I do know, only because every century I did score that Jerry used to write me a scorecard. He used to do 2. He used to do 1 for me and 1 for my dad, and I do have them all framed up, to be fair. And the 200 is actually in my downstairs toilet. So every time I do visit the lavatory, it's something that I do look at, and gives me a bit of a smirk every now and again. Just that I did play, and it was but the years keep sort of going. Oh God, that's 20 years ago now. So time certainly flies, but I do fond memories still of that day.
It was such clean hitting there, Blackie. That's what I remember of it. It wasn't slogging, it was clean hitting.
Yeah, it was just one of those days where things hit the middle, but equally you play out at Somerset and everything is true. The bounce was true. The wicket wasn't a particularly quick wicket, but it came onto the bat nicely. It bounced as it should do. and you could hit up on the ball. You could, wait for the ball to come under your eye line. And Corky was skillful. He got wickets by swinging the ball. And I think I just tended to watch the ball a lot more than perhaps other people for those reasons that I said earlier. So for me, it was not a case of trying to hit every ball for 4 or 6, because I think that's the danger of when you do that, you just hole out. So it was just one of those freak days, and, it happens once in a career. And, fortunately it was for me against Derby, and I believe it was Hildy's debut as well.
It was indeed. I was going to mention that. I mean, he's somebody else you've watched develop over the years, isn't it? I mean, he's had a wonderful career.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's actually godfather to Lily as well, my daughter. So, yeah, me and him are very close, and, it's great to see what he achieved at the club as well.
Go back to that innings again. Is it true that one of your sixes hit St James's Church roof? Do you think?
You tell me, Richard. I was, in the moment, it was. It definitely looked like it was heading towards the church. I think Kevin Dean was the bowler, and it's not that big a hit, to be fair. But I think some people say at the top of the church. I don't think it got anywhere near the top of the church, and if it did hit it, then I'll take that.
It's your target zone, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, long on.
Bottom end.
Certainly from the Botham stand end, anything into the graveyard and the churchyard is in my locker, and anywhere towards the flats and Cow Corner as well.
So where we're sitting now wouldn't be far off where the ball would have soared over.
Yeah, not too far, I suppose. You see some big hits nowadays, and whether or not you can compare with the stands that are here now, and you think, oh, that's a big hit. And I remember Keysvetter hit him on over the flats, and whether or not you think, could I have done that back in the day? You're not sure, but it seemed big at the time.
It did indeed. And 2003 saw the start of the T20 competition, didn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, what were your thoughts at the time about that?
I think everyone saw it as a bit of a hit and giggle. Certainly not the hype that there is today about T20 and the money involved, and probably the adulations that you get, certainly at international level if you move up, or IPL, and even now the 100 that's come out. We saw it basically as the 4-day team still playing one-day cricket. And then when you lost a few games and you're out of the tournament, you played all the youngsters to give the old boys a bit of a break. But now it's very much seen as a completely separate side, and the young lads come in and play with no fear. All the shots in the book, and some shots that you've never even seen before, and the game certainly changed. But I think we all loved it because it was it was seemed half a day's work for the same pay. So that was how it was viewed back in the day. But now it's obviously very different and very serious. And
you'd have made a lot more money, wouldn't you, now?
Potentially. I try not to think about it, Richard, if I'm honest. Well, you look at some of the money that's flying around now for players that really haven't played a 4-day game in their life, or they're not regulars at their county yet. They're going to T10 tournaments and the UAE or wherever the next tournament is, and they're earning some life-changing money, and fair play to them. It would have been nice if it was 20 years ago and the same happened, but unfortunately not, and I've got a life of umpiring ahead of me.
Let's move forward now to 2005. 2003-04, we were learning T20, weren't we? But then somebody came onto the scene in 2005 who made a huge difference to this club, didn't he? Yeah, Graham Smith. We were lucky enough to have Ricky Ponting the year before for half a dozen games. I think he came for a month, and just to be able to learn from both of those two was just a big eye-opener. Graham came and captained the T20, and he just had a clear plan. We're going to win the toss, we're going to bat, we're going to post the total on the board, and then we're going to squeeze. And some of the field settings seem a bit rogue that he operated with, but he said that's where people hit the ball. Under pressure, you revert to the slogging across the line, and he was very innovative in that sort of sense. And we just got on a roll, and I think that is the tournament essentially. If you can get on a roll, win games, and we won games where we should never have won, but we put enough pressure on the opposition, and it's such a new tournament that people couldn't chase 7 and over. Now you think it's 10, 12, even 13, 14's gettable,
50 in 3 overs. You no way going to get that back in the day. But now, you know, you never say never, and you know, we just utilised what was ahead of us at that time, and Graham Smith was a fantastic leader, and everyone followed.
I mean, that was a special day, wasn't it? The game at the Oval, and it rained, and everything came into play, and we were very much the underdogs going into that final against a star-studded Lancashire side.
Yeah, I think we enjoyed that, to be fair, and I think it helped us being. I think we were the second semi-final on, so that we almost played back-to-back. So we were allowed a leisurely morning, which we had a meeting, and you know, Gareth put together Mark Garrow, the coach, he put together a big sort of montage of clips of everybody being brilliant, and we watched it, and Graham Smith said a few words, and it was actually really powerful ahead of the day. And then we went to the Oval. We managed to watch some of the first semi-finals, so we could take in the crowd, the atmosphere, see what the wicket's doing. I think it went in our favour quite nicely, that did, and having a shortened chase against Lancashire proved to be the winning formula for us.
Yeah, I mean, and that was special. And the open-top bus ride, you remember that here?
I do remember that, yes. Yeah, it was a bit surreal and strange, but I think a few people did turn out to see it, and yeah, it just brings a smile to your face knowing that you've brought something to the town and certainly the club.
And obviously, you took over the skipper's role when Graham Smith went. I mean, that must have been a special time for you.
Yeah, it was. It was the back end of the year after the T20s when Graham left. It was, you know, it was great to sort of have a chance of captaining the club that I love so much. And as a young sort of side, it was difficult. It was tough. We had no real senior pros. We had quite a few missing with injury or selection with international cricket. So we just went out and played. There was no fear. I don't think there was any expectation on us, and I think we did okay, but by certainly no means we weren't challenging for any silverware. But you know, it was an ambition of mine that I wanted to captain the club and yeah, take it forwards the best way I could.
Before we move on from 2005, you played in another never to be forgotten day when we beat the Aussies down here.
I did. I was under the radar that day. It was. I think the Graham Smith and Jaya Surya show. Yeah. But yeah, Australia came and, you know, they treated it very much like a bit of a practice and a warm-up. They had several batters come in, get 70 and disappear off and, you know, let someone else have a go. Whereas we weren't likely to do that. We were obviously trying to win the game. And I think chasing 340, I think we were 200 for none off 20 overs. Two of the best hundreds I've ever witnessed in all my life in one-day cricket. And, you know, I still think we just about limped over the line, 5 down with Hildy scoring the winning runs, I believe. And, yeah, I managed to bat for a little while and get 20-odd. So it was, you know, a fantastic day in front of a full house.
I mean, that was fantastic. Again, one of those days, if you were here, you'd never forget it. A really special day. And then let's move into 2006 when, obviously, you started the season, but then you had a shoulder injury. Yeah,
I came back from India's one-day setup and series there, and I'd had a problem. So I'd had a jab while I was out there, which hadn't worked at all, and I was still getting the same pain. And I think it was only the second game of the season where I knew something wasn't right, but I didn't exactly know what. And I chased the ball down in front of us here, and I turned to throw it, and something pinged. And I threw the ball about 30 yards and I fell in a heap, and I'm like, this is not right. So I remember Brian Rose driving me to hospital, and we went and saw a specialist, and they said the only way we're going to really know is if we go inside and take a look, because the scan was clear. And I said, I can tell you it's not clear. There's something definitely going on. And all the things that were happening in the shoulder were when it was moving. So a stationary scan, everything seemed normal. I had no tear in the skin when I was stationary, because they put some dye into the shoulder to see if it leaks through, and it didn't. But he said it was like a half-inch tear in the labrum, which I had. But there was a big dossier of what was wrong with my shoulder, and yeah, it wasn't great. So I had to have an immobilisation sling, and I had a slap tear repair done, and all sorts of bother, which obviously I've had it done 3 times now, so ultimately that's what finished me off.
Yeah. And obviously then you didn't really play the rest of the season, did you?
No, I think I played the last 2 games. Came back and probably too soon, probably shouldn't have bothered. But I think I was going slightly mad at that point, and to miss an entire season wasn't an option for me. And I was ready to start playing again, and I think it contributed a bit towards the last 2 championship matches. And it was not a great season for me.
Cam White skipper, didn't he?
Yes, yeah. I did some commentary actually that year, so it wasn't all lost, and quite enjoyed doing a few games down here where Cam White got his 150, was it? I think
he got that T20 150.
Yeah, so it was interesting from that perspective, but also gutting I couldn't have been out there with him, doing the same. Yeah,
indeed. And 2007, you were part of the side that actually got us back into the First Division.
Yeah, I think our cricket took a turn for the better, certainly on the 4-day front around that time when Justin Langer came as captain, and the way he did things, it was interesting. But ultimately, we needed that rudder in the ship to steady us and turn us round, because, one for a better word, we were a bit of a rabble and with no direction. And the only time we had direction in the previous 2 years was when, Ricky Ponting and Graham Smith arrived. So that was certainly addressed. And, the way he played his cricket, he was one of the hardest men, on field that you come across. And, that was his advantage. But, a lot of people could say it was his flaw as well. Yeah, but at the end of the day, we came back up. And we've stayed there ever since, haven't we? I mean, I've got pictures of celebrations at Essex, wasn't it? Chelmsford. Where we won it. Yeah. Always a nice place to go and win. Always, because, they're a bit like the crowd here at Somerset on a Friday night in a T20, about it. And, to go there and to perform in the Championship and actually to win there was fantastic. And I think a lot of people took a big sigh of relief once we got over the line, because we knew we shouldn't be in the second division. As Notts at the time, they were a very good side, but to come ahead of those and actually win it, I think that just showed just how much we'd turned the club around. And we had, a couple of bowlers, really fast bowlers. We had a good partnership there with Pup and with Caddy. 2 brilliant opening bowlers for us. Yeah, and, Caddy's record speaks for itself, but I think Shah was probably one of the most underrated swing bowlers at that time. I've never seen a guy swing the ball as much since Richard Johnson came to the club. But just to have a left arm and a different angle of attack just completed us, really. And, he got wicket after wicket. And, once he got on a roll, he could get 5 for 50 and, roll sides out for 150, which just made our jobs as batters even easier. We've talked about your batting a lot. We haven't talked much about your bowling. Not much to say, Richard, I think. You've had some good returns for the club, haven't you? Was 7 for 90 was your best for Somerset? Yeah, back-to-back weeks of 7 to 90, I think. That, few and far between for me. It was, a case of playing here. My job was to bowl maidens, was to bowl from one end to rotate the seamers at the other end. And if I could pick up a wicket here or 2 along the way, then I was doing my job for the team. But my job, I basically said, go at 2 and over, keep it as tight as possible, and that wasn't very easy playing on a wicket like Taunton. Just glad they don't bat the way they did, or now, to how they do back in the day. So, I could bowl at batters and they, respect you a little more than perhaps they would now. But yeah, I love bowling. I'd rather bowl than stand in the field. And yeah, if it was my wicket, I could prove to people that I could, spin the ball and take wickets. But I wouldn't say I was a wicket taker. I would say I was somebody that kept it tight and could bowl lots of overs, and quite often bowled a whole session, unchanged. And that's how I like to do it. I like to bowl 10, 15 overs on the trot and really get stuck into the batters. Something we haven't talked about that's happened in between the times we've been talking was your England career. Tell us a little bit about that and how that all came about. I think initially it was I got my chance via an injury to Andrew Flintoff. It was one of the cups out I went to Sri Lanka, and just a round robin tournament. I think we only played 2 games in our group of 3, and it was can't remember what kind of it was. Just an ICC Champions Trophy type thing, and I got the call because Flintoff, I think, had a shoulder injury. I had something, and obviously they thought they might need an extra spinner as opposed to, somebody that can bowl fast or medium fast. And obviously my batting helped me get that position as well. But that was my first introduction to playing for England, which was a bit of a surprise at the time, but one that I hoped would come, and very thankful for the opportunity.
Of course, we had 3 of you playing for England, didn't we, at one stage?
Yeah, with Johnson and Caddick as well, yeah.
And Trez?
Yeah, Trez, yeah. I'd say Jono was a bit after, but me, Caddy and Trez both went to that ICC Champions Trophy.
Yeah, I mean, that great ambition to play for England and to get that chance, something else you can tick the box to say, I've done it. Yeah,
you get your numbers playing for England and no one can take them away.
37?
Yeah, that was my shirt number, but 170 was my ODI number, and 629 was my test number. But it was one of those surreal moments where, am I good enough for this? Why have I been picked? What am I doing? And then, you have to go in and bat out a position and not bowl perhaps when you would do for your county. So it's all a bit surreal, and I don't think we quite got the opportunities back then as you get now with, being included in series after series and given those opportunities, where I just felt I was playing for my next game, which, rightly or wrongly was a good way to look at it, I suppose, because if I performed, I knew that I was going to get another game. But equally, I never felt part of the team, which, is a strange thing to say, but that's how I felt at the time.
We won promotion in 2007 back into the First Division. You had a big season in 2008, didn't you? You got 1,000 runs.
Yeah, I think only 5 of us that year got 1,000 runs. I think it was me, Trez and JL for Somerset, so 3 of us were playing here, which probably shows you just how flat the wicket was compared to everywhere else in the country. And I thought I'd perform pretty well, scoring quite a lot of consistent runs and saving games at the right time if we were in trouble. And I chipped in with a few wickets as well, and it was a pretty good year for me, 2008.
And then, disappointingly, you drifted off and went over to Durham.
Yes.
A hard decision to make?
Very, yeah. My wife at the time, Beth, she was pregnant with the twins. And I'd still had 2 years left on my
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where we're just about to get underway again in this final group match here at Taunton between Somerset and Northants Steelbacks in the Metro Bank Cup. And the target for Somerset to win this game is 240. Raised by 1 after the Steelbacks were bowled out for 238. With 22 deliveries unused, and the Duckworth-Lewis Stearns method as a result of the brief rain interruption that we had early in the piece means that that victory target has gone up by 1. 240 required, and here is the first ball of the Somerset reply. Archie Vaughn just pushing that one gently down in front of him. So the Steelbacks will possibly be a bit disappointed with that total of 238. Top scorer was Tim Robinson with 69. Then James Sales 45 and Justin Broad 38. But wickets falling at key moments, just when Northants seemed to be taking a firm grip on their innings. Batsmen were dismissed, and that that total of 238 they may feel was slightly below par. 4 wickets in the end for Casey Aldridge, 4 for 54. 2 apiece for Ben Green, 2 for 39. That's going to be the first run of the Somerset innings. Played comfortably away down backward of square. 2 for 39 Ben Green and 2 for 50 Tom Lammonby, who polished the innings off. A wicket also for Jake Ball, who was very steady. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 40. So a target that Somerset, in the batting form they've shown generally in this tournament, should not be alarmed about. 1 without loss in reply so far, so still quite a long way to go. It's left alone by Tom Lammonby. Bowled well again. I'm Stephen Lamb. Vic Marks is with me. Betwixt and between, rather, that Northants total.
Yes, I mean, it could have been close to 300 at one point with that little flurry of wickets. There was a slight extra pressure in a match like this, in that it is like a knockout match, which adds a bit of tension to a chasing side. And the interesting aspect is, you look at the Northants attack, by and large it's unremarkable until you get to the name of Chahal, an Indian leg spinner. So that'll pose an interesting threat.
That's going to be fascinating when it comes on.
But life will get very much simpler if you get a really rock-solid start. And that is not rock-solid. Look how that ball's gone. Almost carried to third man. It was just an outside edge. They've got thick edges nowadays. So he's got away with that, Lammonby. It's not a convincing shot. His bat was at a very odd angle. Maybe it bounced a bit more. And it almost got as far as third man. The ball's new. We didn't see much misbehaving in the first innings. Anyway, 2 off the over.
Luke Proctor will be disappointed not to have struck with that final delivery. But you can come and watch the second innings if you're anywhere near the Cooper Associates County Ground for 15 quid. Bargain. Still plenty of cricket left in this match, with Somerset just beginning their response.
And you can listen to China Bears.
All the
all part of the deal. Now, I've only just walked in, so you've updated us on...
Not yet.
Okay.
I have it in front of me, though, that Warwickshire will need 278 to beat Sussex.
In 48 overs.
Yep. And Middlesex have all 50 to make 292 to beat Lancashire. And we'll be keeping an eye on those 2 games. In the air and over the head of backward point. Not by very much. That's the first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, it was on the line of that man at backward point, but it was just over his head. He hit it hard. If you're going to go hard, and he couldn't get a finger on it, and it's raced away for 4, but a couple of feet lower, and it was clearly a chance. But it's hitting the ball in the air behind square on the offside at the moment, but that was a bit more authoritative. What a great delivery. Got what it deserved in the end. Ooh.
Wasn't quite where he meant it.
No.
I mentioned the wickets that fell. There was one, that may well have been a critical run out as well, that of James Sales when he was on 45. Direct hit by Archie Vaughn at mid-off. Great piece of fielding.
Yes, those run-outs can be game changers. They certainly change the mindset of both sides. If you're the victim, the batting side, you think, oh, what a waste, what a terrible waste. And of course, if you're the fielding side, you think, what a bonus, what a brilliant piece of work that was by Archie Vaughn.
So the new ball being shared between Luke Proctor and Dominic Leach for Northants. Just the one slip.
That's a better shot, and that's an easy boundary. He's hit that along the ground, totally in control. Those field limitations, just 2 men led on the offside, or on the, 2 men led on the boundary, and often leaves that gap square of the wicket on the offside, and he's just punched that without any great effort, but he's middled it, and it's raced away.
Yeah, he didn't need to hit that too hard, really, because he knew that once it was through the infield, then it was in the clear.
Yeah. So
a couple of boundaries in this over for Tom Lammonby. So we can safely say that for the 3 teams on 20 points, 2 of whom will go through, that this the task appears at this stage to be the easiest for Somerset.
true. I like the way you just sort of caveat that, But yes, I think the absolute objective neutral view, which is hard to grasp sometimes when you're in this box, that is the case.
Certainly if Tom Lammonby can continue the vein of form that he's found.
Oh,
that looks all right too.
Yeah, he actually did well. Short extra cover there. That would have been 4, I reckon, if he hadn't got a hand to it.
It was perfectly timed.
Yeah.
Shot of a man in form.
Well, it's odd because he's had a very strange August in previous years. In the last couple of years, he's been part of a 100 group team. He hasn't always played much. So he's had a sort of fallow August, Tom Lammonby. And we've noted how before this season he'd only ever played 1 List A game in his life, which was, I think, and that was for England, not Somerset. He never played a List A game. And he faltered a little bit at the start of the campaign, and he's obviously a quality player, regular in the red ball team, but he didn't get many runs in the first 3 or 4 knocks, but he's got a couple hundred since then. And then we've rediscovered how handy his bowling is, thanks to Lammonby himself, thanks to James Rue for sensing that there's something there we could benefit from. So he's had a really good tournament. And he's had a lovely, busy August. He'll be poorer, but he'll be more content cricket-wise. Let's hope the coffee shop's going well.
It makes very good coffee.
I'm sure it does.
I can tell you at first hand. And it's not,
Is it
not a
bagels
million
as well?
miles away from here.
No. Well, even I've been there, and I'm not a regular in coffee shops.
I felt I had to go when I heard he was running it.
Well, he wasn't there, though, I presume.
No.
He was probably running around the ground.
He was involved with a match. But it was a very tasty cappuccino I enjoyed.
Well, I'm sure.
He does do shifts.
Does he?
I'm gathering. Well, learned to do it himself. Beautiful shot.
We've seen some glorious shots, but that is as good as any of them. It's a lovely classical cover drive. Not quite to the half volley. It was just fractionally full, but it wasn't quite half volley length. He just hit through the line beautifully. And we'll take 4 for that.
That's as good a shot as we've seen today.
Yep.
Trademark Vaughn.
Yeah. Well, we've talked about the slightly open-chested, and he's not actually bowling off the wrong foot, Luke Proctor, but he did remind me of the other Proctor, Mike Proctor. Yeah. And I have been watching and coming to the conclusion that I think I'd have preferred to face Luke rather than Mike, who I was dismissed by here, hit wicket once.
Really?
When he was bowling, he used to bowl very quick in swingers, sometimes from around the wicket, but occasionally he also bowled off breaks. The game, he was a fantastic cricketer, Mike Proctor, fantastic. And I remember facing him, and I thought to Mike, huge relief. Oh, he's bowling off breaks off 2 paces. And then off 2 paces, he bounced me. And I hit it really rather well, and it was speeding towards the square leg boundary. And then in the act of playing this wonderful hook shot, I trod on my stumps. And so hit wicket bowled Proctor when he was bowling off breaks. But he was a wonderful cricketer. Proctorshire it was in the late 70s, Gloucestershire. And a tremendous sight when bowling fast, and a wonderful striker of the ball. I think he kept hitting, one year he kept hitting dear Dennis Breakwell over the old pavilion with remarkable frequency. I don't know if he was, I don't think this, it might have been that he hit him for 6 sixes, but not in 1 over, but in sort of, in 2 overs. But I may have got that wrong. But something like that. I remember watching the ball, it just kept going. He was a fantastic cricketer. Much beloved, well, in Bristol, in South Africa, and anywhere he played, actually. Yeah, that's a good shot too. That's not the worst ball in the world. He's leant on it and beaten mid-on. Made it look risk-free.
Third boundary.
Have a look at this.
Tom Lammonby.
He's taken that from about middle and off, I'd say, but with a sufficiently straight bat. Beats the field. Sterling work in there on the boundary.
We were talking earlier about how composed James Rew's captaincy looked. Tom Lammonby's batting. I'll put the skids under him now, won't I?
Pipe down.
I'll just shut up.
Pipe down.
That's all right.
That's a couple.
I met Mike Proctor, actually. I was thrilled to have the chance to meet him. Not that long ago, 3 or 4 years ago. He came to Bath, Lansdowne.
Oh, yeah, yes, I remember.
Had a chat with Stephen Chalk.
Yeah.
The splendid cricket writer and interviewer.
Yeah.
And I was really lucky. I sat next to him to chat during lunch.
Right. He'd set up a really good charity, hadn't he? Oh, that's beaten him.
Yeah, underprivileged kids.
Yeah.
But no, real pleasure to meet.
Yeah.
And I remember it's on YouTube. It'll be forever on YouTube when he decimated the top of Hampshire's batting order. I think
the
it was
LBWs around the
Richards.
Yeah.
They were a pretty good opening pair.
Yeah. Well, he came over with, there was a young South African side, a sort of development side under 19 or something like that, with Barry Richards and Proctor. And I think they both played a bit of Gloucester. Both Barry Richards did as well. And actually on that tour, I think Mike was doing more the batting and Barry Richards could bowl off breaks. But they came over as teenagers. And then, of course, Proctor ended up at Gloucestershire and Barry Richards at Hampshire. And they were quite contrasting in many ways because, I mean, Barry Richards was the most fantastic batsman, but quite soon he didn't really embrace county cricket totally. He got a bit bored. Very often his parents would come over and suddenly score 300s for Hampshire and bat gloriously, but it was almost too easy for him in a sense. So it seemed. But that is a wonderful shot too. Look at that. I mean, it's in the slot perhaps, but my goodness me, he's put that away with a straight bat through straight mid-wicket. A lovely piece of timing. As I say, not a great delivery, but beautifully put away.
It's a stylish start by these two.
Yeah, well, they're both quite stylish players, aren't they? Just to finish that, but whereas by contrast, Mike Proctor really embraced county cricket, was 100% committed to Gloucestershire, and he was a much more sort of, a character who lived life obviously to the full. So I mean, he would play for Gloucestershire. He got to know his teammates. They would enjoy each other's company on the field and off the field. He was a social animal in a way perhaps that Barry wasn't. Hence, it became, with every good reason, Proctorshire and Gloucestershire. And he took them to finals and was, he was a heroic figure at Bristol and all around the world, perhaps. So he was a wonderful cricketer.
I do remember him saying later he wasn't too comfortable with the Proctorshire thing. He thought because it was a team effort.
Well, that's right. It wasn't his idea. Oh, he's done it again. He may not get 4 this time, but it's a sweet shot, and they're going to pick up a couple. He almost got there, actually, in that short boundary.
Yeah, just short George Bartlett.
Yeah,
it in.
Well, that would be typical. He wouldn't want it to be known as Proctorshire, but I mean, he made some lifelong friends.
It was, though, really, wasn't it?
Well, they had some other handy players. I mean, I think Zahir was around.
Sadiq.
Yeah,
two great Pakistan
Tony Brown would have
batsmen.
been there. The end of Arthur Milton, just about. David Shepherd. I think Shepherdin probably had a pint or two. So they were quite. He obviously played. He must have played in that epic semi-final at Lancashire when.
Yeah, when the 9
they played
o'clock
in the
news
dark.
was delayed.
Yes,
on BBC One.
Yeah.
Imagine that now.
Yeah. Yes. Well, can't get. No notice the 50 over or the longer one, but. Oh, it's all right. It's only 1. But so this current bowler has a bit in common with the man we're talking about. He's got the same surname, and he sort of bowls off the wrong foot, but the parallels don't go much further.
Yeah, I think it was in that final that one of the batsmen complained about the light to Arthur Jepson, who pointed up, see what's up there? Well, it was the moon.
The line I've heard is that you're right. That one of the batsmen says, it's getting a bit dark. I can see the moon up there, Arthur. And he said, well, how much further do you want to see then? and they continued.
Yeah, great game.
David Hughes hitting. See John Mortimer for a succession of sixes.
4-6-2-2-4-6.
Was it?
If I recall
it was less
correctly.
common in those days. And Mortimer was an off-spin bowler who was the most accurate possible, but David Hughes just kept clearing the boundary.
And then all that was needed was a push single from Jackie Bond.
Yes, yeah. Oh, my goodness me. He's doing his Mark Wood impersonations there. Falling over, got up very quickly. Just go on, give us another look at that. He's not even gone to have a look at the footholds.
Bit of a theatrical follow through from Dominic Leach.
Yeah.
Good start this for Somerset. In the 6th over, 29 without loss.
Oh, that's going to be 4 more. They won't stop that. They're just over pitching, and Archie Vaughn enjoying these half volleys, putting them away with great style. Again, it's not a great delivery, but my goodness me, he plays that shot well. It's not perfectly timed, but it'll take 4.
Yeah, not timed and aerial for a while, but it didn't matter because there was no fielder near it.
No.
Making good use of the power play, these two.
That is a remarkable shot. That is a bit like his old man. That is. It's not quite a long up that, but he's just loitered on the back foot and almost with a straight bat punched it through mid-wicket.
Firm bottom hand.
Yeah, but that's, I mean, adjusting the field a little bit. The long leg is coming up, slips come out. As you know, it's a nondescript delivery, but you wouldn't expect it to be pummeled through mid-wicket for 4 at this stage of proceedings. 41 with a loss now. Vaughan's raced to 24. And he's rattled the bowler, who's now bowler wide, understandably in a way. And that last delivery that was hit for 4, as I say, it wasn't the worst one in the world. I expect it to go for 4.
This is tremendously entertaining batting for the crowd. Better get here quick for that 15 quid.
Well, we just need one substantial innings and the rest to sort of help to get this sort of target. It's a very good start, obviously. It's not really found a consistent length at each. And, the figures suggest that he's coming to the end of his 3rd over. He's already leaked 28. Still a bit of the power play left. I mean, you'd be tempted, I think. Goes on like this to get your trump card on very early, i.e. I see the... Ooh, that's almost another 4, but he's hit the field. Your trump card being, I think, Chahal. There's the worm. And a key to Somerset's strong position are those circles in the last 15 overs or so that prevented any real acceleration. There was the odd shot, but no real acceleration, and that obviously happens as wickets fall.
And the Manhattan falling off as well.
Yeah.
In consequence, that one, very steep one, that was the 19 off Lammonby, I fancy. But then it drifted down.
That was the only time where Somerset were really under major pressure, and 19 off the over, but they soon got a wicket after that. And then Rue, who's sharp as a captain, I think, actually ended up bringing back Lammonby to bowl a couple overs and pick up a couple wickets. Well, more than a couple overs, actually.
Warwickshire are 9 for 1 in the 3rd over, needing 280 to win.
Well, we, of course, will not be counting any chickens here. But, obviously, Somerset would love to have a home draw. I suppose it will mean an awful lot of work for lots of people to get everything ready for another big game on Thursday, and it's such a rarity to have a game imposed on you
at such short
notice for both the ground staff, the players. Oh, he's broken through that gap there. It's not going to go for 4 this time, but they're going to pick up at least 2. Ground staff players, and it's a bit tricky for a lot of potential spectators too, because people have plans.
It's working day, Thursday.
It's a pretty good crowd here today. In some ways, it do well to match it on Thursday, although it is a complete knockout. And I'm guessing that, well, there's a very good chance. I don't quite know, you may be able to tell me this, but if not, one of our team of researchers will be on the board.
Our extensive team.
Yeah. Is assuming Gloucester top their group.
Which they're looking likely to do, having made 313.
Okay. And they are in the other league. I'm assuming that the team that reaches the semi-final, which is the team that wins on Thursday, plays against the top team in the other group. So that means that should Somerset win this game and qualify for the playoff on Thursday, well then, if they then win that playoff, there could be a little game at Bristol.
There could be exactly
in the semi-final.
that. Yeah, because Gloucestershire will know if they win today, they haven't got to play again.
No, that's
before
right.
Sunday.
They are in the semi-final.
They will be at home.
They like Yorkshire. They will be at home in a semi-final. So I'm guessing that should Somerset progress in this game, and then should they happen to win in the subsequent game on Thursday, then they might have to poodle off to Bristol. And I imagine in many ways that Gloucester would like, because I'm not sure they'd have a lot of trouble selling that one out.
Absolutely.
Which is rather wonderful for a competition that had been sort of ignored by all and sundry. It still is in many ways, apart from by the spectators. I mean, you don't hear much about, you get a lot of stuff about what's happening in the 100, many miles away. But generally, the Metro Bank, in terms of media coverage, is pretty scanty.
And potentially,
you could have a wonderful, wonderful sellout crowd at Bristol for a semi-final. It's probably going down from around the wicket, I'd say.
Yeah,
but we'll see. There's a lot of conditionals there. I'd better shut up.
Yeah, but it would be remarkable in itself when you've got these local rivals who've been drawn in different groups.
Well, perhaps that was very cunning of them, but it hasn't happened yet. It has not happened yet, but there is that possibility anyway. And I would guess Gloucester would quite like a semi-final against Somerset if they could sell out in no time. Oh, he's just hit the field there. The slips have long since gone.
He's cross with himself, Lammonby, for hitting the fielder, but he's got no need to be.
No.
It's swinging along quite nicely.
Yeah, well, there's 7 men in the ring. No slips. And there's no real rush, except for you like a good start against a new ball, potential challenges ahead from Chahal, and I suppose the cunning old Bapara might have a bowl with his licorice all sorts. It's odd to see Bapara out there. He's nearly as old as Trigo, and he's still playing.
Yeah. We were a bit worried when he should have been run out. It was one of these split-second decisions which went the wrong way, and we thought, oh dear. And he played a booming off drive, trademark.
He's beaten the field this time, and I don't think anyone's going to catch him.
That was trademark Lammonby.
Yeah, sweet cover drive. I mean, I'm also mildly surprised, given the way the start has gone, that Northamptonshire have kept this pair going, particularly Leach. I mean, you can take him off. You could try Bapara and all sorts of it. Where's that gone? That's 4 more. That is 4 more. He's over pitch. He's all over the place at the moment, Leach. Not bowling horrendous deliveries, but he's bowling our volleys. And some hit the field and some beat the field. He's bowled over too many, but it strikes me as you've got to try and stem the bleeding.
The 50 has come up off the last ball of the 8th over.
Yeah. So, and with some lovely stroke play, but not anything that is eccentric. They've just played everything on their merit, and they've had some balls to hit. My goodness me, they've hit them well. They've overpitched. Bapara's going to come on and try and restore a bit of order, I think. No, he's not. It's
strange. We had this at the end of the Northants innings. We thought one bowler was on, and a last-minute decision was taken to go for somebody else. It was Aldridge for green on that occasion. No, it is. It's going to be the same again. It's going to be Proctor.
Well, I suppose the only logic. Proctor's actually been more economical than Leach, who's gone for 36 off his 4 overs. And they're obviously just trying to hang on to get to the 10 over mark before they introduce. Well, they've got to get Chahal on early. They've got to find a way of getting some wickets at the moment. That's plain sailing, but that's actually he's enticed by the lack of a third man there. And that was a bit of a wishy-washy shot, but we haven't seen many of those. There's no rush, of course.
Yeah, I think Proctor's economy rate is very much better than Dominic Leach's.
Yeah.
There must be a change at the river end.
Ooh.
Won't get one for that. 4.8 the required rate at the moment.
Yeah. Well, it's come down. It is manageable. It has come down. Various people warming up. Who's that warming up there? Is that Van der Merwe? I'm not sure.
Somewhat academic at this stage, Vic, but the Duckworth-Lewis par, they're more than double it.
Yeah.
Solid defence from Vaughn. Doesn't really need to be up there, right there. I suppose there's a possibility of rain. We had a bit earlier on. There's cloud around.
I suppose, yes, this is something that our researchers, an easy question for them, and they'll be in there, is at what point, I don't think it's going to rain, but at what point do we have a game in these contests? Is it 20 overs?
I think it's 10.
Okay.
I think it's 10. Take that as gospel. I'll check it.
I'm better at asking questions than answering them, really.
Nicely timed again.
Yeah, good work at mid-wicket there. He saved a few there. Balls bit. So Proctor on target in that over. Not even looking at Maiden.
Warwickshire,
but
sorry, very quickly, Warwickshire 26 for 1 in the 5th, so they're going along at around 4 and over. Middlesex are underway too. At Old Trafford, 11 without loss in the second in reply to 291.
Well, we'll keep an eye on them, but Somerset have their situation in their own hands, and you can't help feeling that a victory is all they need, really, barring some extraordinary events elsewhere. Now we've got a change of bowling, I think, possibly overdue.
We have.
Broad's coming on, not Stewart.
Justin.
To join Proctor, not Mike.
To bowl it. No, I was going to say to bowl it. Vaughan, not
Michael. Yeah.
He's at the non-strike event. He's spoilt it.
Should have. My timing was awful. I don't think we know where the other famous Lammonby is. I think Tom Lammonby, the most famous Lammonby. Well, I don't know. His dad, Glenn, was fairly well known locally.
He batted pretty well, Justin Broad.
Yeah.
Didn't go on, made 38. Called off a skyer, one of Casey Aldridge's 4 wickets.
Yeah, he threatened, certainly. There's a lot of all-rounders in this game. It's going to be wided. So no leeway. So this is the final over in the power play, but it's not going to worry this pair too much. There's no absolute need to exploit that. They've played well by playing the ball on its merits so far. A rare player miss there, though.
Talking about Gloucestershire and the likelihood of them going through, Hampshire have actually made a pretty good start. 52 without loss in the 6th. That's a bit similar to what's happening with Somerset here, but they've got a much stiffer target. Hampshire, 314 they need, which is a tall order.
Oh, he's hit that hard straight to the fielder. It's happened a few times, but you will do with a ring of 7. So if Hampshire were to beat Gloucester, they would come top of that league. Is that correct or not?
No, they would draw level on points.
Yeah, but they've got an inferior net run rate.
Hampshire have got a better run rate than Gloucestershire have.
Oh, right.
So they would, but that all depends on how Worcestershire do, because Worcestershire are in between the two of them.
Okay.
And yeah, so if Gloucestershire lost and Worcestershire won, then Worcestershire would have a home semi-final.
Okay. Which is probably where Somerset would go if they got that far.
Yep. Oh, permutations are almost endless.
Oh, right. So, just a not pressure, but a succession of dots. Just to stem the bleeding. And just by doing the basics.
That's well bowled.
Now where are we going? Well, could be quite exciting. I think it's going to be exciting. And it's just magically, look at that.
Remarkable.
38 for 1. Ooh, just to fill you in there, the target there is for
they
Warwickshire.
need another 242. Warwickshire.
Okay. They've set off at a good pace,
which you'd expect given the run rate situation.
Yeah. Oh my goodness me, we're at Old Trafford now. Is there anything we can't do here?
Yeah, the chase began a little bit later up there, so just 19 without loss, but in the 4th, so they're going along.
They're both teams are set off. It's early days yet. Warwickshire have lost 1 wicket. No, Middlesex has still got all 10 there. It's like watching the end of the football season, the championship promotion race. You can go anywhere, it seems.
Single here, out to deep mid wicket. Yeah, it's fun that all 3 contenders are chasing as well. Somerset, Middlesex and
well,
Warwickshire.
it's been I mean, I haven't been to that many games, but I've kept an eye on Somerset, but there have been a lot of really good games in this 50 over contest. And I remain pretty grumpy that all people living in this part of the world can watch is full 50 over games during the August school holidays. Well, he's going to struggle to stop that, and he can't. He's at the meat in the bat, and we've not had a boundary for a while, but Lammonby's latched onto that. So he's not really quick enough to try the bounce, so I don't think. Whether he did that on purpose, I'm not sure. I'll have another look, but he didn't get it high enough, and he's dismissed it from his presence.
Sounded meaty.
Yeah.
Pace with each other very nicely, these two, just 3 between them. Lammonby 30 to Vaughan's 27.
But to just have my glass slightly more half full, what it has done is, well, it's actually revived the 50 over game in many ways. There's been a lot of good crowds around the country, but also it does give an opportunity to a lot of players, not necessarily the likes of Lammonby, who's an established player, but who hasn't played this format much, but it gives people look at the Somerset side, like Josh Thomas has played every game, I think, and done some really good stuff. Alfie Ogborn obviously has been terrific, and a lot of the young bowlers have had outings and increased their experience. Vaughan's prospered as a batsman when he struggled a little bit earlier in the red ball season. So there are many pluses to be gained. Still got reservations about the format that leaves August so barren of cricket for those who don't live in the major cities, who live miles and miles away from their nearest 100 team.
It's nice to see Vaughan back up at the top of the order.
Yeah, well, I guess that's where he'll end up. Whether he, I mean, there will be. We've had a long time since the last championship game, it seems now, but Somerset will be resuming their championship challenge on September the 8th. And you'd be a clever man who got right who the opening pair is going to be, because it's chopped and changed all over the shop.
Yeah, Lewis Gregory's been up there. Josh Davey.
Yeah, Colin Cadmore. So I don't know who it'll be.
I mean, there is the option to put Vaughan back up there.
Yeah, that's one possibility. Still got to find someone to go out with him. But we'll see.
The other pleasant thing, they weren't going to run for that, about this format and the big grounds being used for the 100 is we've seen some more, not here, but around the country, more outground cricket. York looked rather nice to me.
Well, it did, and there looked to be a terrific crowd at York. I know Sedbergh, some of the schools have hosted fixtures, and there's some very picturesque grounds that have been well filled. So I acknowledge there's a lot of benefits to the way this 50 over competition has evolved. Not sure we've necessarily reached the ideal solution, but there are pluses, there are minuses, but there are pluses as well. I'll shut up now for a bit.
But it is the great thing, isn't it? That's hammered away.
It is. Yeah. For a while I thought he might be caught there, but it's a bit of a, by Lammonby standards, that's a bit of a heave, because he is a pretty graceful player, but he sort of dragged that and skimmed it.
It was just inches short of being 6. It was first bounce 4. But
and not that far from the deep square leg there. He got it out of the meat.
It's almost a flat 6.
Yeah.
But it is great at any level. That's one of the fantastic things about cricket is, I remember earlier on this season, Fred Rumsey, formerly of this parish, saying at another event I went to, it doesn't really matter what the level of cricket is that you're playing, because it can be such an enjoyable game. You can get just as involved wherever you are, whoever you're playing against. And it's gone to show with this competition, really, with young players learning their way.
That could be 4 more, isn't it? Well, that's absolutely right. We've had some long contests, and people love a whole day at the cricket, and looking out now, you can see that. What I also add is that actually, with this particular Somerset side, you can turn up, and you could be more or less guaranteed you are watching some international players of the future. I mean, I'm not counting too many chickens, but there's 2 Roos out there, for example, who you sense will go on to greater things. Lammonby could do.
Vaughan, possibly.
Vaughan could do. There have been various Flintoffs playing, or Corey Flintoff. I mean, that's by the by, they're good names, but good players too. So the quality of some of the cricketers playing is still very high. So let's keep the glass half full, I suppose. And here's someone who was playing international cricket practically 20 years ago. Not quite that much, but hang on. This is Ravi, is it? No, it's not. It's Shahal. Shahal, beg his pardon. It's Shahal. No, this is the interesting bit. Indian international Well, he hasn't got the benefit of new batsmen, but it'll be an interesting test for Vaughan and Lammonby. And Trigo will be picking him, of course, from the hand. Wrist spinner. Have you played against this man?
No, I haven't. Watched a fair bit of him. Feels like this sort of surface, like a lot of spinners that threaten to turn the ball away from you, the slidey straight one into the shin.
He's a poor man's Max Waller.
Is the danger.
No.
I'm not convinced his bank balance with his IPL career would agree with that. But
a rich man's Max Waller.
He's a wily bowler. I think if he shows signs of the ball turning into Lammonby away from Vaughan, I think that adds to it.
That's came off the bottom of the bat, but you'll get one for it. It didn't sound great.
Yeah, it's hard to judge, bowlers that have predominantly played a lot of T20 cricket, because it's a very different style when, and the wickets and the amount of wickets you get is kind of skewed because you've got batters trying to pongo you out the park all the time. In 50 over cricket, you get the chance to kind of play properly, really. But from what I've seen of him, he's very much encourages shots like that. Batters to open the stumps up and cut, but Vaughan's played that beautifully with a straight bat. He gets a lot of wickets sort of sliding on that little, Vaughan made that ball famous to me, the scrambled seam ball that just catches the leather and skids onto you.
Okay, well, he's played a 50 over game for his country, but there is I agree with you, there's a big difference, particularly for bowlers. If you're playing in T20, if you go for a single, you're a winner. It's not quite the same in 50 over cricket. You've got to find a way to build pressure of doing better than that, of getting the odd dot ball down.
It does sort of straddle the lines, doesn't it, when you're playing a mystery spinner between 4-day cricket and T20 cricket.
It's a good shot, that. It's not a shot. He wasn't quite, he had to stretch, but it was that sort of flat back cover drive.
Smothered it. Particularly happy to come on commentary after Lammonby did a couple of come on over to my side shots.
You like them?
Much more the wagon wheel I'm used to. I like that, definitely smells of a batter in form, confident. The pair have started beautifully here, and I only see them going from strength to strength in terms of their aggression. They might be a little bit more circumspect against the spinner. Ravi Papara is just coming into the bowling crease now. I mean, he's very much a sort of bowler that bowls the occasional sort of medium-paced, quicker ball. He's actually skiddier than you think, but he'll bowl a lot of knuckleballs, back of the hand cutters. So expect to see some magic stuff here from Ravi Papara, who's played an awful lot of white ball cricket. I mean, the amount of games of cricket he's played is quite something. But I think it's you can almost in the context of this game sit on a bowler. If they bowl you 6 good balls, you're not under huge amounts of pressure to score at 8, 10 and over like you are in T20 cricket.
Exactly. I mean, Papara in T20 cricket, is very good at doing what I was explaining, of limiting the damage to 1 run. But that doesn't actually help Northants in this situation. It would do in most 2020 situations.
He's also very renowned for preparing the white ball to reverse swing.
All right.
So, abrasive surface out there. Don't be surprised if you get to see a little bit of that.
2 white balls, of course, in this contest, but yeah. You better hurry up then.
Yeah, he's got to.
Surprised they didn't get him on earlier.
Got to get it going pretty sharpish here.
Well, but then who's going to make it? Yeah, but who in this tack is going to make it reversing?
Well, Ravi's actually
himself. I thought he had to be a certain pace to do that.
Well, depends how well roughed up one side gets, Vic.
Okay. When I first played, there was no one had ever heard of reverse swing. And in fact, it was a bowler of Northamptonshire who I played against, who is sort of reckoned to be one of the sort of founders of it, which was Safraz Nawaz.
Well, I think when you play, you know, I think the birth of reverse swing, I mean, there are multiple reasons why, you know, the Indian and Pakistani bowlers in particular, you know, very flat wickets, very dry, abrasive surfaces, not much swing. So, you know, you look back to, I suppose, the obvious, your Imran Khans, your Wacker and Wazims, they were far more dangerous with an old ball than they were with a new ball. And, you know, incredible exponents of that style of bowling. So,
but Safraz, I think, who was just before that, who would have just about played with
the godfather
Imran.
of the reverse.
Yeah, was right in the forefront and played for Northants as well.
Yeah,
and I remember playing against him, you know, right at the start, going in with 50, and he's suddenly bowling these in-swinging thingies. He wasn't whack-up pace, but he was an opening bowler. And there was just bemusement. How can he possibly be doing that?
Well, any sort of lateral movement gives the batter a challenge. You know, that's why, you know, you see quite a lot of high scores in 20 over cricket in particular, because the ball never really gets old enough to reverse swing. So, you know, on a true pitch, you know, batters can hit through the line, not expecting any movement through the air. I think, you know, the previous 100 was well spoken about the different balls they used, which has certainly hit the press. You know, the scores were very low, weren't they? You know, the balls were hooping round corners for 6, 7, 8 overs, half the T20 match, and it was quite a challenge for the batters. So, yeah, if you can get anything moving sideways, either off the seam or in the air, gives you at least a chance as a bowler. And you have to say that the Northants bowling attack need a little bit of help at the moment. 80 without loss. Somerset have batted at a beautiful tempo throughout this innings so far,
and they haven't really had to do anything extraordinary. I mean, there was some half-volleyed bowls, weren't there, in that first, particularly from Leach, for honesty. He fed the strength of Vaughan and Lammonby, and they rarely missed out. I mean, I remember watching Bopara playing for the England under-19s with Alistair Cook. And of course, you watch them, and your immediate thought was, this Bopara, he's a beautiful timer, very elegant. He used to wear those Sachin Tendulkar pads. You thought, this man is the next biggest thing. And then you'd watch this slightly crabby left-hander at the other end, called Cook, who you didn't immediately think, my goodness me, look at that.
Yeah, but Ravi's batting, you know, even the way he stands or holds the bat, he's very easy on the eye, beautiful time with the ball. I think he had a period during a West Indies tour, he peeled off maybe 3 test hundreds where he just looked a class player. It didn't quite happen for him in the longest format of international cricket, but it was a very, very handy cricketer for England in one-day stuff. And like I said, if you have a look at him on Cricinfo or whatever the stats page you prefer to use, I mean, the amount of games and teams he plays for, I mean, he's had such a great career, long career.
I mean, I remember him, he got off to a rapid test start because he got 300s in his first half a dozen tests, I think, mostly against the West Indies, I think. And then he played in that Strauss side that won the Ashes at home in about 2000. I can't remember the dates, 9 or something. And it was a tight series, and he struggled. And you could tell, I remember seeing, I wouldn't talk to him, but I saw him 4 tests into this Ashes series game, the series still in the balance, and he'd gone. You know, you looked into his eyes and there was sort of glazed. He'd gone. It was a lot of pressure playing in the Ashes anywhere, and they had to drop him. They were right to drop him because you could tell he just needed a break. And he never really came back after that, and that was when they agonised about who are we going to play. Because going up to the Oval, England still needed to win that match to win back the Ashes. And there was much debate. Who are they going to play? And Trez had finished playing by then, but he was scoring runs for Somerset. So someone said, get Trescothick back. Or Ramprakash was scoring stacks for, he'd gone to Surrey by then. But they stuck to their their pecking order, and the next man who'd been with them also was Trott, who came in and then he got 100 in the game, and they duly won it. And I'm not sure Ravi, he might have played, whether he played again. I'm not sure he played another test match. I don't know, Ravi, I'm not sure. But I doubt it.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was always around the ODI and
Yeah,
T20
yeah, absolutely. Well, he's such a good sort of
years.
clever bowler as well. You know, he evolved as a clever bowler, bowling with licorice all sorts now, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's got a relatively standard-looking run-up now, but there was a period where he was bowling off of about 3 paces, a lot of back at the hand, slower balls and knuckle balls. So yeah, very high IQ.
Yeah, he's a clever cricketer, isn't he? He's got a lively mind, an independent soul too. I think it's fair to say. It's amazing. Yeah, so he is more or less your age then?
No, he's about 5 years younger.
Oh, he's okay. Oh, he's a pup, really.
Yeah, he's just ticked over the 40 mark.
Right. He still looks pretty fit.
I think Trez and Langer towards the back end. I think they used to call playing first-class cricket at 40 the Gold Award.
Darren Stevens, he got there, I suppose.
Steve O'Comfort, I think he finished maybe 47, I think.
That's
Steve
a good shot. Look at that placement there.
Beautiful shot that from Lammerby. Stood tall.
Almost with a straight bat.
Yeah, beautiful shot. And a 50 for Tom Lammerby, backing up his couple of centuries he's got of late. In top form at the moment. Yeah, he goes through spells, doesn't he? You know, his first burst onto the scene season in 2020, which would have been the COVID year.
Yeah.
In the Bob Willis Trophy, he scored about 400, I think, in quite a short space of time. He gets on a hot streak, Lammers, and doesn't look to stop. Yeah, lovely partnership. Played with good intent. They were fed some sort of long half volleys early on, but Lammerby in particular has taken some pretty good balls and belted them through straight mid-wicket.
Yeah. So that one he just hit for 4. I mean, it wasn't a great ball, but it wasn't a long hop, and there's not many players who'd hit that for 4 through mid-wicket. We had to be left-handed for a start.
Well, not in a stylish fashion as well. No. It might have looked a little bit more cultured, but yeah, I mean, yeah, he's very easy on the eye, Tom Lammerby. Like I said, when he's in a good run of form, he's not any better to see. So Northants have got some questions. They're going to need to take wickets. 16 overs gone. Somerset have eased themselves to 88.
I mean, at a good rate, which means that if they want to, there's Shahal there, who's an obvious sort of person to focus on because he's an international cricketer. He bowls out leg spin. But they don't have to go after him. They can just milk him, and he's only got the 5 men in the ring, so you don't have to play any big shots against him, which, if they don't want to.
Yeah, he's not renowned for being a huge turner of the ball. Yeah. I think he obviously can bowl a googly slider and the classic leg spinner, but I don't think he's going to be ripping the ball past the outside edge. It certainly doesn't look like that's the case at the moment. I think he'll keep you honest.
Yeah.
I think you're going to have to respect those balls angling in towards the stumps. As Vaughn has not. There, he's just waltzed down the wicket, clipped him over mid-wicket. Beautiful shot there from Archie Vaughn.
Yeah, well, it's a short boundary out there, but there's a gap there. That's the key thing. He hasn't absolutely middled that, but down he comes, and he knows where he wants to hit it. It's a long on. No, it isn't a long on, actually. There's a lot of space out there, and he's gone across and taken 4.
Good batting there from Archie Vaughn. He's been in a nice bit of nick himself. Using his feet, always a sign that a batter's in a good run of form. The ideal start here.
And that's
for Somerset in this run chase.
Yeah. Yes, that's a nice shot. You like that little one in the. If you're in the dressing room, you like that, don't you? It's a perfectly respectable delivery. We've already taken 5 or 6 off the over. He just taps it gently, and there's one more run.
Yeah, well, the batters that are waiting in the dressing room just can sit back in their chair a little bit more relaxed than these sort of rash shots. Always nice to keep the scoreboard
I mean,
ticking
just think
over.
what it was like batting after you. Do you ever take consideration for that?
Well, you often.
I used to bat after Bath. It was not comfortable.
Yeah, you often didn't have to wait too long, Vic. But
well, I did sometimes.
yeah, it was. Like I said, everyone has their roles. I was happy to be the aggressor.
Yeah, but did you think about the poor man who's next in? He gets out of his. Oh no, he's just cleared him. Who was it?
Didn't cross my mind.
Rob Turner, perhaps. Who had the unfortunate task of?
Well, Hildy would have batted 4.
Oh, in one-day cricket, yeah.
Hildy would have been. Hildy would have been in the hot seat.
Yeah, I was thinking. I was thinking Championship cricket, but
Championship cricket was. You'd be into the bowlers then, or the sort of.
Rob Turner. Did you play with Rob Turner?
Yeah. When I first birth into first team cricket, I used to bat quite a bit down. There was very much that hierarchical sort of earn your spot. I think I was probably scorecarded at about 9 or 10 when I first burst onto the scene and earned me stripes a little bit higher up the order.
Actually, they had a lot. I mean, around then they did have a lot of all-round cricketers too, didn't they?
Yeah,
I suppose.
I mean, I don't really think about it too much. I mean, just happy to play, happy to be out there. Yeah, you don't really think about positions or any of the politics when you're a youngster, Vic. You just get out there and give it a go.
Yeah, well, just want to play and bat anywhere.
I mean, it was a brilliant side to come into. I'm sure the youngsters feel the same way now. You know,
it's a nice, neat bit of running too. A little bit of a misfield, and they've snapped up another single.
Yeah, when you do get into a side quite young, you just got this weird sort of imposter syndrome. It was like 2 years ago I was asking for that bloke's autograph, and he's sat across from me now, and that's always. That's my memory of it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably
Caddick.
He liked a bit of a hierarchy, didn't he? Where is he? You're not here today.
Yeah, you had to do a fair bit as a youngster to please Andy Caddick, that's for sure.
Well, 'twas ever thus. Although I think it's fair to say, actually, even when I played, but that hierarchical element has increasingly disappeared. So, I mean, I keep hearing how, the young, I know James Rew's been around now, but very early on in James Rew's time in the team, which was only a couple of years ago, he was saying, that bloke needs to go there. Or that, he was offering his opinion, which was a good opinion.
Yeah.
And no one resented that. They wanted that, in fact. He wanted it.
Yeah, it was a little bit more of a seen and not heard scenario when
you're not really a seen and not heard youngster,
yeah,
really,
that's
were
probably
you?
why it was a little bit of an up and down start to my career, Vic.
Well,
remember it fondly, though. That's Somerset's 100 up, Lammonby 55, Vaughan 42. Well, it's a perfect riposte to the first innings score of 238.
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrific partnership, and so far, for honest, Northampton look pretty toothless with the attack. Seamers couldn't impose themselves much at the start. Leach struggled especially. They've played really well, though.
Yeah, there are occasions where, if you're a body language watcher, you just see the shoulders are held a little bit differently. Fielders slightly on their heels. When you're in, you kind of got that feeling that the day's not going to go so well. So it's important that Northants, whether it be a little bit of a G up or obviously the ideal scenario, they get a wicket, they can get together and G each other up a little bit, because they do look a little bit flat at the moment. A few teapot positions as the ball's being bowled.
Oh, it's a sweet shot too. You only get one for it, I think. And to be fair, well, they ain't got much to play for, really. I mean, they're bottom of the table. It's just a bit of, what they say, pride or window dressing, really. But there's no future for them in this year's competition. But there's always something to play for, because there's another match coming along. There's another season around the corner. There's for some of them, possibly another contract to be reviewed.
Well, that's a massive factor. A lot of these lads wouldn't have played a huge amount of first-team cricket. They're trying to shine, getting Darren Lehman's eye for opportunities in the championship, run in. There is a lot to play for individually, but yeah, as a team, you sense that watching the batting display, kind of rung true that they are where they are in the league. Lots of talented cricketers that play some great shots but haven't quite clicked as a team, putting together those totals that you need in a 50-over competition to make spells like this easier for the bowler. If Somerset were chasing 6.5 runs and over, all of a sudden it brings your leg spinner more into the game because you're having to find boundaries from time to time. Whereas at the moment, Vaughn and Lammerby just can be quite, that sounds wrong really, but they can kind of quite selfishly just go about their business here.
Yeah, well, so far.
Well, I think that's actually it's, I think 2020 cricket, you need to be a pretty selfless player. You need to really, go for it.
Yeah.
Whereas, 50-over cricket in the long form, you actually want your batters to be quite selfish,
and
driven to score runs and big scores.
Yeah, I mean, I've often. It's good placement, that too. He didn't quite middle it, I don't reckon, but he's absolutely found the gap.
Slightly more flighted there from Chahal. Beautiful use of the feet. Caught it on the full toss and picked the gap beautifully there, Tom Lammerby.
There's often quite a debate about, selfish cricketers, but particularly in a longer format, as you say, you're the captain. You really quite like a few selfish cricketers in your team because it usually benefits, 90% of the time, it benefits your side to have a batsman who just hates getting out, likes scoring runs, likes to be averaging 53.
Absolutely.
Because it nearly always, there's just a few instances where, that's a horrible shot, where that attitude can be detrimental to the team, but 9 times out of 10, in the longer format, you love them because they're still batting.
Absolutely. Yeah, certainly in this scenario, that little bit of, one of these two, should be after the post-match interview, want the limelight of being 100 odd not out, see the game home.
I mean, Somerset, if they proceed, I suppose that they will, if they get close-ish, they will want to finish it quite quickly just to absolutely nail that net run rate, I suppose. But as I say, the way things are going, that's certainly not a pressure to worry about. I think Papara's going to have a break. And we're going to see, I'm going to see for the very first time, Stuart van der Merwe. And it looks, I'm just trying to work out what he's going to bowl.
The right arm off spin by the looks of it.
It does look like that from the field, doesn't it?
Going round the wicket to start with, to the right-hander, which is interesting. Archie Vaughn does like a sweep shot. Looks like quite a good option, really, from that angle. Tallish lad, long arms, so we'll get a bit of bounce.
He batted quite well. He was last man out. And he was sort of stranded really, and he tried to hit another 6, having just hit Lammerby for 6. But he did play some nice shots along the way. And he's one of those cricketers who has played so little that if you look him up, he's described as a right arm fast medium, but he's not today.
Changed code.
He's bowling off breaks, and this is only his 3rd list A match. And he's also a newcomer because They don't tell you where he's born because they haven't quite got that far yet.
Good middle name, Padraig.
Yeah. Stuart Padraig van der Merwe. Where's he from then? Could be anywhere. Could be Scotland, Ireland, South Africa, Netherlands. He's played for Surrey second level. And he's only 20.
He's had a decent day with the bat. Now he's got a chance to change the momentum here for Northants.
He started quite nicely.
Yeah, nicely over the top. Looks like bounce is going to be his biggest friend at the moment. Doesn't look like there's a huge amount of side spin available on this surface. Somerset 112 without loss. Oh, that's a nice shot.
Not a shot. It won't nearly be. The fleet-footed Bapara, I think that is at mid-off.
Yeah, for all the Somerset supporters listening that are interested in coming to watching the quarter-final, if it happens, you'll have to be hot on your laptops at close of play. We'll probably understand where the game is going to be relatively soon, and there's going to be a bit of a fire sale for the tickets. We're going to have 24 hours to get the ground prepared, the tickets sold. So make sure you keep an eye out on the Somerset website for when they're released. I know there's a bit of panic downstairs in the office. One day to sell out the game, but I'm sure the crowds have been excellent.
Well, the crowds have been excellent. I'd be surprised if it's sell out in such short notice.
Yeah, school day as well, isn't it?
Exactly. Are they back to school?
Well, as in people will be at work. Or will they?
Well, they could be at work today.
Take an extra day off.
Yeah. Anyway,
right. Work from home day.
I'm sure there'll be a good crowd here. I'd be surprised if it's sold out at such short notice, but it's a lot of hassle. Well, no, welcome hassle for the staff here, both playing staff, ground staff especially, players, backroom staff. But it's what you want.
Absolutely.
You want that busyness.
Lamb Beaver being quite watchful over Charles Bold. Good first 3 balls here. Down the ground. Doesn't quite get hold of it. I think it's important though that these two put a slightly chunkier dent into this run chase. Obviously picked off there from Lammerby, and yeah, I think that is the difference between this chap in T20 cricket and what we're seeing now. You can suck up the odd good over when he executes his line and length.
Yeah.
Doesn't really hurt if you go for when you get a couple of runs off and over. Run rate required under 5 and over. Obviously cut away from by Archie Vaughn to finish the 21st over. Runs needed from here on, and for those newish to cricket, if you have a look at the Duckworth-Lewis score at the moment, that's 67, just to give you an idea of how far ahead of the game Somerset are. They're on 116, so
that's very, very healthy.
Yeah, that's quite a good.
We haven't
ahead
actually
of where
heard
they need
from
to be.
Win Predictor. I don't know if he's still around.
The Trade Nation Win Predictor is
he sleeping?
He's always
there.
He's always juggling the numbers.
He's loading up. We've just Somerset, according to Win, Somerset 87%.
Nice half century there from Archie Vaughn. Yeah. Little punch down the ground. And another 50 for a young right-handed opening batter. Brilliant partnership. Vascansal is in at the first slip, just in case one turns.
We haven't seen much turn, have we?
Hasn't been much of an indication. Certainly shots like that show that he's really doing a great deal, playing down almost against the spin towards mid-on.
I guess, but I don't know that if there is a game here on... Well, there's one pitch that is covered by a mat. But remember, there's some championship coming too. Well, that's a neat shot, that is. I think he intended that. It was half volley, full half volley. And he's got full value from it by just late cutting it.
Yeah, nicely played there. Archie Vaughn just opening the face on that one, running it past the point fielder, well, the gully fielder on the ring.
So what I don't know is whether they'll use this pitch again or whether that pitch where the mat is possible. Well, the umpire's standing on another wicket that's relatively new. That's beautifully placed, and that's also a grand piece of fielding between that pair down there.
Yeah,
at which point
they saved a couple of runs.
Let's hand over to the nimble Stephen Lamb.
Cheers, Vic. Yeah, all a little bit too easy, but in run chases there's always a twist in the tail. Important that Somerset keep concentrating. They're doing a brilliant job, this pair, at the moment. Northampton, you just get the sense that they're a little bit flat at the moment. They need someone to grab the game by the scruff of the neck, take a wicket, gee them up in the huddle. The only way you can really see Northants getting back into this game is have that old cricket cliche of one brings two. Currently Somerset 125 without loss. Vaughan 57, Lammonby 65. Perfect timing for another Lamb to come back in to the commentary box.
Lamb with just the one syllable rather than the three. But could it be 3 tons in the tournament for Tom Lammonby? You wouldn't bet against it the way he's batting at the moment.
Well, it's there for him, really. I think it's really only going to be a little bit of brain fade for him not to see this through. There's no such thing as free runs, but if there are, they're out there at the Cooper Associates County Ground today. In terms of feel-good factor, Lammonby's gone century, 5 foot, century.
And now 65 not out.
Yeah, life's good.
Having taken 2 more wickets.
Life's good in the Lammonby household at the moment.
I tell you, Hampshire are going some against Gloucestershire at the moment. That's a game that will be influential in how things work out going forward, because Gloucestershire are top of their group, which is different from this one, by just 2 points. They're single here, up to long on. But Hampshire, in reply to Gloucestershire's 313, which looked pretty imposing, are 150 for 1 in the 19th.
Yeah, that is something going.
Gubbins 69 off 52, and Fletcher Middleton 25 at a run a ball. So Hampshire are well ahead of that rate at the moment. They're going at 8.2. Required is 5.3. They need to maintain that over quite a period, though.
Well played there. Vaughan nowhere near it, slightly dragged down, but Vaughan smothered that one. Got out of jail there a little bit. Very nicely played by Archie Vaughn.
If Gloucestershire were to slip up, then Worcestershire would need a win against Surrey to go top and qualify for a home semi-final. At the moment, they're 101 for 1, chasing 267. So they're not badly placed for a win either.
There's going to be a little drinks break here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Lammonby and Vaughan can ponder if they're motivated today to get into the record books. The current list day opening partnership for Somerset against Northants is 155. between two very fine players. 2001, who do you reckon?
Well, Marcus would be one.
Correct.
Trez. Craig Keyswetter, would he have been? No, he probably wasn't.
He'd have been
quite
about
on the
9
scene.
then.
Beg his pardon.
He took a very casual caught and bowled this week.
Errol Sapire, perhaps?
He took a very casual caught and bowled at a game that you attended.
Of course. Jamie Cox.
Current Chief Executive Jamie Cox.
And then captain.
Yeah, so 155, 128, so they're closing in on that little record.
It's been perfectly paced, hasn't it?
Yeah, they got fed a few boundaries early on, and they've just continued playing sort of appropriate shots. There was that little period where Lammonby dragged a couple of straight balls and just played. The timing was exceptional, really. Just, I would say, he sort of hoiked them over to the leg side, which he kind of has done, but every time Lammonby plays a shot, it kind of looks a little bit more stylish than when anyone else does it. So, but it was nice. It was really him sort of setting a tone and being nice and aggressive. And I think they've dropped down the gears again. And I think that's to move on the conversation from earlier. I think that's what the really good one-day players do. They sort of they go up into 5th gear. They get into sort of hit mode where they peel off 3 or 4 boundaries quickly, but they've also got the nous just to come back down and do what Lammonby and Vaughn done. Suck up a little bit of pressure. If the bowlers bowl well, respect it, knock it round for 3, 4 and over, and wait for that next little, I suppose, flurry of boundaries. And that's what sort of century makers do, really. Guys that put in those big performances, they don't sort of hit a few boundaries and get too carried away with their sort of power striking. So Lammonby's doing a great job. Yeah,
and they gave themselves that cushion in the power play, didn't they? With an array of shots all round the wicket, really good to watch, and the crowd loving it. But as you say, they've paced it nicely. Eased off a little after the power play was done, but the boundaries have kept on coming periodically, and they're in a great position. They're over halfway there with all 10 wickets intact.
Yeah, if you speak to a lot of the sort of older players, older coaches, it's obviously white ball. It feels very much the same, but you can't play T20 cricket for 50 overs. It doesn't really work that way. So these two are pacing very nicely, putting pressure on Northants to break it open.
Quite a brief experiment with Stuart van der Merwe has come to an end. 2 overs for 12. Justin Broad back at the river end. Bowling to Archie Vaughn. Oh, he's found that gap beautifully. He's going to get 4 with pure timing.
Welcome back to the bowling crease. Just slightly wide of off stump, and beautiful bit of touch there from Archie Vaughn. Piercing that gap. Races across the Taunton outfield for 4. 32 now without loss. It's a better line there from Broad, and I think reflecting on the first innings, I thought that's what the Somerset bowlers did so well. They just kept the stumps in play a lot. There wasn't a huge amounts of width offered or short balls that you could get under, cut or pull. Very disciplined bowling performance from Somerset. There was just that little period where Robinson was really taking the attack to the Somerset bowlers, but once he was out, no one really re-established a partnership or an individual score that was really going to trouble Somerset.
Yeah, and that regular fall of wickets in the final 10 to 15 overs of the innings, there was no real momentum there. The halfway stage they were looking at 250 plus, maybe 260 to 280 even max, but 238 a bit below par, especially given they didn't use up all their overs.
Yeah, I think with 10 overs to go, they had already lost 8 wickets. I think that's the important thing in this format, when you're setting a total, keep 4 or 5 wickets in the shed so you can play a little bit more extravagantly. You can lose a few wickets and push that big score, but like we've discussed, Lammy, it's probably the reason why Somerset are looking to qualify, and Northants have just struggled to get that, you know, momentum in the competition.
Yeah, and Somerset's confidence is born of not quite a 100% record. Lost here against Warwickshire 10 days ago, but apart from that, they've been very good indeed. Adjustments in the field. Man being pushed back at long leg. I should say third man, as this is going to bring Lammonby another comfortable single. They're almost keeping pace with each other, these two openers. Vaughn had fallen behind for a while, but he's been closing the gap, just 3 in it. Somerset coasting it here, but you never know.
Thanks to Brown & Brown, one of our partners here. If you're looking to insure anything, commercial properties, home insurance, whatever you need, tailored to you, give them a shout.
Insure your boat against the possibility of a Pete Trigo maximum.
Insure your boat in case of a flood.
So
I think that's where Somerset have put themselves, you know, like we discussed with Vic. You know, if the bowlers bowl 6 good balls, you can play out a maiden. It doesn't really hurt the team. They've bought themselves a nice little buffer here where they can just soak up a bit of pressure if Northants turn it on. There's a few hands on hips, and you know, a lot of cricketers just slightly on their heels, a little bit of a indication that Northants are just kind of feeling like they're going to be on the bad end of the result. It's where you need someone just to step up and pull a little spell out of their backside and get a few wickets, get a bit of momentum. Northants desperate for a wicket here. 135 without loss. Archie Vaughn going for the slog sweep, doesn't quite get it. Out to the fielder in the deep.
Archie Vaughan's having a tremendous game, isn't he? 65 not out to go with a critically important run out in the first innings. 103 for 2. Northants were going pretty well when he swooped on an off drive from James Sales, threw down the stumps. It's a great instinctive reaction and influential as a moment in this match.
Yeah, massive for a team to get a run out or 2 in an innings. It really does feel like a bonus wicket if the field can either take a spectacular catch or a run out. Nice play there from Lammonby. He's only going to pick up a run for it. It surprised me if that's Chahal's last over. Hasn't really looked that threatening on this pitch at the moment. 37 without loss. We'll have a little look on how Middlesex are getting on there. 17 overs gone. They're 83 for 3.
They've fallen behind the required rate. Middlesex. And go from there to Edgbaston. Warwickshire well up and beyond the run rate. So they're the more handily placed of the two to qualify, as it looks like. Which of those two are going to qualify with Somerset at the moment? Mustn't count our chickens before they hatch, though. Never do that in cricket. Never do that.
Lammonby, beautiful, beautiful shot there. Kind of got the sense that he was going to play an aggressive shot no matter what, and that's just angled into middle and leg, and Lammonby has swatted that over mid-wicket. Beautiful aggressive swing of the bat there from Lammers. 73 not out now.
required rate is really quite straightforward. It's gone down to 4.5. And they're well above it thus far, 5.6 as it stands.
Last couple of overs, Somerset batters look like they've targeted that first ball just to do the damage, put the bowlers under pressure. Just come back from Broad the last 3 balls.
Gloucestershire have taken a much needed wicket. Nick Gubbing's gone for 76. But Hampshire's still going well at Bristol. Another 146 from 27, so they're still well over the rate with 8 in hand. So victory for the leaders, not a given as yet. That's in the other group from this one.
Loose-ish delivery there from Broad, got away with it though. Chahal does the fielding down at fine leg, 5 off the over. The Somerset pair closing in on that opening stand record versus Northampton of 155. They're on 142 at the moment. It's been pretty much the perfect game for Somerset to this stage, but you're always slightly guarded, as you say, don't count your chickens. You always sense with cricket there's a twist in the tail. It's never plain sailing.
Part of the joy of it.
It certainly is. This live stream brought to you by WPA Health Insurance. See on the feed, a number of away supporters have enjoyed the coverage. I think it's been magnificent, all the investment into the multiple cameras and the slow-mo. It's starting to look proper, isn't it, Lammy? Hey?
Absolutely. Yeah, and it's been great pleasure to be involved.
Oh, I used to think when my kids used to talk about YouTube and watching all their videos and stuff, I didn't really get a sense of how many people watch it. Archie Vaughn, lucky to get away with that one, thrown wide by Chahal. He's had to throw the kitchen sink and the cutlery at that one just to get a half edge on it, gets away with it, picks up 2. Everything going Somerset's way at the moment.
Yeah, I think there were dessert spoons involved in that.
Yeah,
he came down the wicket.
There would have been a bit of panic there. I wonder if Chahal just saw him coming and dragged it a little bit wider.
I think he did.
Yeah,
and in the end, it was almost unreachable. That's straighter this time.
Yeah, there would have been a bit of panic in that swing. He needed to get something on it. Archie Vaughn, and then that ball that I think is a real sort of feature of Chahal's 20 over bowling, that really flat, skiddy one. Nice reverse sweep for no runs. That just sums up cricket really. You play a panic, get out of jail shot, get 2. And you play the perfect shot and don't get a run for it. Strike down the ground. Just sense that Archie Vaughan's getting a little bit itchy at the moment. Wants to play the bigger shots. He's obviously not aware that that record is 155 and closing in.
Up at York. Archie Vaughn before being dismissed by the skipper, formerly from this part of the world, Dom Bess.
Yeah, well, that's another big moment for him if he's still out there. That's a big monkey off the back, isn't it, to get your first 100 in the first team. Be a great day to do it, especially in the context of the season going into the championship. As you mentioned, there'll be batting spots up for grabs. I've no doubt it'll be in the team, but I think the second half of the season he'll go into it in a much different frame of mind if he can pop a 3-figure score up on the board.
To go with the run out, we know that opening the batting is what he prefers, and at the point of resumption he was actually dropped down the order this season through struggling at the top at the start of it. Big appeal, that didn't look far away actually. We're not bang in line, be worth another look.
Almost feel like he needed to have hit that for that not to be out. Let's have a little look at the replay. Oh wow, unless he's hit that. Oh, unless he's hit that, that's quite straight.
But yeah, so drop down to the middle of the order, not without success. And those two top positions still aren't settled, are they? By any means.
No, I think he got a really good 80, didn't he, in his first game, slightly down the order, which I think would have settled him down, because he did look, that first period of the season where he was struggling up the top, for a young man making his way in the game, exposed to the new ball, especially early season when the pitches are quite sporty, very easy for him to get quite sort of emotionally low. So I think it was a good move to pop him down into the middle order, and he found his feet and has got a number of scores there. I think you got to pick the right time for him to go back up to the top of the order, in my opinion. Still feel like there's a little bit of a flaw in his game at the moment that exposed him to the new ball. So it wouldn't surprise me if he stayed in the middle order and Somerset just sort of fashion their way through this season with whoever wins the tombola.
Yeah, the captain could open. He's been one of them already.
Yeah, well, I actually quite like Josh Davey at the top of the order. I think he played well, but with the fact that he's moving on at the end of the season, will the club look at that as an opportunity to play different people? Many sort of questions to be asked, I suppose. Archie Vaughn's very much the future, but yeah, I think he's done really well in the middle order. But certainly feel a lot better placed come next month if he can just get another 31 runs here, get himself that feeling of raising your bat, taking your helmet off. It's quite a decent crowd in. It's nothing better than scoring hundreds for your team.
Yeah, we've got 2 more home championship games here, Yorkshire and Hampshire, in pretty quick succession in mid-September.
Yeah, the likelihood is as well, Somerset will want the pitch to turn. And he's been really valuable with the ball. He's certainly easy to consider him a frontline off spinner, the way that he's performed, and those runs down the lower end of the innings are absolutely valuable. Luke Proctor coming back into the attack from the Marcus Trescothick stand end.
0 for 23 in his first 6.
Dancing down the wicket. First ball, Archie Vaughn hit a beautiful shot there. A little bit disappointed that hasn't found the gap. Luke Proctor used to bowl quite a lot more off the wrong foot than he does now. I think he did go through a period of really remodelling his bowling action. It's a bit different to when he first started. Bowled nicely up top.
Leg side runs, just the one. For Vaughan, he goes into the 70s to join Tom Lammonby. Ones and twos are just fine at the moment. Just need to pace it right. Another single up to long on this time. Slightly less difference now between current and required rates, but that's not going to bother, doesn't need to bother these two. 5.2 as things stand, it's still above what's required. .150 up. 10 wickets in hand. Warm applause.
Somerset faithful, very happy with the way their team have started. Why wouldn't they be 150 without loss? Both batters into the 70s. 5 runs shy of a opening stand record against Northampton. Slower bounce there from Proctor. Lammonby played about 4 different shots at it.
He had time to, didn't he?
It's always one of my least favourite balls to face, the slower bounce. It's sort of, yeah, he's definitely changed his action. He's sorted his feet out. His arm action is a lot going on there, but bowls nicely, Luke Proctor. Good scrapper, certainly in his early days playing for Lancashire. There's that slower bouncer. Nearly got him on the noggin.
Yeah.
Threw the shot too early, had to pause and wait for it.
And then the ghost of a grin.
Yeah, and then a bit of a wry smile. Ball to continue from the river end.
Yeah, 6 bowlers tried, no wickets taken. This will be Broad's 6th over. Northants, bottom of the group when this game started. Looks like it could well be the same at the end of it.
Oh no.
Well, you could tell from the rather derisive cheer that's gone around the ground what happened there. Pretty blatant misfield.
Yeah, maybe a one ball clip summary of how this game has gone for Northants so far.
Yeah, that turned a 1 into a boundary. Lammonby's gone into the 80s.
Like he lost his footing a little bit, or yeah, knee dug in maybe when he slid. But yeah, quite a straightforward piece of fielding, straight through the hands.
Yeah, and it wasn't like it was on the edge of the square or anything like that. It was very close to the boundary, in fact. Another one here.
Yeah, Somerset cruising, and there we have it, the List A opening partnership record. Somerset versus Northants, surpassing Marcus Trescothick and Jamie Cox's 155. So nice day for Vaughn and Lammonby to etch themselves into the record books.
Yeah, well batted, both. And power to add. It's clouded over a little bit again. We had a short interruption for rain early in the piece, which lost us 6 overs in all. Comfortable single out to deep mid wicket here.
Vaughn just looking to open his shoulders a little bit there.
Yeah, we were a bit surprised by that rain. It was contrary to forecast. We had all sorts of speculation about what sort of cloud cover we had. Array
From
of
the meteorologist of us.
We have got cloud around.
GCSE E grade geography. Only the best here at Somerset's live stream. 157 without loss. That's 30 overs gone. Somerset cruising at the moment. Made a rather bold prediction. I thought Somerset would knock this off somewhere in, well, I actually said 38th over. I think that might be a little bit premature unless the
there's another gear change.
Batters really do decide to get going, but you know, they're both edging closer to hundreds. You just expect them just to take a bit of time away here. There's no rush. I said in this format, me and Vic spoke about it, you kind of like to have the batters sort of driven selfishly to be the man at the end, not out, walk off to the applause. Nothing wrong with wanting to be that guy. Big shot there from Archie Vaughn. Misses out this time.
It's another 83 required. So they're comfortably on course. Squeezed away. The flat bat onto third man.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see Lammers open his shoulders in 18 runs time. If he gets a couple of boundaries away now, I think that could spell for an aggressive finale, but at the moment I think everyone's pretty happy with him just feeding off bad deliveries. Just off of the pad there, I think it's going to be a leg by, or did Lammonby get a little nick on it? He did. Another run to the tally.
Yeah, they're plainly short of confidence, Northants. Seen the odd bad delivery, the odd misfield. No wickets at all on the board. And that's going to be a wide to throw into the mix. And pretty comfortably wide as well.
That was, if you saw that 10-pin bowling, you'd put the gutters up for the next one. I mean, that was a double wide. Tried to bowl it what looked to be sort of a back of the hand slower bouncer again, like the one he bowled to Lammonby. Lammonby scampering for two. He would have been out with a direct hit, but it's home. That would have been the average way to go. Nice bit of fielding out there in the deep.
Yeah,
he would have redeemed the missed field from the previous over.
But Lammonby would have been counting on the fielder being so far out there. It makes it a bit harder to hit, especially with just the one stump to aim at. Calculated risk. Came off for him.
Yeah, it's just it's such a difficult place to be as a team when you haven't won many games in a tournament, and in this same situation, if you're further up the ladder, you've won more games, you have a lot more sort of positive memories in your brain from what's happened this month, and you get used to fighting for wins and changing momentum. But when you've lost a lot of your games, you just get that sinking feeling, and I think it's really hard to sort of raise your spirits as a team, as an individual. It really is going to take something quite spectacular for Northants to turn this around. They really need 2 or 3 in quick succession wickets here to make a game of this at the moment. Somerset are cruising home. 163 without loss. Vaughan 76 and Lammonby 83. neither have been overly aggressive, have they? But you know, I think Lammonby's showed a little spurt of boundary hunting, but came right back down the gears when Chahal came on. And they've just batted beautifully.
Yep, at the moment, it looks like Somerset and Warwickshire to go through to the playoffs. Yorkshire, we're already virtually certain, will have a home semi. Runs for Vaughan here, 4 of them.
Lovely shot there from Archie Vaughn. Very good player of spin. Such a young batter, I think that really is a standout feature. Uses the depth of the crease well there, creates a bit of width for himself. And a crisp strike through the offside.
Yeah, Warwickshire 157 for 2. Another single here after another misfield. And Warwickshire's 162 for 2 means they need another 118 from 23 overs, which looks pretty comfortably achievable. Well ahead of the required rate.
Yeah, I think the only real sort of glimmer of hope was that LBW shout against Vaughan. I think the bowler was quite unlucky to get that, unless there was a nick, which we couldn't tell through the effects mic. Lammonby has popped up the chance. Maybe that is a slight open door. Brilliant return catch from Van der Merwe. Lammonby will be disappointed with that. Try to hit that down the ground to mid-on. Slightly mistimed it, but you have to say, Lammy, quite an athletic effort there by the bowler to take that catch.
Terrific. It was dying on him, and he had to move very sharply to his left. But that's another excellent innings from Tom Lammonby. You can hear the appreciation of the Somerset faithful.
Yeah, great work from Tom Lammonby. What a few weeks it's been. Couple of hundreds, a 5 foot. Yeah, great catch there by Van der Merwe. Archie Vaughn could have done his mate a favour there and dropped the old shoulder. You know what I mean? He did the right thing there, Vaughan, getting out of the way. Oh, I don't know, he could have lent in there, Vaughny.
Good catch. A breakthrough at last.
Really good bit of cricket there.
He did well to get 2 hands to it.
Yeah, super bit of work. Yeah, just slightly early on it, maybe just held, spun, caught the outer half of the bat. Makes no mistake. They always say that about the average fielders that bowl. You always think you field all right off your own bowling there, don't you, mate? Isn't it, Vic? Vic laughs. He was a demon in any position, Vic Marks. Yeah, it always amazed me. I played a lot of my junior sort of England cricket with Monty Panesar, who was let's say, to be fair, abysmal as a fielder early on, but of his own bowling, genius.
Yeah,
jet. Return catches, diving catches, stopping singles.
He had enormous hands, Monty Panesar.
Yeah, he had fingers like E.T. Yeah, I mean, no wonder he got so much sort of like pace and spin on the ball. Yeah, really, really sort of massive hands, long fingers. Used to make the ball look like a kid's ball.
Yeah.
Brilliant bowler. Still play a bit of cricket with Monty nowadays. Just class. Lovely bowler.
Lewis Goldsworthy has managed to get off the mark.
A great man is Monty, but he did have his week in politics that got me quite concerned. I sent him a text. I was like, Monty, get back in your lane, son. This is not for you. Aligning with Galloway. I was worried for him.
I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah, I saw him on the BBC, and I asked him about it when I saw him in India last winter. I said, because they asked him, they were obviously trying to catch him out. They asked him a question, and his response to it was hilarious. They asked him about NATO and his thoughts on NATO, and he said, "Triggs, I thought they asked me about Lego." He misheard them, and he obviously gobbledygooked the replies. It's like, mate. Yeah.
I suppose he could have said Lego's all about constructing alliances.
The European Iron Dome with the blue and red bricks. Bless him.
Comfortable single for Goldsworthy. That makes 2. Now we've lost one of the 2 openers in the 80s. Can Vaughn go all the way to 3 figures? On 82 not out at the moment.
You'd have to say the way the 2 openers played, you think that at least one of them deserves to get that 3-figure mark. I think it would be great for Archie Vaughn's season and career, just to, like I say, get that monkey off the back, get that feeling of scoring 100 in first-team cricket. And I think when you feel it, it's something you want over and over again. Very, they're hard to come by. They don't grow on trees, and every time you get the chance to celebrate the helmet, I'm sure you've watched enough cricketers. It's sort of the done thing when you get a 50 to raise the bat.
Yep.
But you're allowed to do the helmet and the bat when you get 100. That's a really special feeling, and for any young batter, you want to sense that and feel it as many times as you can in your career.
Yeah, it would be extra special if Archie Vaughn could knock off the remaining 18 that he requires. Tom Lammonby has reached 3 figures twice already in this series. Couldn't quite do it today, but extra special if Archie Vaughn could do it for the first time.
Yeah, I think it's certainly something that catches throughout the squad as well. When your teammates peel off a couple, I'm not saying it's completely an envy thing, but if you see a teammate get a few hundreds, it inspires the rest. I think there's definitely something in that.
Very much so. Mid-pitch conference. Yeah, you can watch China Bears if you stick around after the end of this match.
Yeah, very good local band from Bridgewater Way, I think. I've heard a lot of good things said about them. If you're listening with one of our earpieces, you can hang around afterwards and enjoy even more entertainment. Goldsworthy down the wicket. Living dangerously, that was somewhere in the vicinity of Van der Merwe, the diving Van der Merwe.
Wasn't far away from Archie Vaughn.
I know. Maybe Vaughan, said, look, if it comes near me again, I'm dropping the elbow, mate. You're not catching the next one, pal. Hit well enough, Goldsworthy.
Yeah, started off a bit late for that single.
Runs required for Somerset, 82 balls remaining. Should be a walk in the park bar, a cluster of wickets. I think it's pretty much a case, I don't know if you agree with this, that if Somerset don't get bowled out, they'll win this game.
Yeah,
I think that seems to be
there's plenty of time.
Some sort of sensible prediction.
Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on that game just up the M5 from here at Bristol. It does look as though Hampshire are going to win that. They're 202 for 2, going at 7 and over. So with 8 wickets in hand, they must be favourites. Now, runs here. Will it reach the boundary? Yes. 4 more.
Archie Vaughn starting to live a little bit more dangerously. Down the wicket. He was fully committed. Outside edge has saved him there. He's picked up 4. Moving towards those nervy 90s. Needs to just calm down and bat away. This is where I think your batter at the other end can play a big part in getting you over the line.
Just looking again at that other group, Worcestershire look pretty sure to go through to win their game against Surrey, and if they do that while Gloucestershire lose, then it's Worcestershire who will get the home semi-final.
Beautiful shot there from Goldsworthy down the track, dragged over mid-wicket. Short boundary, but that's gone. Plenty of rows back. Nice start from Goldsworthy. Means business. Chahal just tossing that one up. The Cornishman doesn't miss out on that.
So it's looking likely that even if Hampshire beat Gloucestershire, then it would be Worcestershire who get the home semi. That's at the moment, though. Other things can happen in the next hour or so.
They certainly can. When Will, our producer, was talking us through those connotations, I was starting to get dizzy, Lammy. Too much information for me. I left that one to you, son.
I was considering the permutations yesterday evening, and I thought, oh, good Lord.
I felt like Russell Crowe in Beautiful Mind against the window with all the numbers coming up.
But yeah,
Nice
actually,
stuff
we
from
can
Vaughan.
safely say at the moment that Worcestershire are favourites to top the other group. Somerset, meanwhile, are hot favourites to finish second in this one. Yorkshire already assured virtually of the other home semi.
My concerns at the moment, Lammy, I need a bathroom break, and I'm slightly worried about changing the vibe in the commentary box with Archie Vaughn on 87. I don't want any blame going my way, but you know, when you get into your 40s, you got to listen to the body.
Wait till you get further.
Does it only get worse? Three times last night, Lammy.
Oh dear.
3 times.
Oh dear. I'll see you later. Vic will come in very shortly, with Somerset having lost a wicket since his departure, but nothing more than that. And with just 51 needed to win, it is looking pretty much like plain sailing, which is a cue for a flurry of wickets.
Yes. It's the end of Chahal, though. He's bowled his 10 overs very respectably, but none for 46. Given that he's the most elevated of the Northamptonshire attack, I think they've played him pretty sensibly, haven't they? Nice 6 from Goldsworthy there, over mid-wicket. And that's going to test further on the boundaries. Dive, but it's an unavailing dive. He's just got his hand through it and it trickled over the boundary. So, born into the 90s. Don't look at the scoreboard. Just keep going. It's hard not to, though. For someone who hasn't got 100 in the first team yet, that's right, isn't it? Yeah. Ooh, that was a non-foot poke.
That was more orthodox.
That was more orthodox, yeah. We're thinking about his 100, and it's a funny feeling that he's thinking about it too. Just not.
Yes, it doesn't feel like they're going to need the full requirement of the overs remaining. There are 12 of them, including this one, but just 46 more needed now.
Yeah, you get close. Down to 20 or 13. Get there in a flurry. As it happens, I don't think that net run rate is going to be a factor.
Well, Lewis Goldsworth has looked pretty purposeful.
Yeah. Well, I think actually when you come in this sort of situation, you've got Vaughan, who understandably has played really well, and he'll be thinking about those 3 figures. So in a sense, once he gets reasonably established, it is for Goldsworthy to probably play the big shots, because you want Vaughan to get 100.
It eases the
and
pressure.
You want to, and also you want to win with plenty to spare. But he's played nicely so far. I mean, he came down, he hit the off spinner for 4 when they had mid-off and mid-on up. It wasn't the cleanest strike, but it showed a great intent, and it was enough to beat mid-on. And then beautiful pull drive off the leg spinner, who's now finished. He's come in, Goldsworthy, in the T20 to play little diamond innings of, 8-9 ball innings of. He's cleared the boundary quite. He's only a little man, but he has cleared the boundary a few times in the T20, batting right at the end. He's usually been batting about 8 or 9 in the T20 side, but he's played most of the games as a sort of bowling all-rounder. And that is beautifully timed. That was glorious. I mean, it's an effortless shot there. It's an ordinary ball, and a terrible one, and he's just stayed on the back foot and timed it to perfection through that mid-wicket. I mean, that's classy.
Yeah. 3rd boundary, and as good as any of them.
It's not too bad, but I'll just be some crowd warming to the. It's a landmark. It's 200 up, 200 for 1. It's a healthy position.
Yeah, well, Vaughan, he needs 8 for his century. So
are you fretting about
shortly saying to Lewis
Goldsworthy not giving him the time? I don't think that's a major issue at the moment, but he is playing with freedom.
It's not quite got to the point where he sallies up and says, just ease off a little, old boy.
Well.
He's on strike now, Archie Vaughn, on 92. 95 his best made this season.
So I think his highest first-class score is 80, but I may be wrong. It's a beautiful drive. That'll be 4, I reckon. I've changed my mind. It's just a couple. A sweet drive.
Yeah, it's Justin Broad out there who had a long chase, but managed to intercept. So he advances by 2.
94, you can do it in one shot. Not renowned as a 6-hitter, but he's capable.
Hasn't hit one yet.
Must be going to scamper. Will he get a second? No. There's no point taking that. An unnecessary risk as things stand.
So he's now equalled that score he made up at York, 95 not out.
He'd have enjoyed getting that. I'm sure Yorkshire would be familiar with a lot of the players he was playing against. He's picked that up well, as Goldsworthy. He's tried the short ball and he's belted it away to the left of long leg. So he's in skittish mood. He's played some lovely shots since he's come in.
Goldsworthy's strike rate hasn't been in for long, but he's already around 150.
25 off 17. Probably a couple too, I think, or no, just the one. But Proctor, who bowled reasonably tightly early on, is just taking a bit of punishment.
32 more needed by Somerset, 5 more needed by Vaughn.
Okay. And so, give us a quick rundown of what's happening with Warwickshire and Middlesex, just to. But I'm sure that there's not a net run rate issue. Yeah, both going to do well to win their games.
It looks like Warwickshire will beat Sussex because they're 189 for 3 from 30. So current run rate 6, required 5.
So you're right. It looks
they look pretty comfortable.
They are the favourites to win that game.
Yeah,
but they'll probably need most of the overs to do it.
Middlesex, meanwhile, are 127 for 5. Current rate 4.5, required 7.5.
So they are unlikely, as things stand, to win that game.
Yeah, Warwickshire have been, of those two, Warwickshire have been looking steadily the firmer favourites.
Yeah. So, but I don't think they could win sufficiently quickly to oust Somerset from a second position, assuming Somerset just... Oh, he's out. He's gone.
Bit of a cameo then in the end.
It was a cameo, an odd ending where he got into a bit of a tangle and ended up spooning it very, very gently to mid-wicket. His head bowed. But it was a cameo, and there were some lovely shots in there. And taking some. Well, yes, our researchers, they're on the board, as ever. And earlier in the day, we talked about Somerset coming second, possibly winning their playoff game, and then going to Bristol to play against Gloucestershire, who seemed like the favourites at the start of the day to win top. As things stand, it is quite likely that Gloucestershire are going to lose, in which case they almost certainly finish third. And who does the team finishing third in the other group play? The team that finished second.
So it could be Somerset against Gloucestershire at Taunton.
It could be that Somerset at home will be playing Gloucestershire on Thursday.
Well,
ought to be. In which case, you better get your tickets in early. Anyone listening, be aware of that, because they'll go a bit quicker if it's Gloucestershire.
That is not a conception that was floating around earlier today.
No.
But it could happen.
We should have mentioned that, but there was a few more, heavy conditionals for that to happen.
It needed,
but our boys are on it.
It needed Gloucestershire to lose, and Worcestershire to win.
Yeah, well, that much.
Which looks like it's going to happen.
Yeah. And Somerset to win.
Yeah.
Sufficiently quickly to maintain their position as the second team in this group.
Yes.
So, oh dear.
So, yeah.
It's going to be mayhem here on Thursday and Friday, possibly, because I don't think the forecast is brilliant on Thursday. But that can all change. As could be 4, it could be on.
Vaughn's on 99.
99. Okay, well, you can get it with a single. That wasn't quite at the meat, but it's gone pretty quickly.
There may have been a bit of glove involved in that.
Yeah, maybe.
Or bat
we'll have another look. Let's have a look. Oh, well, it's gone quick enough. But anyway, it's 4. So, Northamptonshire, well, they know the game's up. And they're not exactly bristling in the ring to think, right, we're going to stop this one, we're going to stop this one. But here
Vaughan on 99 then. And there it is. He is thrilled to bits, Archie Vaughn, and rightly so. First 100 of his career in list A cricket. And the warmth of the applause is really touching here. A lot of the crowd are on their feet. That is a magnificent moment for Archie Vaughn.
Absolutely. I mean, it's almost comic that he hit that single and the non-striker and his captain in this game, James Rue, held his bat up in triumph because his partner had got 3 figures.
Lovely stuff.
It's a lovely innings too. I mean, as Pete was saying, it's a landmark moment to get 100 in any format. I mean, he awarded some first-class hundreds too before too long. But he has played some beautiful shots today and been very positive throughout. But some glorious classical shots. And he's another one who's using this tournament to enhance him significantly as a cricketer. Last year it was more as a bowler. This year he's scoring runs.
Just 26 needed now by Somerset. 9 overs to get them. Shouldn't present too many hazards with 8 wickets in hand. So yeah,
very warm. I mean, he's not originally from Somerset, as we all know, but I think he's adopted by everyone here now, and they really was a warmth in that reception for his first 100 for Somerset, and let's hope he's going to score many more. His white balls and red balls.
Yeah, it's lovely to see so many of the crowd standing.
Yeah. He quietly punches the air. And Rue, as I say, initially was holding his bat up before Vaughan got his bat up because he was so delighted. Then Rue comes down, the old soldier Rue. I mean, he's practically 22. Gives him a hug and says, "Carry on." And it was a long, warm reception from the Somerset crowd.
And he can add to it now because he's on strike against Proctor. Duly does so. Yeah. Just a single, I think.
A lovely composed shot. I mean, you are actually. I mean, everyone talks about the nervous 90s, and people do get nervous in the 90s, and people get out in the 90s. But an awful lot get out just after they've got the 100, because
Tom Lammonby.
Yeah, well, Tom Lammonby is culpable in that, and he'll have to sort that out because we've got to have greedy
it's just not good enough.
Yeah. But you are vulnerable just after, so I'm told. I mean, I have. When you just get 100. I have been there a few times, but I don't think I'm the classic sort of helpful example there, really.
25 more needed by Somerset. And the left-handed Rue is on strike. Nice moment for him to be there, actually, as captain. To see Vaughan go through to those 3 figures. He's played comfortably to mid-wicket. Northants going through the motions rather now. So many deliveries in hand. Somerset on the verge. So,
well, that will be an occasion, won't it? Then, if the Somerset Gloucester scenario comes to fruition, well, we'll have to get more police in. No. It's not Bristol City against Rovers.
Yeah, well, we're not going to know. At the point where this game finishes, we're not going to know how those divisions are going to finish up today in Group A, but it could well be Worcestershire, Hampshire, Gloucestershire.
Yeah. Well, we'll know by the end of we might not know at the end of our stream, but we'll know by the end of the day.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, we could have a look, in fact.
Yeah. We might.
Suggested by
just
Will Martin, our director, that we might just survey the scene when this game comes to an end.
Yes, just to show we're not totally blinkered here. Oh no. We will commentate on anyone's game. Only because we want to know who's coming here. if there is the. the match on Thursday.
Yeah.
With a rest, not a rest day, with a reserve day on Friday.
Well, Gloucestershire need something pretty sensational to turn things round
What's the
at
score
Bristol.
there at the moment?
Hampshire are 238 for 2, so they need to run a ball with 8 wickets in hand.
Yeah.
They must be firm favourites
Absolutely.
in Bristol.
Yeah.
Looking to tickle that one down to third man, perhaps. No contact with it.
It's a strange game because Gloucester have been invincible, haven't they, all the way through, and then they've just wobbled a bit at the end, beaten significantly the other day. They've done well to get this far. I suppose they've got many hundred absentees. But it doesn't really matter who plays when Somerset play Gloucester. Stuff happens. He said that it's only going to be a single.
Worcestershire are cruising, Vic.
I think.
They need 38 runs from 18 overs.
Well, that's
229 for 3.
Gosh, who's got the runs there?
So they look nailed on against Surrey.
Well, Surrey have struggled, and Surrey are missing far more than anyone else, I suppose, in terms of personnel. And you look down the Surrey lineup and you think, oh, I don't recognise that name.
Jake Libby is 32 not out. But there must be other, well, there are. Latigan 54, D'Oliveira 45, and Kashi Valley 80, top scorer.
Yeah.
But Worcestershire look nailed on. There.
Yeah. Well, we don't know. And they can have the bonus is that they can have a few days rest, unlike the others.
Catch it was the cry, but it was never quite in reach. I don't think it carried
No.
to Justin Broad. Single is the outcome for James Rue. 23 more needed.
Let's hope the researchers have got their abacus tuned in. That's going to be a wide. To work out all sorts of net run rates here, there, and everywhere. They'll be equal to it. I'm confident.
Well, the way these groups were devised and the way people go through, it's actually worked out. I mean, the possibilities could hardly be more
there are lots
extensive
of
than they are.
possibilities. Yeah. I don't know how they actually. How did they actually work out which group you're in? I don't know.
I don't.
It's not geographical, is it?
No, it's quite rare for Gloucestershire and Somerset to be drawn in separate groups, which they have been in
Durham
this
are in
tournament.
Somerset.
4 more here.
Beautifully picked off that. It's not when he's tried the short ball, I don't know if it's on purpose or not, but he's picked it up beautifully and bisected the 2 leg side fielders.
Vaughn and Rue deep in conversation, and they will be feeling pretty composed and pretty confident. Perhaps
Well,
it's just the famous Richie Beno score total has come round again.
Yeah, we don't seem to.
We
try
don't.
Trying to.
You can see it on the screen.
I mean, I heard Trigo say, "Well, I mean, he might have paid to do that," but it didn't. What he said didn't sound at all like Richie Beno anyway.
We'll just call it a
no
double
Rory
Nelson.
Bremner, Peter Trigo. It seems to be.
We'll call it a David Shepherd Memorial.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Absolutely. Double Nelson.
18 more needed then.
It's Van der Merwe, who's had quite a good game, but he's only his third first team game for Northants. I quite like his bowling. He's got a wicket. Didn't like that ball much though. And it's gone for 4.
It's first boundary for James Rue.
It was a poor ball, but he just got it straight enough to beat the boundary fielder there. Dragged down on top.
There was a cry with that boundary, something similar to what we hear when Joe Root scores them. The extended Roo without the T.
Yeah. Oh, he's going for the quick finish there. There's no one at long on, which is vaguely where he was aiming, but there's not enough pressure on him. He's a good pressure player. He's had a good tournament though, James Rue. Just cementing what we've already learned, that he's an incredibly mature cricketer. He's found it, he's got it this time. That's what he was looking for before. It's not gone for 6, it's just a 4. And you can hear the chant again.
I think the vocals were similar.
Yeah.
First bounce, that was. Down to 10 more needed now. You can't really, in terms of
no
that,
rest for the ground staff now, I think.
Indeed. Another single here. In terms of that chant, though, be it Roo or Root, with Root you don't hear the T,
No,
do
you
you,
don't.
at the end of it?
No,
it gets lost in the melee.
Yeah, absolutely. What are you going to do with Thomas get some runs as well? I mean,
stereo.
Yeah.
9 more needed then. In, what is it, 36 balls, so that shouldn't present too much of a challenge.
No. Well, touch wood. I mean, very often these sort of games, lots hinge upon them. They're tense affairs, but actually, once Somerset got that little flurry of wickets towards the end of the Northants innings, it's been very, very stress-free by modern standards, by any standards. You know, we all think our counties drive us wild and look particularly good at making sometimes simple targets look very difficult, but not today.
Yeah, they sailed into a bit of a sandbank, Northants, didn't they? They sort of just gradually.
Yeah. And you can't bear in mind that it is tough. You're on a losing run. They've got no tangible reward from winning this game. And that's how they've played, really. There was a moment where you thought they might get around 300 just before Robinson got out. There was 3 wickets down. There was an over from Lammonby, went for 19 runs. Suddenly the accelerator had been pressed, but couldn't quite manage that. And Somerset, though they missed a couple of catches here and there, they normally would have taken. They were still pretty good in the field, and that's
Up and over.
That's gone quite a long way.
6. It's been signalled 4. I thought it was just over
Well, you
the
might
road.
be right.
on the verge. Somerset. Vaughn on 107 after completing a crucial run out in the first innings as well. Is this going to be it? No, not quite again. Goodman singles.
There's much excitement here. You know, it's coming back to your screen. A bit funny because I don't know. Disappear to other pastures to see what is happening. Warwickshire, who look like they're going to win, but not quick enough to threaten Somerset's second position.
Warwickshire
and
still
Middlesex.
on course. They've lost a couple of wickets,
Have they?
but they're still on course. 55 in 76 balls they need.
They will be kind of comforted by the fact that it looks like Middlesex, the other team, getting the top three. Was struggling when we last visited their school.
Yeah.
Lancashire. Anyway, this could be it.
144 for 6.
Nope.
As my eyes are glazing over the number of games I'm trying to keep in touch with.
Okay, well,
144 for 6 Middlesex,
Okay.
and they need 148 in 94.
Okay.
So that's pretty much the same as it was. Lancashire favourites.
Okay, well, let's focus on this one for a bit.
Which won't be much longer.
No.
In fact, that's going to be it. Somerset have won. They've won by 8 wickets. Well played, particularly Archie Vaughn. That first list day century and completing this win. James Rew finishes on 17 not out. And after Somerset kept that Northants innings in check after they chose to bat this morning, they were always favourites to win, and they've done it in the end at a canter.
They have. You don't win many games at canter. But a very, very polished performance by Archie Vaughn. A lot of beautiful stroke play. Plays innings really well. And he's maturing fast. I haven't actually seen much of him bowling in this tournament, but he is evolving as a serious cricketer. And while we didn't see him bowl in this match, we did see him pull off a critical run-out, actually, when the danger men playing really well, mid-on, sharp single, beautifully collected, whiz, hits the middle stump out, and that was a critical moment, actually, because up until then,
Absolutely.
Northants were right in the contest, and that sort of knocked the stuffing out of him. So Archie Vaughn, he's going off. There's warm applause again. His century was, delighted the crowd. Just getting a few congratulations from the backroom staff, and it's been a very straightforward win, which you could guarantee means that there is cricket here on Thursday, weather permitting, in what has become the playoff. The playoff. And
For who
it
meets?
could well be. It could well be. We've tried to explain that, contrary to our early expectations, it looks like we might welcome our friendly neighbours, Gloucestershire, down to the county ground on Thursday. But that is yet to be confirmed.
Remains in the lap of the gods. But yeah, I don't know whether you've got a moment of steel in this series, but that run out you were just talking about, Archie Vaughn, that was a big, big moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then to go and
And
score.
a pretty good display again in the field. As I say, it wasn't flawless. There were a couple of drop catches, and they set high standards, particularly in the field. So they'll be a bit disappointed by that. But essentially, it was a very, very satisfying performance by Somerset, who've done really well to get this far. And I remember the first season that this came into being, the 50-over contest with the 100 going on and Somerset losing a lot of players. It was almost taken for granted, well, we won't get anywhere. And that was the case in that first season. They struggled to win many games, although they had a few terrific moments. But as it's evolved, last year, of course, Somerset were in the final. And now this year, the expectation is, well, we can be right in the shake-up here. Even though you're missing, or we are missing, half a dozen or more significant players who always play in the T20 side. But this team have played some terrific cricket. Rue's been excellent in charge. His little brother has played a few gems. People like Josh Thomas, who's come in at number 6 and smacked some runs. Finn Hill, who played today, was down at 7. Actually, took 2 very fine catches on the boundary, but he's come in with the bat now and again. Archie Vaughn's got wickets. Language has got wickets. So there have been so many pluses. And our expectations have changed. We expect them to do pretty well now, whoever they're playing, even if they're playing teams like Northants, who haven't really been missing that many players. They're right up for it. And it doesn't matter whether they're playing home or away. They've competed every game. And they've won most of them. In fact, that's their 6 out of 8. And so they've come second in the group. We can just about confirm that. And they've got to play again on Thursday. And see who they draw out of the hat to play in that match.
And the man of the series so far for Somerset, I know we've got potentially 2 more games to come in this tournament, but you can't really look beyond Tom Lammonby, can you? The 200s, plus the 83 today, plus the 5 for. Well, yeah, he's up there. I mean, it's hard. You don't really want to pin it down, really, because there have been so many good contributions. But he had actually, Lammonby, looking at him, he had a hesitant, tentative start. He kept looking as if he was in good form, but never getting beyond 30 in the first 3 or 4 games. But and then he got his nut down. He got 100. I think that was a losing 100, actually. That was, I think, against Lancashire. But since then, he's got more runs, and then his bowling has been significant. So he has bedded down in this list A, this list A format, but he hasn't played any 50-over cricket until this year, essentially. And now he's got the flavour, and he's played extremely well in every aspect. I mean, today, actually, even in the field, he might have had a run-out that was critical of Bopara. He's quick in the field, he catches everything. His batting now is batting with real confidence, sort of easy grace he plays with. And his bowling is more than handy. He's bowled increasingly. Rue has turned to Lammonby when he might have gone to the specialist bowlers, but Lammonby is evolving again in white ball cricket, and maybe occasionally now again in red ball cricket as an all-rounder, a batting all-rounder, albeit. But he's on top of his game. But then James Rue has been terrific throughout. I like the way he shuffles his pack, the way he leads the side from behind the stumps, as if it's the most natural thing for him to do, and he's been doing it for half a decade. Well, it's not the case, but he looks very comfortable. So there's much to admire about the way this side has gone about their business, but they've got a lot of work to do. There's still two matches to go before they can get into a final. Just looking at those other 2 group games in the other group that we've been keeping an eye on, it looks increasingly likely that Gloucestershire are going to be beaten in Bristol by Hampshire. Hampshire need 39 in 47 balls. So they've got 7 wickets left.
Well, that's, you'd think, is business done.
And then Worcestershire, it's even more clearly cut, because Worcestershire need 13 from 78 balls.
Well, they have.
They're virtually there.
Yeah, absolutely. They have
2-5-4 for 3.
Smash Surrey.
So it does look as though it's going to be Worcestershire, Hampshire, Gloucestershire in that order, which means that Gloucestershire are likely to be here on Thursday.
And in which case we think that Somerset, the winner of... Do we think? I don't know how it works then. Who you play?
No, it's a bit confusing, isn't it? Because Somerset and Gloucestershire are in opposite groups.
Yeah, but
so where would they go? That they go either to New Road or to Headingley.
But how do they decide that?
I don't know.
They must have to draw it out of a hat, actually. Because initially I thought, you'll play against the side that wasn't in your group, but that's not necessarily how it works out.
Yeah,
because Gloucestershire are in the same group as Worcestershire. So so there may have to be a draw as to who goes to Headingley and who goes to Worcester, but that's beyond. That's for another day, because Somerset haven't got that far anyway. But I don't know the answer as to where you end up playing if you win on Thursday.
But we can be reasonably sure, without commentating on the closing stages of the other games, which I don't think we're necessarily going to do.
No. Well, I think we know where it's going now, because Middlesex are not going to win, and Warwickshire, Warwickshire,
probably
even if
will
Warwickshire don't win, I think they've got a better run rate than Lancashire. They're not Lancashire, where they come from, than Middlesex.
Yeah.
So it's probable that in this group, Warwickshire will come third and still be in the tournament.
Yeah. And would be involved in the other playoff.
Oh, it's exhausting, though. It's mind-bending. However, to simplify it, well, keep an eye open. Get your laptops at the very ready if you want tickets, because now that there is the prospect of Somerset playing Gloucester, I'm not sure there's going to be many spare seats, albeit that everyone's got no more than 2 days' notice to get ready to go.
I need to get me sourdough home. Love you.
Yeah.
It's quite a prospect.
Yeah. Well, I think Trigo will be here on Thursday. I'm not sure. I don't think I will be.
No, nor will I.
No,
I can't make it on.
But we've got an extraordinarily strong team, both hopefully on the field, but less importantly in the commentary box for that contest.
My captain.
Trigo wants to be captain. Oh, we'll tell him he's captain.
Yeah, you're in, mate.
We'll let him be captain.
Sort it out with the others later.
Yeah, and the rest of us will sort out how it works. So that's a great prospect ahead. A great thing about watching Somerset at the moment is that they keep the season going, don't they, to the end?
Absolutely.
This is the equivalent of a sort of quarter-final, I suppose, coming up on Thursday. There's another quarter-final coming up quite soon in the T20. And Somerset never give up hope in the Championship, but they're still in the chase in the Championship. Just about. So the season, our end of season party, it really does happen at the end of September rather than the middle of July, which is where it sometimes happens, and it's all very depressing.
Well, it's very much alive, and I'm looking forward to being involved in the last two home Championship games next month.
Yeah, absolutely. There's rarely a dull moment here. I hope you've enjoyed today. Actually, in a rather comfortable way, it's been one of the duller one-day games because actually Somerset dominated it most of the day, and there wasn't that sort of sweaty palm tension.
Yeah, it wasn't
for the home supporters about, are they going to manage it? Are they going to muck it up? Well, they never looked like mucking it up once they got those late wickets, and the way Lammonby and Archie Vaughn scoring his first 100 for Somerset, where they dealt with the Northants attack, which was pretty tepid actually, but they still had to do it, and they played some lovely shots in them in the way they got there. So the ground staff are out there, and they are already busying themselves. I'm sure they got a plan about.
Are they unrolling the wicket that we're going to see on Thursday?
I don't know. I'm not so sure. One wicket's been covered, a green-looking one. But see, there's a Championship match.
That has the look of a Championship one for next month, with the one they're watering.
No, or it could be. That could be the T20 one. The T20 quarter-final, which may then morph into a Championship one, I suspect, because I say that only because it's in the broadcast position, and I presume that Sky cover the T20 quarter-final against Warwickshire on September the 6th. And that pitch is one of the central ones where I think the Sky like to have it. So I'm not so sure they'll be using that one on Thursday, but this is too much detail.
Yeah, having gone through all the permutations about who's going to get through and where they're going to play.
And now we're going to agonise which pitch they're going to use. No, let's forget about that. Let's look forward to Thursday and hope the sun shines and that we have another cracking game, which we're almost bound to do against Gloucestershire.
And congratulations in the meantime to Archie Vaughn in particular, that first List A 100, and to Somerset in general, an 8-wicket win, quite comprehensive. And well done them, and we look forward to your company here on Thursday. In the meantime, from Vic and from Pete and from me, Stephen Lamb, a very good evening to you.